Vaya, 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 soy un gran imbécil. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, buenos días a mi mujer que también está dormida. Estoy ajustando el en vivo en este momento para ponernos con el thumbnail y todo esto. Se me fue el avión en cuanto empecé esto, no entiendo por qué, pero bienvenidos a otro episodio, a otro casino del tío Salo, donde aprendemos todos a tradear juntos. Obviamente les voy a traer a los expertos, al buen Alex, al buen Farhan, para que los tengan acá. Pero como siempre, antes me gustaría poner un par de cosas enfrente de todos ustedes. Lo único que tengo que acabar de hacer es esto y estamos listos. Pero la pregunta del día es, el huracán podría ser el cisne negro, el huracán podría ser lo que tire la bolsa, el huracán podría tener un efecto económico que no estamos esperando. Y personalmente yo creo que no. La razón por qué es porque todos los eventos que puedes ver venir normalmente están descontados o contados, si lo quieres ver así en el mercado. Entonces, mucha gente que se está preguntando si vamos a ver todos los índices colapsar una vez que pegue el huracán, todo esto no va a pasar. Cosas que quiero poner enfrente de todos ustedes antes de empezar esta mañana con Toño de Valdés es lo siguiente. Voy a compartirles pantalla para que me acompañen. Rápidamente el petróleo. Vean nada más el petróleo aquí en Estados Unidos. Podemos ver el movimiento que llevaba, iba hacia la baja, había hecho un fake out aquí, una desviación por acá, y ahora tenemos al petróleo, había llegado a tocar los $78, pero ahora estamos viendo al crudo caerse hasta los 72, y normalmente esto no tendría mucho sentido, sobre todo con lo que estamos viendo con los conflictos armados en el Medio Oriente, y es algo que llama bastante la atención a mucha gente pensando, todo el mundo piensa que el petróleo se va a ir a $200, es lo que está platicando todo el mundo. Puede que eso pase en una circunstancia literalmente de esas que nadie ve venir, donde Irán vuela o le vuelan a Irán todas las reservas o todo esto, pero por ahora en realidad hay demasiado, y va junto con el gas natural, esto siempre se los he dicho, va de la mano con el sobreinventario de los dos. En los dos tenemos sobreinventario en todos lados circulante. La única razón por la que vimos esto subir, honestamente, fue por todo el show que han armado y todas las amenazas. Pero más allá de eso, no se ha armado. Lo que estamos viendo es energías alternativas son las que están subiendo como locas y ahí sí no hay dónde pararlas. Aquí lo único que podríamos esperar es, vamos a ver si se arma algún conflicto, escala el conflicto y empezamos a ver problemas en esos lugares. La siguiente cosa son los bonos. Bonos a 10 años. Podemos ver que el bono a 10 años llegó a ser este mínimo en los 3.6%. Sigue bajando y ahora está intentando retomar este nivel. Aquí esto de los bonos, damas y caballeros, cuando ves los bonos subir, el 10 años, el 30 años, y han estado subiendo con fuerza, el 2 años, el 1 años, es parte de lo que les estaba diciendo de que esto es algo que va a venir a corregir. Esto no es algo personalmente que creo que va a durar. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente cuando el retorno de los bonos está subiendo, no es, eso te quiere decir que el mercado no debería estar subiendo. Y al mismo tiempo el mercado está subiendo y nuestro amigo, el dólar, anda con fuerza como loco. Recuerdan cuando todo el mundo les dijo que el dólar se iba a caer y en el colapso del dólar pueden ver al dólar resoplar para arriba y muy probablemente nuestro siguiente nivel, bueno, van a ser estos máximos de por acá en el 103 y de aquí vamos a ver si podemos romper el 103,747. Si rompemos el 103,747, esta madre va a volar. El dólar va a volar a la alza. Esta es otra cosa que también no tiene mucho sentido. Cuando ves este movimiento tan alcista en el dólar, ¿cómo puede ser que todos tus índices grandes la estén quebrando, papi? ¿Cómo puede ser eso posible? ¿No? Todo acá en máximos históricos. El Nasdaq está intentando buscar ese máximo histórico. El Dow Jones, definitivamente máximos históricos que tocó por acá, pero sigue en camino para arriba. El Russell 2000 no está haciendo máximos históricos, pero tampoco se ha caído. Explíquenme. Y luego volteas a ver el índice de volatilidad, que por cierto está aguantando bastante bien. Este tiene otro movimiento pendiente, en mi opinión, porque si estás creando una tendencia alcista a fin de cuentas acá, lo único es, tienes que romper el VIX tiene que romper los 23.42 y de ahí fumigar el 23.78 para que te dé una vez más la idea de que puede buscar esta zona donde vimos este gran repunte. Y esto es el índice de volatilidad. Cuando ves la volatilidad explotar a la alza, es cuando la fiesta se pone interesante y todo baja. También estamos viendo que China tuvo una caída del 10% a la abierta el día de hoy, bueno, ayer, si lo quieren ver así, y eso le pone un alto a ese gran subidón que han tenido por unos días enorme y más o menos nos pone a todos en esta situación de qué es lo que sigue. Ahora, si nos ponemos a pensar un poco, ¿no? Fuera de esto, lo que les quiero decir es lo siguiente. Tenemos elecciones pendientes. Hemos estado viendo que todos los datos no solamente son falsos, pero son falsos con fuerza, como el dato de los empleos, como el dato del Producto Interno Bruto, como los datos que están revisando para atrás. Todo eso nos dice que quieren mantener la ilusión de que todo está perfecto de aquí a que sean las elecciones. Entonces, esta tendencia muy probablemente vaya a continuar, pero hay discrepancias en todo el mercado que no tienen sentido. Los bonos, en mi opinión, van a bajar. Les dije que el dólar iba a subir. Entonces, el siguiente movimiento que yo estoy diciendo que va a pasar son los bonos yéndose para abajo, por más que todo el mundo diga, van a subir ahora los rates porque van a dejar de subir, de bajar intereses. No van a dejar de bajar intereses. Están empujando la narrativa de que todo está perfecto, pero sabemos perfectamente que no está. Entonces, sí van a bajar tipos, no sabemos a qué velocidad. Esa es la pregunta grande en el mercado, pero más allá de eso, es tiempo de empezar a analizar las tablas, damas y caballeros. Empecemos, ya saben, a todos los miembros del canal de YouTube, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros, por apoyar el canal. Pongan qué tipo de acción, qué acción quieren que busquemos o qué tipo de cripto. Y por favor, manden cosas buenas, manden cosas chidas, porque es divertido analizar buenas tablas, pero cuando nos mandan esos shitcoins que no tienen sentido alguno, lo hacemos, pero mejor busquen buenas cosas en que meter dinero. Sin más ni más, les tengo a Alex, les tengo a Farhan por acá. Estamos listos para empezar y vamos a checar cómo está del lado donde el huracán pegó. My guys, good morning.
What up, boys? You're muted, fine.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you are, sir. Maybe
okay. All right. Yeah, I had the little thing on top of my microphone pushed in.
Oh, so that's the same thing that I do right here. Touche. Yeah. So now when I see you fingering your microphone, I'll know why. It's not just
myself. It's not a sexual act.
Exactly. Good. How's it going down there?
It's pretty good now. All of the shit has passed through, and it's all calm and peaceful.
It didn't get it as crazy as the first one, right?
No, not really.
No, it was just the unknown of it. Everyone's saying it's going to be historical. Everyone here is saying it's going to be insane. I'm from Tucson. I don't deal with this shit. So I'm just putting shit on my windows, not knowing what to do, getting food and water, and didn't end up being anything.
As long as Fibonacci's fine, no one gives a shit about anything else. That's all that matters.
Exactly.
That's good. No, I personally, I think obviously something like the storm's going to hit and whatnot. I just think they're overblowing this so that no one turns around and looks at what happened with the older one, right? Helena, that really actually destroyed things and no one responded. And they're like trying to land grab those people again. Seems kind of like the Hawaii type of story, which is very strange that they just keep doing this and they can't do it. But it's pretty gangster. If you ask me, this is why I'm submitting my paperwork to work for the U.S. government as soon as possible. Because, dude, if I don't have to invest in real estate and I can just take it away from people, do you know how loaded I'd be in a few years?
No, that's mine, sir. Eminent domain.
Let's get started with some charts. The first one that they're asking for is Bitcoin. So whoever wants to start there. And I think it's interesting, especially now, because we're literally on the knife's edge, right?
Yeah.
My theory is playing out to an exact T. Where Rivian up to 64 is rejected in an immediate nuke.
You think it's going to nuke further?
I don't know. If we lose 61.5, then I think so.
Interesting. I want to see what you guys think and what you guys are seeing on the charts. I have my own terrible theories. Obviously, going to follow whatever you guys are doing. But look at the DXY though. By the way, strong as fuck, and it seems like it wants to continue to go up and expand that move, which is interesting, especially when you see bonds going like the yield of bonds going up like crazy. And other things, something is lying to us right now. There's a liar in this room, in these charts.
Let me show my chart. I'll do it first. I haven't
Let's
looked at the charts in a few days, so this will be a nice refresher for me as well. Let's start off with what we know. And so I want to start off with tether dominance, because often when I'm asking myself, well, who's lying in markets, we use these type of assets to kind of gauge that. Dixie, USD dominance, bonds, and so forth. Tether dominance is actually looking pretty good to me. We talked about, overall, if we just zoom out here, we've been following tether dominance since right around here. And we basically had a nice breakout, rejected the 6.4%. Cool, came back, rejected it again, forming almost like a lower high here, and then coming back. Tether bulls are going to be looking at this as a double bottom. I don't hold a lot of weight on double bottoms. Their hit rates usually don't work, but that is what tether bulls are going to be looking for. We are getting that expansion and a reclaim again. This 5.6% is pretty important for tether. We know it's important because usually right around this 5.6%, that's where big rejections come and big breakouts occur. And so currently, as it stands right now, tether dominance isn't looking too bad. You could argue this was a hanging man top, but the issue with that is, we aren't getting the follow through today. And so therefore, it's more invalidated. We'll need to see how this daily closure comes, of course, but as it stands, it's looking like bulls have momentum to bring this up. And we have to remind ourselves on tether dominance, this is the inverse correlation to Bitcoin. So as long as tether dominance is looking bullish, Bitcoin will look, bearish. And so when I'm going through this, what I see here, and real simply, and doing the videos, I changed my EMA color, so I have to get used to the new ones again.
I feel you.
Yeah, I was supposed to change them back, but whatever. So what we see here is essentially we have the 9 EMA crossing. So we already had the 9 cross to 21. To me now it's getting supported by the 9 and even holding the 34 here. It's a pretty big spot. When we essentially get back above the 9, the 21, the 34, and actually start basing upon it, to me that gives me a buy trigger. And so that's kind of what we're seeing now. After we put in a nice bullish hammerhead here, we keep back testing support. It keeps holding. And so as long as we're getting this bullish consolidation, I do think more upside is valid. Now, I've been actually viewing my charts on a 2-day. I think it's a lot more clean. And the 2-day actually is telling us an important story. So right now, what we see here is on this 2-day close, we essentially reclaim this 2-day SMA 200. So this is a pretty big level, because if we go and backtrack this throughout tether dominance history, and remember, it's this cyan color. Big moves occur when we reclaim this. We really haven't fallen below this 2-day SMA 200 in a very long time. I mean, since here in October, which we all know what happened in October, and then we kind of fell, we've ranged, and now we've just now reclaimed it again. We can chop, obviously, but reclaiming this 200 SMA is a pretty big level to me, because through and through, I mean, each time it gets reclaimed, it's always led to pretty big moves on Bitcoin to the downside, because it kind of acts like a spring from that reclaim. And so what we have now on this last 2-day close was a reclaim of it. It's reclaimed all moving averages. We're now seeing a cluster here with the 9, the 21, the 34, but also the SMA 200. So this area, 5.6%, massive support to me. And it's kind of clean, because what we have here is a breakout. We have a rejection. We've come down. We cleanly held that 5.6% mean line. And then we quickly got bought up, got back above the SMA 200, now holding all the major moving averages I look at. To me, this is looking more like a spring, and it looks ready to actually test this 5.9%. To me, this will be a massive level. If tether dominance can actually reclaim 5.9%, to me, I'll be looking at that as a massive bullish reclaim. We see here, this 5.9% we haven't really been, there's not much, in the most recent times, we haven't really gotten above it and sustained a rally. It's usually occurred when we quickly squeeze up, and then we immediately sell down, and then quickly squeeze up, immediately sell down, and then here as well. And so reclaiming this area and going back above this 5.9% will be a massive zone for me. If we actually start reclaiming and holding 5.9%, especially on a 2-day closure, I'll have to start looking at possibly running these highs again at 6.4%. You have to remind yourself that the more times we hit resistance, the weaker it gets. So there's 2 points here. The 2 days reclaiming the SMA 200. It's been a massive level on this chart from basically the genesis of Bitcoin and Tether dominance. We know that basically big moves happen once this gets reclaimed. And what happened essentially the entire time we were above it in 2022 was the bear market.
Yeah.
So now what we're getting is we just reclaimed it. We know that, okay, this 6.4, 6.5% has been massively rejected. We know we have overhead resistance at 5.9%. And so how I'm gauging this is if we do reclaim 5.9%, these lines here are more just like kind of a range that I was using. I'm not holding a lot of weight on them, something to be mindful of, but I'm not holding a lot of weight. I do think that if we start actually rising up here, and we can come down again, test it, but if we get a sustained rally above this and actually start holding it, something we haven't really been able to do. We just kind of blast through it. Here we blast through it. That's not sustainable. But if we actually start consolidating and holding it, I do believe the next time we test this 6.4%, we're actually going to get the breakout. And then to me, that would line up essentially with what we see on the higher time frames. Because even though, we're viewing the daily and the 2-day, the higher time frames still look okay to me. And that is something we have to all be mindful of. And so on this weekly closure, to me, this EMA 100 will be a massive level of reclaim. Really, since we've been watching this EMA 100, we've only actually reclaimed it one time. And this is when I was pretty bearish. We saw the rejection, we came down, we deviated it, and then it's just been chop city. Now what we see is the weekly actually closed above the EMA 9. That's the first point, where if we're going to be in a bull market on Tether dominance, we actually need to reclaim the 9. We see in each really rally on Tether dominance, it's pretty simple. We have the 9, the 21, the 34 acting as a really strong support range. Through and through, when this is in a bull market on Tether dominance, which basically correlates to Bitcoin being in a bear market, we see that these moving averages hold pretty well. And so on the weekly especially, it's welcoming to see that we're now basing off 34, the 21, and even this SMA 200 here. I do believe that's what that is. Yeah, that's pretty strong, actually. If we just actually let's just throw off the 100, the 34, and just view the 9, the SMA 200, and the 21. Well, if we go and zoom out here, remember, the cyan color is the SMA 200 on the weekly. It's really actually never really fallen below it. And so falling below it here, reclaiming it, and even basing on it, to me, is giving a lot of strength to bulls right now. What we don't want to see is essentially this weekly losing this EMA 9. This EMA 9 is currently at 5.59%. And so it's quite a ways above it now. And so the next area that we all have to be mindful of is this weekly EMA 100. If Tether dominance actually starts reclaiming this weekly EMA 100, to me, I will be very convinced we're going to test at least the 6.1% zone again. Breaking back above there will then make me more convinced we test these highs at 6.4%. And remember, if this is going to be the 5th tap we're testing these highs, most likely we're going to break it. Now, there's no certainties in trading, but just the way I'm seeing, BBWP reset, it's interesting to see this listed twice on my thing. It's interesting to see, on the weekly BBWP, what measures momentum is actually still resetting. If we go on more higher time frame, let's call it like a 2-week, it's actually basing now. If I can just get it accurately, yeah, we're seeing it base now. It still can go lower, but this is kind of what we'd want to see before an expansion up. Like I said, the 2-week has it pretty nicely, just like the weekly, showing us that we are at resistance. We are at macro resistance now. We see here on the 2-week that we are pressing the EMA 34, whereas the 1 week is pressing that EMA 100. And so right now, it's not the best of times to be, scaling longs on Tether dominance right now, considering that we're on weekly, 2-week, and now even monthly resistance. Where did this month close, right? We got this major rejection, but what continued to hold? This EMA 9. It's a very good sign. And to me, as long as that monthly EMA 9 holds, bears still have control. We see here, you know, when this is in bull mode, what tends to hold on the monthly? That blue line, which is EMA 9. And so it's interesting to see, you know, many people super bullish or bearish because there's still so much indecision in this chart alone, which tells me that there's so much fuckery with Bitcoin. Because, you know, very much so like what I'm talking about on the weekly and the 2-week, we do see here this red line, which is, yeah, that 21. We are currently pressing above it. Now, yes, there's 22 days, but why I'm bringing that up is to just be mindful that we are at resistance on most time frames. And so regardless on what we think will happen, it's very key to actually see this daily, in my opinion, shoot up. Today, I'd want to see this daily actually break out from here. You know, we'll know if we're getting pretty bearish on Tether dominance if we start losing what? It'll be this EMA 100 on the daily. It's very simple. Very simply put, big moves happen when we lose this. Big moves happen when we reclaim it. As long as we're above it, bulls still have control. It is still something to be mindful of, that we are at resistance. And so if you are bullish on this today on crypto, if you're bearish on Bitcoin, you'd actually want to start seeing Tether dominance start moving up, in my opinion. You'd want it to start breaking 5.72% to actually give it a sustained rally back to these highs. The question will be for bulls is, do we break this 5.9% or do we actually just kind of form some shallow lower high and roll over? It's very important today and this week for Bitcoin. And so that's why I wanted to start off with Tether dominance, because we can look at Bitcoin, but I think, you know, who is lying will be told more on the, you know, at least the inverse assets like DXY and Tether dominance. At least it'll give us more data on kind of a gauge on who's lying, what's bullish and what's bearish. And as it stands, Tether dominance is that macro resistance, but currently it's very bullish, and the daily is actually giving me a buy signal. It's giving me a buy signal because we're still healthily closing above these moving averages, basing on support. To me, the next target is 5.9%. At that point, that'll be a really big area for Tether dominance. If it goes up to 5.9%, that has implications for Bitcoin coming down more. And just like how I mentioned here on the weekly, you know, we are approaching resistance. Same with DXY, you know, and so DXY, I think it's important because this is something I was mentioning in the beginning of this week is, you know, we haven't really gotten the correlation with DXY on risk on it going down, risk on not going up. It can chop or whatever, but in correlation to Bitcoin really hasn't been correlated. But now we're seeing kind of a flip here. We're seeing bullish DXY is selling down assets. It's interesting to see. Now, yes, we haven't mega nuked, and it's not extremely bearish, but it is something I'm mentally noting because throughout this whole entire year, we've had no correlation with DXY relative to Bitcoin. This has gone down steadily, and Bitcoin instead has kind of chopped, you know? And so it's interesting now to see the flip. I always mentally note that because most people, and this is something I keep talking about, will discount the correlation, but in my experience, it always comes back. It does always come back. And so
I'm sorry, just to interrupt you. I keep saying that something is lying because the dollar going up and also the stock market's going up right now. Like if you look at the biggest indices, they're going up right now, and also bond yields are coming down. So something is lying here on whatever side you want to pick of that balance. So that also validates your point related to Bitcoin.
Yeah, and you're right. And something is lying, and that's why as us as traders, all we can use is what we have. And so today, for me, all eyes on this daily EMA 100. Why? Well, the daily EMA 100, if we just kind of take everything else off and view it only, it's actually a major spot for DXY. We see, you know, it's been a major rejection point. This was the last major lower high before we nuked here. We also see in the past 3 days, we've basically just been steadily rejecting it. You know, and for me, it's going to be a big closure today. We can see here, any time really, DXY has reclaimed this daily EMA 100. We see it here, we see it here, even here. It at least gives us some reactions. And so reclaiming that will be very key for bulls because we see here in the reaction of when we actually went bear in 2022, you know, DXY was steadily grinding up against this EMA 100. And I remember trading this and it was very easy because if you just understood how strong this daily EMA 100 is in a trending market, it actually made it extremely easy to have a bias. And so bulls want to reclaim this. If bulls actually reclaim this, then to me, it'll give them more momentum. Now, this has implications for Bitcoin, because if bulls actually start reclaiming this, it could tie into actually what I'm mentioning on Tether dominance, which is essentially a nice move up today. And so it'll be very key to see what the closure is. Does it keep rejecting it? Do we actually break above it? That's kind of what I'm watching for today. I'm curious to see how the 2 days looking as well. And it's kind of giving more, it's more, if we reclaim the daily, I'm then viewing this 2 day here at 103.32. To me, this will be a major spot. Not only because of the 2 day EMA 100 then, right? If the daily reclaims it, we go to the 2 day, and then we'd want the 2 day to reclaim it. The daily reclaiming it gives fuel for potentially the 2 day. But also we know that we have to remind ourselves this range here that kind of Dixie's been playing in. It's been playing in for a long time. So popping back into this range to me would be pretty bullish and give bulls the momentum to at least test this 103.48, if not all the way at the top here at 103.94. That has implications for risk on. Yes, stocks are looking okay, and they are. But overall, we've kind of seen that. And that's why it's tricky, because we've seen that all year. We've seen stocks look good. We've seen Tether dominance look okay. Dixie's not looking anything like it's not looking good. Now it is, but Bitcoin's still looking weak. And so that's why I'm more cautious. I'm very patient, and I want to wait and see how this daily closes. That's kind of all I can mention for Dixie. It's at a very key spot. We see it on all time frames. It's at basically big resistance. Right, and the monthly actually going and reclaiming this 9 here will be a major point for me, that things could be shifting here. We basically, yes, we've chopped when we were below the monthly 9. Okay, we reclaimed it. Okay, but the difference between this reclaim and potentially this reclaim is what? Well, the difference here is reclaiming the monthly EMA 100 and the 9 was a good sign. The issue was we still had the 34 and the 21 as major resistance. If we actually go and reclaim this 9, what that'll be is it'll put us well above the EMA 100 while also reclaiming the 21, the 34, and the 9, giving bulls a lot of momentum. That's why this monthly is going to be very key, but we are at resistance. So that is just something to be mindful of. It's easier to gauge it on a daily, in my opinion. And so everyone should be kind of gauging this 102.74%. If Dixie can actually close above there, which we are at extremes on BBWP, so that is something to be mindful of while approaching resistance. Ideally, if you were bullish on this, you'd want to see this actually reclaim, and then maybe it kind of chops into this zone and then resets BBWP for an actual move back up to this 103.4. That's kind of the bullish thesis, hopium I can give on Dixie. It is that resistance though, and I'm sure Euro's at support, just like we see here. And it's also a very important closing for Euro. Remember, I like viewing Dixie and Euro side and side because this is the more weighted back, like asset class against Dixie. We know that when Euro goes up, Dixie goes down. And so what we see here, very much like how Dixie's at a major area, Euro's at a major support zone. And it's actually falling below this EMA 100. We want to see the reaction here, because if we lose this call it 1.093, we actually have a major drop. And this major drop will take us all the way down to here at 1.07, 1.08. And to me, that has implications for Dixie and Bitcoin as a whole. So that is something to watch. Today's daily closure will be very key. We see here that this daily EMA 100 basically been holding. Will today be the first day we lose it? Possibly. And that's why it's very key to gauge that on the daily along with Dixie. Because while we're at resistance, Euro's at support, and Tether dominance is looking pretty good, giving us a daily buy signal. And so now that we've done that, let's gauge how crypto is looking. Because honestly, crypto is not looking too good. It's not looking too hot. And I'll show you why. So if we go and just view this SMA 200 first, this is a big point. This is something that we want to start seeing get reclaimed. Big bull markets happen once this gets reclaimed. We really have to understand too that anytime we're below this is basically bear market territory. Because when you're below this, it's essentially you're under the long moving average, especially.
Is that your 200?
Yeah, so it's a 200 SMA. And it has implications for potentially the 100 getting lost, the EMA 100. If we start falling below these two, and currently we're in an EMA range, this is what I call it, is when we're basically rejecting the SMA 200, but bouncing off the EMA 100. If we start losing this EMA 100, I'll be back to full on bear. I do think that so far what I'm seeing across the board is a lot of choppiness, yes, but what I'm not liking too much on Bitcoin right now is two things. It's the fact that we essentially went up and hit our massive diagonal resistance again, which granted, low hit rate on this, very subjective on how you draw them, but I haven't moved this line. And we all, if you've been watching this channel, you know that this has basically been working. We basically got another rejection off of it. We then deviated and fell below this SMA 200. Not a good sign. We then had this massive shooting star 2 days ago, basically rejecting, and exactly what you'd want to see at this SMA 200 is a major rejection. What you'll get with these huge wick bodies is what? It takes the liquidity from here. All the shorts are happy. We squeeze up. It takes liquidity up. Long start stacking. Shorts get out that were short from here, and then we mega dump. And then the issue with this shooting star is it totally broke down, and we actually fell below the 9. And then next closing, we actually then fell below the 21. And so now what I'm seeing is there's a lot of momentum for bears to push this down. What you'd want to see is this be a throwback. What do I mean by that? You want to actually see this be a back test, something this Bitcoin hasn't really been able to do. Anytime it gets back above its daily EMA 100, any throwback like massively squeezes up. Let's go and test it. Any throwback to it, massively squeezes up, tries to test it, gets deviated. Even last year. And so that is something I'm watching for. I think that just like on Dixie, today is going to be very important for Bitcoin, because if we actually start losing that daily EMA 100, for me, then it's more bear market territory. And if we're rejecting the SMA 200 and losing the EMA 100, really there's nothing but air here. And then that's why we have to be very cautious at the fact that, the weekly trend was a big point for me. Breaking the weekly trend was nice, but the issue is if we start losing this weekly 9, again, that point is going to start diminishing where bulls had control and they're surely losing it now. This chart shows to you all the lower highs. This shows here this last lower high. This breaking above this red line gave us a new structure, a shift in structure. And so now we all need to be on is higher low watch. Ideally, what we don't want is this low to break, in my opinion. If this low starts breaking, then this will be another shift. We'll break the last higher low. And then to me, this will be a massive bull trap. Until then, it's more, we want to wait and watch. What we do, this is concerning, and you are right, Alondra, this isn't like the best looking weekly. Why? Well, we have a massive wick body. We see here that we're now pressing the 9 and the 21, barely holding right now. It is holding, but barely. We do know that this kind of rejection candle we're getting here can lead to very, very big moves, very much like this. Long wick body rejects resistance, exasperates the move down. That's kind of what we're getting here. The only difference is we just haven't broken down yet. And so when I'm seeing BBWP, and keep in mind, I've been watching BBWP on the weekly, but more importantly, the 2-week, because I do think that we are getting a major setup here very, very, very soon. And we see here that basically volatility is at zero extremes, which tells me that a move is coming here. And as it stands, as long as we are basically holding the 9, then okay, the move is going to be to the upside. But as soon as we essentially start losing this 34 in the 2-week, which also lines up with what? The last higher low for me, we probably get that aggressive move down. And so that is something to be mindful of, because this whole thing here is chopped. There's really hasn't been a lot of commitment with Bitcoin. It's been kind of like this. There will be volatility soon. Theoretically, there will be. We know it because of this. And so it is something to be mindful of, because it is interesting. If we go and gauge kind of the 2-week BBWP, when was the last time it was at extremes? Well, here. And so this from expansion basically gave us 170% move. Let's view it again. Last time it was at extremes. This chart, unfortunately, goes back to 2010. So it's a year missing of data, 2 years worth of data, but that's fine. And it's interesting because what do we see here? Well, we see that it really hasn't been many times the 2 weeks been in extremes. Now we're hitting it again. This can still stay at extremes, of course, but it is something to be mindful of because this is technically now a 2-week setup, giving us a measured move of roughly 20 to 30%. And as it stands now, it's not looking the best. The weekly trend is shifted, right? But we ideally don't want this to quickly sell down and become a trap. And so for me now, it'll be a lot easier to gauge this if we start losing this daily EMA 100 after rejecting the SMA 200, while potentially forming a lower high here, unconfirmed unless we break this low on the daily, of course. Remember, we're talking about the weekly now. I'm on the daily. Then to me, it'll be confirmed that we're probably going to get the breakdown. And then we'll have to gauge this 2-week. Because remember, once this 2-week starts expanding above 15%, this move is happening. And it's telling us that the momentum, whatever way it fires off, if it's up or down, the move is happening. And so to me, that'll be a very key sign of making my conviction either strong with the bulls or strong with the bears. Right now, it's a time to wait, time to be cautious. There's not really much happening overall. And like the monthly still looks okay. There's still a lot of time though with it. But, if bulls start losing this EMA 100, what happened? What happened the last time we lost it, essentially? Well, last time we lost it was here. And this move from losing it, and that's why it can make an easy trade, gave you a 15% move down. And so that's why I'm not too worried about missing a setup, because in my opinion, when we're at these kind of extremes, it makes it pretty easy to identify either if we break the last major macro lower high, like on the weekly here, cool. Then I know that this trend shift was a bull trap. And then if BBWP starts expanding on the 2-week, it then gives me more momentum of that being a bull trap, and we're probably going to get a big move down. Now, before I go and give the floor to Farhan, we also, see Bitcoin dominance still looking good. This has implications for your alts. Your alts, aren't doing too well. Bitcoin dominance is still looking pretty freaking good while now resetting. The issue here is Bitcoin can go down, your alt can nuke, and dominance can still go up because people don't really want to hold alts when Bitcoin's going down. They'd rather funnel their money into there, or even get rid of their illiquid shit coins, go to Bitcoin to actually sell for dollars or Tether. And so that's looking quite good. Very easy to understand when this isn't looking good, which is when caution will come when we actually lose this weekly 9. Until then, it's been a very, very, very strong area of support for now 2 months, over 2 months. Also, futures, CME. We basically hit the top of this channel. I don't move my lines or anything. So we've basically been watching this. We understood this was a fake breakdown. We got it quickly reclaimed. It's more evident on a 2-day. To me, that was my sign that we're probably right. When we get these SFPs or deviations that then quickly get bought up, reclaimed, backtest, we usually get those expansions. Now what we're seeing here is we are rejecting massive resistance. We've basically been in this channel here since the beginning of the year, just ranging. We've now hit the top. The idea is we get some kind of bounce here. The issue with this on the 2 days, this looks like a nice shooting star, if not an evening star, because we have the expansion up. This looks actually more like an evening star to me. And this, basically what we'd want is for this expansion down. It'll be confirmed to me when CME actually closes a daily under 60,950, call maybe 61K. If that happens, then we have a nice move all the way down to 57,400, which from that point is still a nice 5% move. And that's why I'm more in the camp of waiting. I'm more cautious. I don't have a bias. I'm just waiting for things to give me more data to actually let me know, we're bull or bear. Because as it stands, it's kind of 50-50 right now. Tether dominance is looking pretty good on the daily. Very well could change though. The 2-day is telling us more clear story, in my opinion. Big moves come from this SMA 200 on the 2-day. It got reclaimed. DXY is now at daily resistance. If we go here, so that is something to be mindful of. If we start rejecting, this could give Bitcoin the much needed bounce from this daily EMA 100. And keep in mind, since we reclaimed this EMA 100, we haven't really backtested it yet. And, you know, I'm feeling insane because we keep talking about this every week, but that's also what chop will do to you. You'll reclaim it, you'll lose it, you'll reclaim it, you'll lose it, and it's just chop and we're getting no follow through. But, you know, per my system, that is something to be mindful of. We should get some kind of bounce here. Reaction, if that. And that's kind of what markets are telling me with tether dominance at least hitting resistance more in the macro timeframes, like a weekly. Definitely could come down more. In terms of Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin could come down a little bit more, in my opinion, which would test that daily EMA 100 while potentially letting the weekly actually hit this EMA 100 on the weekly, giving Dixie, you know, more of that maybe test of it, rejecting. And so basically, in summary, markets are at a very precarious spot. It's something to really watch. If you guys are actively trading this, I'd be all eyes on the daily and the 2-day. I'd watch the Dixie on the daily. If this EMA 100 starts getting reclaimed, this will be a massive sign for me that, okay, maybe we are getting more risk off environment. If the daily actually starts breaking back above 5.93%, basically reclaiming this meme line, okay, it'll be another point of, wow, bulls actually, you know, tether bulls are actually gaining pretty strong control. And then lastly, you know, it's simple. If this SMA 200 on Bitcoin actually gets reclaimed, I'll be looking at that as a buy opportunity. As long as we're below that, there's really no buy opportunity. You could be aggressive and play this EMA 100 here, which is fine. It makes sense. We break out, we reject. We're now going to come down, get all the horny shorts out, get all the horny longs trapped, make them feel trapped, get a bounce actually from this EMA 100, bounce. That could definitely happen. I don't front run things. So until that actually does happen, we're kind of in no man's land. We see we're heavily rejecting the 9. We're basing off the 21, but we're also really haven't tested this 100. And so the nice part for me is if we actually start bouncing from this and the daily actually reclaims the 9 again, to me, I'll be all eyes on this as a major bounce zone back to this. This will either give us another short opportunity, or if we start reclaiming this SMA 200, it's a buy. And then the buy is really simple. The trigger takes us all the way to 65,600. At that point, I don't see why we would stop here, and just in my opinion. And then I'm all eyes back on that 2021 market cycle high. Until then, though, we're more bearish. This was a massive shooting star. We're now getting the follow through. Bulls better hold this green line, which is the EMA 100. If they don't hold this, it's going to be big nukes, in my opinion. And then this whole thing will just look like a big bull trap, in my opinion. From the beginning of this whole thing, will just be a big bull trap. And then we run the risk of that being a bull trap, right? Because a trap traps liquidity of actually this 2-day firing off. It's not on this chart. Which chart is on the 2-week? It's this one. Remember, each exchange has different data. And so this 2-week is at extremes now. So all I have really, I'm more bearish now, especially that SMA 200 rejecting, especially if Dixie is giving me a daily buy trigger, and especially if Tether dominance. Tether dominance is giving me a daily buy trigger. Dixie is now approaching and hitting daily resistance, but if it reclaims it today, it'll be very key. If that EMA 100 gets reclaimed, yeah, we have to be more cautious to the downside. I'm more bearish and bullish now, though, as long as we're under the SMA 200. That to me is the ideal short scenario is getting
when you look at such a long consolidation like the one we've seen on Bitcoin between, you know, $70,000, $60,000 for 6 months or whatever's been going on, because I think it's been longer than that, but let's call it 6 months, because it's just been ranging and it's been going just sideways. Do you think a move to the downside, like let's say price goes back to 20K, will hurt more people than a move towards the upside?
That's a good question. And I honestly don't know. I'm unsure. I do think that sentiment right now is 50-50. It's a lot harder for me to gauge it at this week in this current time, because I'm feeling like, you know, a lot are calling for a dump and then a lot are calling for a pump.
Yeah.
I have no idea. And in that case, usually we just chop and range. For me, in my opinion, max pain would be up. I think that max pain, because I have to think of it like, what would surprise me? Would a $30,000 to $40,000 Bitcoin surprise me, or would an 80 to 90K Bitcoin surprise me? Probably the 80 to 90K would surprise me. It's just in my own opinion. I'd be like, damn, like we totally missed this consolidation. 2 weeks fired off to the upside. Now we're at 80K. People are FOMOing and chasing. But I honestly do not know. I truly don't know what like would be max pain.
And while I am slightly leaning towards a little bit more towards the bearish side, it is giving me like hallmarks of October of 2023.
Same.
There's so many things that are lining up with October 2023. I feel like if it just pumps $20,000 in a week or two, I might feel retarded.
Yeah. I kind of feel like we're on the verge of kind of like that. Like 61 will be that area where everyone's like, all right, we're going down, and then just takes off.
60K right now in October of 2024 feels like 30K back in 2020. 2023.
Yeah. Also, yeah. Do you want to, or 2021 was it when you got 2021? Do you want to throw your chart, sir?
Yeah, it's hard to gauge. We know that we are getting the same. We are literally on the 2-week getting the same exact setup that we had in October.
Yeah.
Now with momentum and volatility. So maybe, I'm unsure. Things are more bearish though, statistically for me. Can quickly change though, but I'm more in the camp of I don't really know. So I'm playing more level to level. And then if we do get that very big exasperated move down, then hopefully I'm positioned. If not, all good. See, many people try to catch bottoms and tops. What I've learned is if you try to touch your bottom and try to get a bottom, you just get shit on your fingers. Catching a top makes you miss a whole move. It's better just to be right on majority of the move, but not, you don't need to catch, you don't need to be, everyone
don't touch the bottom. That's how you get a sexual assault charge.
Or
unless you have some baby oil.
Right.
In that case, you're okay, but you got to bring some dildos too. At least 764 of them.
Excellent.
If you have 763 dildos, you're fucked. You're going to jail.
You're going to jail, Ron. Jail. Go on. I'm sorry.
Very good. On the quarterly, on the RSI, we are getting that bounce off of the neutral zone, and we still have not made a local top yet. And so far, we're entering back into the bullish control zone. Bullish control zone number is currently sitting at 62,175. Switch to the index actually, so I'll get a little bit more accurate numbers in Coinbase. Yeah, but it's very similar on the index, 62,170 to get back into the bullish control zone. And right now the neutral zone is sitting at, where is it? $35,000. So we got not even close to it, to be honest. We got down to $49,000, which was not even close to hitting the neutral zone. We just bounced, kind of front ran it and bounced above it. And then we bounced off of this 9 EMA. Go to the monthly. Monthly is still strongly within the bullish control zone, and we're getting a move back towards the upside. We're about to tap this moving average. This moving average theoretically should be resistance, but if it blasts right through it, then that's telling us that we're getting one of those moves like October 2023. And right now, this moving average sits at such a high number that it's not even really relevant, because if we get to that number, we're very likely going to blast through it. And that number is currently at $74,824. So if we get anywhere near that number, we're very likely going to smash through that. We're going to go to the 80s, very likely. But the weekly right now has some confirmed bullish divergence. Was invalidated right around the middle zone, but we are consolidating around the neutral zone and finding some support there and moving back up towards the bullish control zone. Right now, the bullish control zone sits at $70,000. In our VMP, it's switching back up. It's giving you the positive curvature with this light blue cyan bicolor, and then this volatility expansion as well to support it. See, the VMP is the one that Crown brought up last time when he was on the stream, where he was showing one of his different setups. 5-day, not much. 3-day does have some confirmed hidden bearish divergence. We have hit the easy target though, because we've hit the neutral zone of the RSI, and we're finding support there, and we're flipping back up. If we do break below this area though, we would have to break below this low at 62,000 roughly. If we lose $62,000, then this neutral zone is going to be broken back into, and then we're going to hit the bearish control zone. And right now, the bearish control zone sits at roughly $51,400. So in my opinion, right now, if we lose $62,000, I was thinking 61.5 at first, but if we lose 62, we're very likely going to come back down into the bearish control zone. We're going to go significantly below 60K, probably somewhere into the low 50s. And to be honest, I don't think it's going to stop here. I think we're going to go back down to the high 40s in that situation. That's only if we lose $62,000 on a 3-day close.
Okay.
2-day, not much. And the daily is the one that kind of worries me. Daily has a possible drive of bearish divergence right here, regular bearish divergence between this point and this point, where we ended up making higher highs, but we made a lower high on the RSI. If this does confirm, the only way to confirm this is we would have to close below, once again, $62,000. So to be exact, 62,071. If we close below that, it's going to confirm that bearish divergence. And then our first target is going to be this bearish control zone. And right now, the bearish control zone is at $60,000. And because we're so close to the bearish control zone already, it very likely breaks below the bearish control zone and goes to the bearish critical zone. This number is going to move up after the next daily open. But right now, that number sits at $48,363, which lines right up with that high 40s numbers that we were looking at before.
Mm-hmm. I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On your momentum indicators and basically on this, how did it look when Bitcoin did the second all-time high to 69K? Because we had a massive bearish divergence on, remember in 2021?
Yeah. On which time frame you want me to check?
I want to say relevant. Yeah.
It's right here on the monthly when we ended up making our all-time highs around $69,000. Volatility was going down the entire time, while RSI was also making a lower highs. You see, we made this initial high back around 61, 65K, and then we moved back up on the RSI. We ended up making a significantly lower high on the RSI, while price actually made a higher high, and volatility was dropping. So that tells you that the up move we're getting at this point, because volatility was dropping, was a corrective move. And then the final nail in the coffin was when this bearish divergence was confirmed. That was the first bearish divergence we've had on the monthly since ever, literally ever. And then we ended up getting a drop from $69,000 all the way down to $15,500.
So once you saw the bearish divergence play out on the chart, and it appears that you basically had time to go, fuck this, leave, and then price went down even further.
Yeah, because the bearish divergence was confirmed at $57,000. So you had from 57 all the way down to 15.5 with the confirmed bearish divergence
on the monthly. Okay.
Yeah. Right now, what we have that's kind of similar to back then is that we're not really moving up. We're kind of consolidating, but volatility is dropping. We have a high right here on the RSI when we went up to 73,700. Right now, we're not anywhere near that on the RSI. So if we do make another higher high on price action, that's going to be some bearish divergence right there, as long as RSI is somewhere within this zone. As long as we're not above 89, we're going to be making bearish divergence on the RSI. The only way to confirm that bearish divergence, though, is to make a local top. Without a local top, the bearish divergence means nothing. So we have to see, like right here, we ended up making a local top because we closed below this candle's open. This candle's open was 43,822. And we ended up closing this at 50. Oh, no, my bad. This candle's closed. I'm retarded. The close was 61,357. And then we closed this one below at 57,014. So that confirmed this is a local top. It confirmed the bearish divergence. And then we ended up just straight going basically down only from there. Sure, we got a little bit of a bounce right here. We got a bounce from 40% is actually quite decent. A very tradable bounce. We bounced from around $34,000 all the way up to 48. This was right after the the Ukraine invasion of Russia. I mean, Russia invasion of Ukraine. Whenever we that'd be hilarious if Ukraine invaded Russia.
One could argue that was the case, but go on.
So we initially got that nuke on the first reaction whenever it was announced that Russia had invaded Ukraine. And then we had a strong amount of buying pressure, and then we got, for the next 2 months, we got an extended bounce where we went up from $34,000 almost to $50,000, and people were saying the bear market was over and we're about to go to new all-time highs and shit. Ended up rejecting right around 48, 49, and then from there we went down only to $15,000. And in between, then we also had a couple of black swans with Luna and FTX to go along with it. We corrected all the way down to this 100 EMA bounce. Literally, this would have been the most picture perfect trade ever. Just long the 100 EMA on the monthly. It's literally that simple. You would have longed the 100 EMA on the monthly, you would have pulled a 342% gain with no leverage.
No leverage. Yeah, exactly. Holy balls.
It was that simple, just along the 100 EMA. But I guess, what's the word? The word where you're thinking back into the past.
Oh, hindsight.
Yeah, hindsight trading is 2020, right?
Yeah, no shit. It's all, yeah, you look at the chart, you're like, man, all I had to do was this. Now I'm going to wait for this one. You look at the chart, the price is so far away from the EMA 100 on the monthly. You're like, so what do I do?
Now I'm going to long it when it hits $26,000.
Basically, yeah, that's going to be my plan, by the way. When the right time comes, that's when I go in all balls deep.
Let's check the HPDR. The greatest indicator of all time.
Of all motherfucking time.
Shout out Mr. Caretaker. Guy is a genius.
What a great, by the way, what a great handle, Caretaker.
Yeah, the Caretaker. So cool.
He sounds like a superhero from a Marvel movie.
Yeah, Crown was telling me about his story when I met him in Dubai. Like, this dude, the Caretaker, grew up in like a multi-children household, like one of those houses that has like a bunny amount of kids, like 10 plus kids,
like foster houses.
Yeah, and they didn't have shit. He was like, buddy grew up so poor. He taught himself how to trade, and then he taught himself how to code, and now he's living it up.
Good for him. Good for him. He's been taken care of.
Yeah, he makes literally all of my favorite indicators. Every single one of my indicators that I use that are my favorites, he makes them.
Well, he also uses his shit, so I agree. Good for him and good for us.
He gets paid for everybody who buys the HPDR. The HPDR ain't cheap. It's $800. He gets most of that.
Yeah.
So on the quarterly right now on the HPDR, the number we have to lose is if we're going to hit this bottom 38.2%, which is right now at 52,750, is we have to lose the 5 EMA. Right now the 5 EMA is at 57.5. So it seems kind of unlikely that we're going to go down there. The only way I would see us going down there is if we break 62K on a daily close. Then we would get our bearish divergence, and that would be enough for us to break this 5 EMA. And then that would take us down to this bottom 38.2% at 52,750. But at that point, I don't think we would stop, and I think we go down to the 50%. And right now, the 50% is just below 47,000. It's at right around 46,900-ish. And that's a place where I would be looking for our next local bottom. Not exactly a reversal, because I think that we would probably get a little bit of a bounce and retest this 5 EMA and reject it before we end up hitting this 21, which is right now at $39,000. But this scenario I would only see if we confirm this bearish divergence, we come back down at 52, and then we close a weekly below 52. We close the weekly below 52. In my opinion, that at that point we're going below $40,000. Our HPDR momentum currently is starting to flip down on the quarterly, but volatility is flipping up. That is not the most bullish signal. That is a little bit bearish, but we still have a hell of a lot of time to go before the quarterly chain closes. So we can push this, reverse this to the upside within the next 2.5 months if it does happen. On the monthly right now, the monthly is giving us a nice bounce off of this 9 EMA after reclaiming it, after we got this close above. And so far, our monthly momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone, while volatility is breaking up. And the jewel is sitting right at the pink, which is theoretically should be support. So this is the area where bulls need to step in absolutely to flip this jewel back up, hold this 9 EMA, and then we can make our move back to the upside. Because if they don't and we lose this 9 EMA, right now the 9 EMA is sitting at $59,000. We're going to end up getting a significant breakdown, very likely all the way down to this 78.6%, which right now is at that same $38,500 number we were looking at before. Let's go to the weekly. Right now, the weekly is getting a rejection of the median. Whenever we do reject the median, we have a very high probability of hitting this bottom 38.2%. Right now, this bottom 38.2% sits at $60,250. So if we do lose this area, that's what would give me the confirmation that we're about to break down, and we're about to break down very significantly. And our first target after closing below $60,250 on the weekly would be this 55 EMA and the 61.8%, which is right now right about $54,500 to $54,000 exactly. And our weekly HPDR momentum is switching down from the neutral zone from at 0, and it's going back below the moving average, while volatility is flipping up. So that's also not a very bullish signal. 5 days is a rejection of the top 38.2% zone, while momentum is still pointed towards the upside and volatility is pointed up. The jewel is crossing above the pink as well. The yellow doesn't matter as much as the pink. Whenever we get above the pink, that tells you that we're likely going to get a trending move towards the upside, and we're approaching the bullish control zone. The bullish control zone lines right up of this yellow. So if we can cross both of them, it's going to put us into a significantly more bullish posturing towards the upside. But as of right now, statistically, what's likely, as long as we're projecting this median in the next 2 days and 10 hours at 64,900, we're very likely going to hit this 55 EMA / median right here, which is at 57.5 down to $57,000. As long as we're projecting this 54.9, we have a 61.8% chance of coming back down towards this area at around $57,000. 3-day right now is also kind of increases my belief of that, as if we see this gigantic shooting star candle right here, this literally has basically no body. It rejected the entire thing and then it closed below the median. So this was also another rejection of the median. And as of right now, we closed below the 5 EMA. And as of right now, we're still rejecting the 5 EMA. So just statistically, based off this setup, we would target the bottom 38.2%. And right now that number is at also $60,000. So the $60,000 number is going to be a very, very significant level that we're going to absolutely have to hold, or we're likely going to break down to significantly new lower lows from our July and August lows. Right now on the 2-day, our momentum is breaking down into the bearish control zone. Volatility is breaking up, and we've lost our blue 38.2% zone. As of right now, we lost it. We tried to test up to the 9. We rejected the 9. Based off this setup, we would have to test somewhere between the 100 and the 61.8. And right now that's at the same $60,000 level at the 100 EMA. Right below 61.8 is at 59.3. So this $60,000 level keeps coming back up every single time frame. It's a very, very significant level. Go to the daily. Daily right now is a rejection of the median. And now we close below the 9 EMA and the 5 EMA, and now we're rejecting all of them. Statistically, we have 2 targets from here. First one is the median, which right now is at 61.5. Second one is the 38.2%, which is that 59, basically 59.3. So that 61.5 number is going to be very significant to get us to that $60,000 area, 59.5. And if we lose $60,000, then we have a confirmation of our breakdown on the higher time frames, and then we should start targeting somewhere in the 40s, possibly below the 40. Let's check Tether dominance. And right now, Tether dominance on the quarterly. At first, we had rejected this 5 EMA and this 9 EMA. We made a big wick. But right now, our momentum is flipping up from very extreme levels while volatility is flipping down. And we're getting a move that's filling in this wick. Usually, whenever volatility is flipping down while momentum is flipping up, you would have a setup of hitting the median towards the upside. And you have to keep in mind that every single open, this median is going to go down. So this is just an idea right now. But right now, the median sits at 18.42%. We have never seen Tether dominance that high in the history of Tether.
I don't think Snoop gets that high.
No, not even Snoop gets that high. Not even Chief Keef gets that high.
That's right.
And Chief Keef smokes an ounce a day.
Oh, what
did you see that interview with Chief Keef and Snoop Dogg, where Snoop was like, "How much you smoke a day?" And he goes, "I smoke an ounce a day." And as Snoop Dogg is like, I need to know in terms of blunts, how many blunts you smoke a day?
No, I didn't see it. How many blunts is that?
He points to the one that Snoop Dogg is holding. He's like 5 or 6 of them in 1 ounce. And Snoop Dogg goes, "Shit, you could get like 10 of them for an ounce."
That's what I thought. Incredible.
Somebody amazed Snoop Dogg with their amount of smoking.
Isn't that imagine that? Like for Snoop Dogg to look at you and go like, "Man, what a degenerate. You
like,
must
buddy,
really
like buddy, you need to take a break.
You must really be killing it."
But we have a similar setup as we had right here, where we had a setup of hitting the median, and the median was sitting at 20%. But when we actually hit the median moved all the way down to 8%. The similar thing could happen here, where we get the setup of hitting the median. It takes a couple of quarterly closes to actually hit it, and by that point, the median could come back down all the way down to like where we are right now, possibly 7%, 6%, maybe 8%. But as of right now, if we were to get a massive green dildo upwards, our target would be in the 18s. And at that point, Bitcoin is probably going below $30,000.
Bye.
Yeah, maybe below $20,000.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
On the monthly right now, we are getting literally exactly the opposite of what Bitcoin is doing, where first we were rejecting the median and then we opened above the median. We based off of it as support. And now we're getting expansion towards the upside. We're finding some resistance here at this meme line at 5.84%. But if we get over this meme line, our next target is going to be the top 38.2%, which right now is sitting at 7.2%. And because this is going to be a retest of this breakdown area, and if we check out our HPR momentum, that is pointed sharply towards the upside. Our volatility is a little bit flat right now, and the jewel is turning back up from the bearish control zone. So our target, because of this breakdown, would not be this 38.2%. It would be somewhere around here, which is currently at around 8.4 to 8.5%. And that would not be a pretty move on Bitcoin. That would very likely give us that move where we close below $60,000 and confirm that higher time frame bearish divergence, and then we end up breaking down. As of right now, that seems the more likely thing to happen based off the HPDR momentum, based off the jewel, and based off the RSI. That's probably what's going to happen. If we're looking at the weekly right now is literally right up against resistance right now, right at the median. The median is 5.76%, and it's just hanging out right around it. This cat is bothering. Go away, Fibonacci. Go away, Fibonacci.
We're soon going to hear.
This 5.76% resistance on the weekly is literally what's the only thing that's stopping Tether dominance right now from exploding to the upside. If we can get over that 5.76%, very likely we're going to get an explosive move first towards 6.4%. And then after that, maybe a little consolidation here, maybe not. But ultimately, I'd be looking for around 6.9% to get here if we do get above this on Tether dominance. And that would correspond with Bitcoin losing 62K on the daily close and then losing 60K on the weekly close. Right now on the 5-day, we have a confirmed silver cross right here, and we're basing right off the silver cross, using that as support. Our resistance is the 100 EMA, right around that same 5.75 to 5.77% number. We get above that, our statistical target becomes the median, which right now is at 6.5%, is in the top 38.2%, which is right now at 7.33%. So we're at one of those knife's edges where anything could happen from here. We could reject from here and we could just nuke, and then Bitcoin goes to the moon, or we just blast through this area. There is no resistance on Tether, and Bitcoin breaks the fuck down, and everybody is going to start creaming their pants, or that Bitcoin is going to zero, and they're going to start rolling in the shorts. That at that point, the shorts will probably be easy because we have a statistical setup on Tether dominance to hit significantly higher numbers. So just like how in January and February, you could have just blindly long Bitcoin anywhere and made money. You could have just closed your eyes and clicked the long button on the chart and made money. It's going to be like that on the short side.
Yeah.
You just blindly close your eyes and hit the short button and you can make money.
Can't wait.
One of my favorite lines ever in one of Crown's podcasts, when somebody's asking him, how do you short? And Crown goes, you hit the red button, motherfucker.
It's that simple.
He's like, you hit the red button, motherfucker. That's how you short. I love how he's funny like that. But on the 3-day momentum, we are breaking into the positive territory. We're approaching the bullish control zone, while the jewel is flipping back around from the bearish control zone, and we're getting this light blue cyan posturing. Right now, the pink is crossing below the yellow, which is not the most bullish signal, but we do have enough juice to test somewhere around this area before a possible rejection. So even from here, we do have a setup that Tether dominance could continue to move up, and we're basing and bouncing right off of this median. As long as this is happening, we have a statistical probability of hitting the top 38.2%, which is lines right up with this rejective wick and this breakdown area, which is currently at 6.05%. If we get over this breakdown area, we're very likely going to retest this top wick, possibly a little bit above it to this top 61.8% area, which is right now at 6.61%. And that would be a pretty significant move on both Tether dominance and Bitcoin. That would very likely take Bitcoin down to our $55,000 number that we were looking at as an intermediary bounce before we end up actually breaking down, like significantly and actually breaking down. The 2-day is the same thing where we closed above base off of the EMAs. We approached the top 38.2%. We're finding some resistance there. Right now, it's looking very strong. And if in the next 1 day, 10 hours, we get a close above this 5.7%, which seems like it's likely because we have our HPR momentum pointed up, volatility pointed up, and the jewel is crossing over the pink currently from the bearish control zone. We got to close above this 38.2%. Our next logical target is going to be the 61.8%, which is right a little bit above these previous projective highs where we broke down. And that is sitting at 6.12%. We get any type of close over here, we're going to break these highs and we're going to go to the 78.6%, which right now is at 6.6. The devil's dick number, 6.66. Every single time frame we're looking at on Tether dominance is looking bullish as fuck.
Yeah, very.
21 crossing over the 55 in the daily silver cross, basing off of that silver cross, bottom 38.2%, gives us two targets from here. First one is the median, 5.78%. Second one is the 38.2% at 6%. So even the daily is giving us that same 6% number, which would eventually bleed into our higher time frames and hit our top HBDR targets on the weekly, the monthly, and the quarterly. It's not looking the best for bulls on crypto right now. Let's go to the momentum chart.
Oh, we got 69 likes on Facebook. Just leave it like that. Don't.
Yeah, no more likes.
Okay, let me say it in Spanish. Por favor, no le den like ya en Facebook. 69 es perfecto. Nadie la vaya a cagar, por el amor de Dios. Had to be announced.
It had to. There's no other way. on quarterly right now, our momentum pivot is sitting at $36,273. So whenever we have a pivot like this and we're approaching the bullish control zone, bullish critical zone, it becomes that much harder for the bulls to keep momentum up. I'm not saying that we're going to go to $36,000 or break below $36,000, but $36,000 is going to be a very, very, very significant level. Would it not be a Bitcoin-like move to end up getting that long time frame breakdown, go below $40,000, go right around $36,000 and make our next macro bottom there?
Yeah, and it also feels like was it 2017 when we went to $20,000 for the first time?
Yeah.
Right before that, I remember that it was like, oh, it's going up. And then I believe, I'm not entirely sure because I never go back into the chart, but I believe it mega took a shit, like below what everyone said it would break down to. And right after, for 2 weeks, it just pumped to $20,000 and then it just fucking fizzled out. I think that's more like what we're about to see.
Was that when you put up your Performante for Bitcoin?
Yeah. I would have made so much money. No. I had a guy that offered me Bitcoins, but he wanted like a big discount on the car, which if I would have taken that, I would have made a lot of money either way. But I didn't think about it like that, so I missed out on it.
Hey, to be honest, the person who should have been getting the deal is you, because he had magic internet coins at that point, which were kind of shit.
I know, and he probably bought that for like he seemed to be one of those like old school crypto guys, so he probably bought he would have bought that Performante for actually like $5,000.
But he should have just paid what you were asking.
I know. Fuck. Well, I also missed out. So
on the monthly, our momentum pivot is currently $65,844, which is not looking the best. We got 22 days and 10 hours to go to turn this monthly back up, because if we don't, and we break back into the below the critical zone, which right now we're doing, and we break significantly to the edge of the bullish control zone, every single time that's happened, we've had very significant dumps. As you see right here, we dumped around 50%. Right here, we dumped from 17,000 all the way down to 3,000. That's a lot more than 50%.
Oh, yeah.
It's about 80% dumped last time, or the first time. This time we dumped 55%.
But the second was 80-something%.
Yeah. So right now we're getting that same type of setup as we got in every single one of these situations, unless we close the monthly over $65,860. If we can, great. We switch back, we flip back into the bullish critical zone, and every single time we've done that, it would be like right here, where we end up making a new all-time high. And then we did it over. Did we do it again? Yeah, we did it right here. We were about to lose. The price was so low you can't even see it. When we flipped back up within the bullish critical zone, right around here, and the price went from $741 all the way to 18,000. What was this? 19,800. So that was an insane fucking move when we were able to keep the bullish critical zone. So right now, if we do somehow manage to close this monthly above 65,800 this number keeps changing, let's say $65,900, we're very likely going to get a massive move from here. Like almost certainly, at the very least, a 50% move we're going to get from here, and that would take Bitcoin up to the 90s. And what the bulls like to see is on this entire consolidation and slash down, volatility has been retracting the whole way, and now volatility is basically completely reset. When we had this move right over here, right in October of 2023, when we broke out from the 20s all the way to $73,000, volatility was in the exact same place that it's in now. So now we have enough juice to bring out one of those October of 2023 moves. And in October of 2023, we moved up from this volatility area 177%. I'm not even looking for that. I'm only looking for a 50% up based off of this volatility in this momentum signal. But the confirmation for that is that we have to close above $65,900. Now would flip this volatile momentum back up. Very likely volatility starts ticking back up again. And then for the next 3 or 4 months, we go back into up-only mode. Weekly volatility is starting to retract a little bit. We're getting back below the 15% with this downwards move, which is something the bulls do want to see. They don't want to see volatility going up whenever we're going down. You want to see volatility go down whenever your price is going down. And our weekly momentum pivot is currently significantly below price action. So this does give me some more bullish hope here. The weekly momentum pivot is currently $55,180. So as long as price is above here, weekly momentum is strongly towards the upside. Not only that, but we're rejecting getting into the bearish control zone as well. And now we're breaking well into the bullish control zone. So if we get a close like this on the weekly, momentum is going to break back into the bullish control zone. This number might actually go down, to be honest, because we're freshly within the bullish control zone. And this volatility is going to start ticking up back towards the upside. And then from there, our first targets is going to be these previous projected highs right around $70,000. But we have to get our confirmation on that first. Right now, it's just an idea. 5 days still up, solidly up, as long as price is above 57,900, while volatility is going down towards this downward move. Exactly what you'd want to see if you're bullish. 3 day though, 3 days is a different story, because as you remember the 3 day RSI, we had some hidden bearish divergence.
So it's tighter time frames that look more bearish than longer time frames. Yeah.
Like we have a 3 day hidden bearish divergence in the RSI, and the momentum pivot is also $65,450. So that 65,000-ish number is our pivot on the 3 day and also on the monthly. So it's clearly a very significant number that we're going to have to close over if we want more bullish continuation towards the upside. Right now on the 3 day, we're getting rejected from the bullish critical zone. So what we would want to see is we want to get some support somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone right here. But that does tell you that price could still go a little bit lower or go sideways for a little bit before we hit that area. And then once we hit that area, the edge of the bullish control zone, we should find some type of support. And hopefully the higher time frames will bleed into the picture, and then we can end up going back towards testing those higher time frame targets. As of the 3 day right now, volatility is going flat. We are dropping below the moving average, so that you could see that as contraction, which is also what the bulls want to see whenever price is moving down. You want to see volatility not expand. Anything but expansion is decent. The 2 day is also pointed down as long as price is below $65,000. And the daily is up as long as price is above 61,670. So we're just dancing right around that number right now.
Oh, 61,630, yeah.
Yeah, this number keeps changing, so I like to round it up a little bit higher.
Okay.
So I'm using 61,700. But right now we're just dancing around that number. We're only like $30 below it. And we are rejecting getting into the bearish critical zone. So if we can close above this number today, this number is going to move down a little bit, and we're going to move towards the neutral zone. It's going to be a clear rejection of the bearish critical zone, and then we should get a technical move towards the upside of our top meme line right here, which is currently at $63,800. If we were to break above 63 again and go to 63.8, very likely our higher time frames will bleed in, and we're probably going to go from there to $70,000 and then upwards and onwards and upwards up and to the right. Check tether dominance on the momentum indicators.
Maybe check the 2 week too on Bitcoin since we're getting that set up.
Oh yes, that's a good point.
Or the 10-minute one.
Where the 2 week is.
All right, so the pivot on the 2 week, we have 11 days and 10 hours to go, is going to be $63,815 or something like that.
64.
And so if we get, and we have our volatility at extreme lows, 0% lows for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 closures. That's 12 weeks of literally zero volatility. Last time
more than last October, even.
yeah.
Wow.
Last time we had this type of volatility was around last October of 2023 when we broke out. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods. We only had 10 weeks of zero volatility at that point. Right now we have 12 weeks of zero volatility and still no breakout yet. We're getting on the very close to a breakout because right now we're finally above the moving average. Moving average is at 1.43% and volatility is at 1.98%. So the breakout is starting. Volatility is starting to expand. Our confirmation of volatility expansion is when we get above 15%. And whenever that happens, it's this setup we had before, where the momentum was flipping back around, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, flipping back around and supporting volatility supported it, and we got a massive 177% move towards the upside. What do you notice between these 2 points? Same volatility, right? But what do you notice the momentum is at? In the very, very similar area. Right now, we're just freshly breaking below the bearish control zone. If we were to keep this area, this would be a rejection of getting kicked out of the rejection of getting pushed into the bearish control zone. It would be a rejection of getting kicked out of the neutral zone. So then the momentum would flip back up from here. But the difference is, from here we were much higher, so we didn't have that much more to go before momentum topped out. Here we're doing it from lower, so we have a lot more room to go before momentum tops out this time. And our volatility is even lower for longer than it was back then. So theoretically, we could get a stronger than 177% move from here based off how these indicators are telling us. I wouldn't count on it because that would take our market cap so fucking insane that I don't think that would happen. But technically, if you look at the technicals, you would have a stronger setup than what you did back then. As soon as price closes over $63,815, let's say $63,850. Once that happens, you have a overwhelmingly likelihood, like around 80 to 85% chance of moving over 100% towards the upside. That would take Bitcoin into the well over $100,000 area. But that's
it is still statistically likely to break down on the 2-week as it stands.
Yeah, so right now, pressure is for the downside. As long as we're below 63,850, pressure is to the downside, and this setup is likely to play out towards the downside. Let's see when the last time if it's ever played out towards the downside.
I don't think it has. I think we've only had 2 of these setups on the 2-week. I'm not sure though.
This one did play out towards the downside, but it was not nearly as severe because we didn't get zero volatility. Yeah. So we ended up getting how much of a percent move? About 65% down. But we started from much higher in volatility, and it wasn't zero. Right now we have 12 weeks of zero volatility.
And the only other time I feel like that's happened was in October, and then I think unless my chart didn't have all the data, I don't think we've ever hit zeros like that. Other than
right now, I'm just speculating. This is just me throwing an idea out into the air, just me fucking guessing. I don't think it's gonna play out towards the downside. I think it's probably gonna play out towards the upside, but who knows when? We could very easily get a quick nuke in between then. We could consolidate in between then, but I personally feel like it's going to play out towards the upside. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong a lot, so very likely could be wrong, but I personally think it's going to play out towards the upside.
No, I think so too, and especially because you're listen. There's one thing I learned on 2023, and whether you want to call something QE or not, and if you're looking at whatever the main narrative is, it's all bullshit. If you're putting more money into the system, there's an expansion of monetary float. If there's that expansion of monetary float, it affects the price of Bitcoin eventually. And that's what happened remember when the banks were going down and they were like, don't worry, we're going to give money to the FDIC, but that's not going to be QE really because the money just stays within the banks. That was the expansion that caused Bitcoin to go from wherever the fuck it was at the beginning of 2023 to where it got. Was it 2023 or 2022? 2023, right? With the banks.
Yeah. It was around February of 2023.
And right now you have a mega expansion of monetary policy, whether it's from China, Japan, central banks in Europe, central bank in the United States. You're seeing it. There's a lag effect, obviously, in all of them. But I do think this will be a mega move towards the upside.
And we had all those fucking retards back on Twitter back then talking about how this is not actually QE. You bulltards are gonna feel the pain. Like, motherfucker, how is your Angus looking from that green dildo?
Yeah, it's QE. Like, no matter what you call it or how you do it, the moment that you put more money into the system, wherever you want to hide it, it reflects on the price of Bitcoin at some point.
I'm very interested to see how Tether dominance looks on the 2-week and on opposite.
Very interesting to see what we're getting here.
We have 11 days and 10 hours to go. We're literally on the knife's edge right now. Momentum is going to be up as long as price is above 5.65%. We're just right around that area right now.
What's your green average that price is on right now?
That's the 55.
Interesting.
So right now we do have the silver cross for the downside. We're brushing right up against that 55. Let's see what. Let me draw a green line over here for my volatility to make this much easier. A horizontal line at 15%. Fuck. So right now we are getting one of those volatility and versus momentum setups on Tether dominance as well. We are still below 15% while momentum is pointed up. So if we do flip above 15% on Tether dominance in the next 2 weeks, statistically we have that set up towards the upside. The last time we've had it, where it actually played out was there's no expansion. There's expansion right here. We had it right here in January of 2022. January of 2022 was when Bitcoin initially fell from the high 40s down to the low 30s. And we had how much of a percentage move on Tether dominance? %150% towards the upside. We're getting literally the exact same setup right now. It's on a knife's edge between Bitcoin and Tether dominance, between which one of them is going to get that 2 week setup to play out. Right now, personally, my bias is that Tether dominance will play out towards the downside and Bitcoin will play out to the upside, but that's just a guess.
Well, of course,
that's not something that anybody should take a trade based off of. Just me throwing something out there into the wind. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I look like a retard. But right now, I kind of feel like within the next 11 days, 10 hours, going down another 0.5% is not that much. And then once this flips down, this number will go up. And at that point, it's very likely volatility starts supporting it towards the downside. And then we get an actual breakdown from Tether dominance. And our first target is going to be this meme line right here, which is right around 4.43%. After that is going to be the 200 SMA, which is currently at high threes, 3.7 and 3.65%. But we just have to watch to see on this 2 week closure to see what happens. That's going to give us our confirmation of whether we're going to break out towards the upside or break down towards the downside on crypto. Weekly is momentum. This is what gives hopium to the crypto bulls, as that weekly momentum is pointed down as long as price is below 6.23%, which is a decent amount below price right now. So that does tell us within the next 2 weeks, as long as weekly momentum is down, that can lead into the 2 week and turn the 2 week momentum down as well. And then we can get volatility expansion from there, and then we would actually get a significant breakdown on Tether dominance, because the 2 week is a very, very, very powerful time frame, and every single time the 2 week volatility expands, we get massive moves. 5 day is also strongly down as long as price is below 6.07%. 3 days starting to flip up. It's going to flip up in the next 2 days, 10 hours if we close above 5.34%. And also, we are basing off of this 9 EMA right here. So if we do flip up, our first target would be this 200 SMA, which is currently at 6.2%. But I think it's going to break through it because we've already tested it twice. And I think we're probably going to test somewhere around this previous breakdown point, right around somewhere between 7.5% all the way up to 8%. But that's if we continue this towards the upside, and we get a close above 5.9%. At that point, I think we're probably going to go up for 7.5% to 8%. 2 days also pointed up the same pivot, 5.34%, and we're basing right around this 200 SMA. Our first target, if we close like this, is going to be these previous projective highs right now, which is at 6.06%. When we get a 2 day close above that, we're probably coming back to fill in this wick somewhere around the high sixes, maybe 7%. Daily is freshly towards the downside as long as price is below 5.71%. So that does tell you that the daily momentum is down. That could bleed over into the weekly, which could bleed over into the 2 week to eventually get our breakdown. But as of right now, it's just hopium that if we close today below 5.71%, we're only 0.03 below that. So we could easily close above 5.71%. Flip this back towards the upside, and then it would be a not so pretty day for crypto bulls. It would be a very, very bad day. The closures we're waiting for mainly daily close today, weekly close at the end of this week, and then monthly close at the end of the month. Those are going to be the three biggest things that are going to tell us whether we're going to break down or we're going to break up.
Thank you so much, sir. I already passed you guys on the chat what we're doing next. I'll present this and then do a shameless plug and then get into Rivian.
Cool.
Vale, pues voy a resumir todo lo que acabamos de ver en una hora y lo voy a hacer lo más rápido posible para que todos estemos en la misma página. Número uno, tenemos que tener algo en cuenta, el dólar, DXY. Podemos ver la trayectoria que lleva bastante alcista en este momento de acá para acá. Estamos en la zona de los 102.87. Normalmente esto es negativo para cripto, pero lo dijimos al principio de este en vivo y lo vuelvo a repetir. Lo que probablemente estamos viendo es el dólar, los bonos o el mercado. Uno de los tres nos está engañando en este momento. ¿Cuál va a ser el que nos está engañando? Ya veremos. Pero el dólar subiendo no es tan bueno y sobre todo cuando prendo todos mis indicadores, pueden ver que claramente vamos a ir a buscar esta zona del 103.747. ¿Por qué? Porque donde lo pongamos en diferentes temporalidades, aquí es donde aparecen todos los EMAs. Los pueden ver rangueando desde el 103.4 al 103.2. En la de 2 semanas también 103.4, 103.2, lo que nos da la idea de que muy probablemente el dólar tenga más upside y eso sería bastante negativo para básicamente todo lo que es riesgo. Pero de nuevo, el dólar no se ha estado comportando porque si volteamos a ver nuestros índices, estamos en verde, el VIX está bajando, no se están comportando de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo. Aquí hay algo que nada más no cuadra. Ahora, vamos rápidamente a Tether Dominance, en la dominancia de Tether. Bueno, antes de entrar a la dominancia de Tether, vamos a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin rápidamente. La dominancia de Bitcoin es importante. ¿Por qué? Porque en la dominancia de Bitcoin tenemos que entender que mientras más siga subiendo, peor es para todos tus altcoins. Y la dominancia de Bitcoin va en una tendencia alcista absolutamente brutal desde hace un rato. Podemos verlo de esos mínimos que había hecho del 2021 hasta el 2022, por ahí del 39%. Ahorita está justamente nuestra resistencia en 58-25%. Y el seguir subiendo puede hacer dos cosas. Uno, Bitcoin puede bajar de precio junto con la dominancia de Tether de Bitcoin siguiendo para arriba. Si eso es lo que vemos, si vemos que esto sigue en camino para arriba, la dominancia de Bitcoin, hay dos sopas. Pero en las dos sopas, las alts son destruidas. En una sopa, Bitcoin sube junto con la dominancia. En otra sopa, Bitcoin baja junto con la dominancia. Pero lo que tienen que tener por seguro es que si rompemos este alto y después rompemos el 58.60%, esto va a seguir subiendo y esto va a hacer que todas las altcoins empiecen a bajar brutalmente. No importa la temporalidad en donde veas este gráfico en este momento, así que tenemos que tener atención a esto. Este es el punto importante, 58.25%, y de ahí 58.60 es tu confirmación a la alza de que las alts se van a ir todavía aún más al pito. Cuando volteamos a ver la dominancia de Tether, lo vemos en diferentes temporalidades. Podemos ver que venimos de esto que fue el bear market. Cada vez que ves esto subir, es negativo para Bitcoin y para cripto. Y en este momento estamos en una tendencia alcista de acá a acá. Tuvimos varios rechazos en la zona del 5.90%. Y ya estando acá, podemos ver esto. Nos vamos a acercar más para que vean el precio bien y puedan darse cuenta que esto se ve algo alcista porque tienes el promedio de las 34.21 y el 200 aquí abajo está recargándose en el promedio de las 9 en este momento el precio semanal, que está en 5.68% y probablemente vaya a buscar el 5.76%, que es el promedio de las 100. Es lo que nos dice en la semanal. En la de 2 semanas, una vez más, vemos confluencia con el 5.75% del promedio de las 55. Estamos justamente siendo entre rechazados y tomando, bueno, ahorita estamos siendo rechazados por el 5.68, que es el promedio de las 34, pero el 9 y el 21 están bastante bien de soporte acá, junto con este. Ahora, una cosa que habíamos notado era esto, en la semanal, me parece que era. Sí, Está retomando una vez más el promedio de las 200, el S&P 200, que nunca lo había perdido desde que populó en este gráfico, más que acá. Y de acá se fue hasta el 3.80%. Esto fue lo que nos dio el máximo histórico en Bitcoin y en no sé cuántos altcoins, pero en Bitcoin mínimo lo hizo y de ahí lo hemos estado perdiendo. Si esto sigue subiendo, Bitcoin va a empezar a bajar. Entonces es muy importante poner atención en Tether, en la dominancia de Tether. Primer objetivo, 5,76%. Después de ahí, 5,91%. Si rompemos esta zona, nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser acá los 5.21% y de ahí nos vamos a los 6.40. Ahora vamos al precio de Bitcoin y también entendamos que la volatilidad en Bitcoin está a lo más mínimo que hemos visto en toda su historia. Hemos tenido 12 semanas en tablas en este tipo de tabla, en la de 2 semanas. Hemos visto que por 12 semanas consecutivas hemos tenido volatilidad en casi cero. La última vez que vimos un cero parecido fue justamente en octubre del 2023, que fue por acá antes de este movimiento expansivo hacia la alza. Recuerda que cuando la volatilidad expande, cuando expandes volatilidad y el movimiento, el precio está en algún punto, el putazo de la volatilidad, ahí tendrás que ver a dónde te está indicando el precio que va. Empuja el precio agresivamente a cualquier lado. Esta vez, en octubre del 2023, lo empujó a la alza. Ahorita tenemos que ver qué es lo que va a hacer el precio. Hemos visto una consolidación absolutamente brutal. Esto normalmente, en mi opinión, es alcista, porque lo que está haciendo es aburriendo a toda la gente que se metió a hacerse rica y los que son pacientes son recompensados. Pueden ver el tamaño de esta consolidación comparado con esto, que simplemente fue alza de precio baja, alza de precio baja. Esto ha sido un rango bastante duro desde febrero de este año, o sea, literalmente estamos hablando más de 6 meses, así tal cual. Cuando aprendemos nuestros indicadores, podemos ver que estamos encima del promedio de la 9 en este momento, bueno, un poco abajo, en 61,937. Vamos a tener bastantes confluencias acá con el 21 en los 58. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más en la semanal y podemos ver que estamos por encima de la 9, encima del 21 y empezamos a ver que estos números, estos promedios empiezan a buscar esta zona. ¿Qué es lo que nos está indicando nuestro precio? Temporalidades cortas estamos viendo bajista. Se ve bajista el precio, tienes el promedio de los 200 aquí arriba, que nunca es bueno, el promedio del 9 acá arriba, el rechazo en el 21 también, y ahorita estás rangueando justamente entre el 9, el 21 y el 34 y el 55. Esto para cualquier lado puede romper, es donde estamos poniendo bastante atención. Sobre todo nos vamos a acercar a la de 3 días para que puedan ver cómo estamos tomando de base justamente todos nuestros promedios aquí abajo en 61,500 y luego aquí abajo continuamos con más promedios que estamos viendo subir poco a poco porque el precio está arriba, pero pueden ver lo fea de estas velas. Esta es una vela de tope acá en la temporalidad de 2 días, que es bastante buena. También tienes una vela topera por acá, tienes un rechazo de la 9 y tienes justamente esta línea meme en 61,476, bastante buena, honestamente. Si rompemos esta línea, la última esperanza para los alcistas van a ser los 60,000, básicamente. Si rompemos los 60,000, podemos muy probablemente casi ir a empezar a buscar nuevos mínimos por acá en los 53,900, pero primero vamos a buscar en esta zona de los 58,200. Estamos justamente neutrales con un poco más de bias a bajistas, simplemente por dónde está el precio. En temporalidades cortas queremos cerrar en la de 1, 2, 3 días, arriba de los $62,000. El precio está en 61,902, que se ve bastante sencillo. Pero ya en temporalidades largas como semanal, 2 semanas, etcétera, queremos ver, y en la mensual queremos ver cierres arriba de 65,000. Cierres arriba de 65,000 serían muy positivos para el precio. Cierres arriba de 62,000 por estos días serían muy positivos para el precio y bienvenidos. Pero si empezamos a ver que perdemos los 61,200 en la diaria y de ahí empezamos a bajar, a buscar los 60,000 y los perdemos, prepárense a ver mucho más downside para Bitcoin, como de que no. Y para todos ustedes que quieren aprender, ya saben que acá tenemos para que se unan a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Los hemos invitado cuántas veces, carnales, ¿no? al Discord a que vengan a compartir con nosotros, a aprender con nosotros. Les quiero poner esto enfrente para que lo vean. Es así de sencillo, señores. Se meten dándole clic al link que está en la descripción de este video. Y aquí pueden venir a chatear con nosotros. Tenemos nuestro chat general, donde todo el mundo viene a compartir inglés y español, todo tipo de cosas. Tenemos nuestros P&L cards. Bastante felicidades acá, tío. 57%, 28%. Uy, una pérdida de 83%. Pongan su stop loss. Nos está diciendo el buen Gil por acá. Vengan a compartir con nosotros sus ganancias. ¿Cómo que no? ¿Quieren usar nuestros exchanges, etcétera, para poder participar próximamente en todos nuestros torneos de trading, etcétera? Aquí les dejo los enlaces para BitGet, para Bluffin y para TradingView. Recuerden que Bluffin es el exchange que no requiere KYC, lo pueden usar en todo el mundo, incluyendo Estados Unidos. Acá compartan noticias con nosotros, vengan a decir hola, preguntas, lo que gusten, los análisis del buen Alex, los análisis de Farhan. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. All righty, time to get to Rivian, good sir. Let's do this. Rivian.
Nice. Cool. So we'll start with the daily. We've been watching Rivian pretty closely here. You know, we talked about this zone, this $10 zone, being the area bulls want to hold, and so far they have held it. What we have now is a rally to the EMA 9, which we did expect a rejection the first time we're tapping it. So ideally, if you're bullish on Rivian, my plan doesn't change. I still think you should still be looking for something like this for a very long time, for at least a few weeks. Maybe even goes up, comes more down. But I think this consolidation is exactly what bulls want, because what that'll do is it'll start resetting momentum. It'll start actually moving this daily EMA 100 closer to this $12.30 zone. And it already is coming down slightly now. What this does, though, is this chop also resets the oscillator. So it can give us more of a setup to the upside or downside, just like what we had here. When we basically fully reset BBWP, I was mentioning this, if this started to expand, this gave us the risk of us breaking down. So we start consolidating while we move the moving averages more down, while we're resetting the oscillator and momentum. Then bulls could have the upper hand. Until then, you know, we still have a very valid silver cross to the downside. And as it stands now, the EMA 9 is still acting as resistance. And so for me, it's more a place to wait. It's an easy, this spot here, it's a support zone that needs to hold. So if you are playing this, let's say long, it's an easy invalidation. Any daily closing, any even like 4-hour closing basis under this $10 zone, to me, would invalidate any kind of long trigger. But for now, you know, we are getting exactly what we talked about, what we mentioned here. We just want to see consolidation. You know, I personally am not expecting to see this EMA 9 get reclaimed, especially the first half, since it got lost. So it makes sense we get some kind of rejection here. Maybe the price from this point comes back down and actually tests this $10.08, $10.10 zone, you know, and just kind of solidifies the chop scenario. Now, if bears won, and if they want to flex, let's say, what they'll do here is on the 4-hour, we see that BBWP has hit extremes again. And so what they would want is this rejection at the 21, closing under the 9, and then giving us a breakdown. We'll know it's a breakdown when we actually start closing below this red line, which currently is sitting at $10.07, $10.06, right around that zone. But for now, there's not really much to talk about after we, you know, caught this full breakdown. It was very easy too. Remember, for me, I like the daily EMA 100. Trading off it gives us a nice bias. As soon as we reclaimed it, deviated my meme line and also the EMA 100, that's ultimate confidence for me to short. Rejections here at this green line, this EMA 100, was the short opportunity. You know, and then this was essentially when we got the expansion. Now what we're seeing is this EMA 9 rejecting, and also, you know, on the higher time frames, there really isn't much to change. This 5 days closing today, it's a good sign. At least it is holding this $10 zone. But again, as long as we're still even below that daily 9, there really isn't much bullish momentum to talk about. For me, bulls are in full control as soon as we start closing back above this $13 zone. If we start actually closing back above $13 and yeah, call it $13.70. What this will do is this will have basically invalidated the silver cross. This will then also have reclaimed the daily SMA 200, a major spot for Rivian overall. We know that once it gets reclaimed, big moves happen from it each time, even here. And then, what we don't want is it to be kind of a rejection zone where price quickly got front ran, couldn't even hit it. The EMA 100 was the rejection zone before we made the next leg lower. And so that's why I think that if you're bullish on this, or at least if I was trading this personally, I would not be longing this $10 zone. Yes, it's an easy invalidation. The issue is, though, it's aggressive because all you're holding on to fade is a meme line with only a few touch points of data on this overall chart. And that's why, for me, it's a lot easier to start playing this, at least to the long side. Once we actually do start reclaiming this $13.70 zone, that'll be a massive SFP to the upside. This whole silver cross will have been invalidated. And then it gives us an easy target back to $15.20. Still an easy target with high confirmation where you can easily catch a 10% move without getting chopped out here. And that's kind of how I would trade Rivian. But until then, as long as this 9 is rejecting, and as long as we still have that silver cross to the downside, which is shown here, this will then start bleeding into the 2-day having a silver cross, which it does. And then so we should be expecting this 9 here, this EMA 9 to reject, which it's already doing on the daily. If the daily starts pushing past it, we have the 2-day currently at $11.23. Now, if this 2-day starts reclaiming this 9, we have a next technical target at $12.30. This will be a massive level for Rivian, and I am expecting this to reject the first time it hits. Because of where this 21 is, the fact that we haven't actually hit this 21 since rejecting it here, this to me, assuming we break above this EMA 9, we also, though, have the 21, we have the meme line resistance, but then also on the daily, we see we have the 34 here, another area where Rivian likes to reject. And then also I'm liking where this weekly is lining up. We are getting that weekly cross here where the 9 is now under the 21. So any rallies to this weekly 9, we should be looking at that as a rejection area. It's simply put, just visually looking at it here, each and every time the EMA 9 and the 21 acted as resistance. And so it would be not responsible for us to just assume that we're going to V recovery out of here. And if we do, just like Alejandro said last stream, if we do just get a massive pump here like this, usually Rivian, when it does these massive pumps or squeezes, usually isn't the most bullish. It actually just ends up getting squeezed down and it makes a new low. And so that's why I'm saying if you're bullish, you don't want to see an aggressive move up. Usually, as history has shown us, those aggressive moves up usually don't end up well. They're not sustained. And that's why I think it's better for bulls to just wait, consolidate, and let these moving averages actually come down. That way we actually could maybe get this EMA 100 closer to this $12.30. But until then, we're still at resistance. We're still even extremely weak to the point where we're rejecting the daily EMA 9. And we'll know that this potentially could start breaking down again if this 9 starts rejecting here on the 4-hour after tapping the 21. Because what usually happens is on a 4-hour, it's low time frame, but when we're getting momentum this low, usually we end up just taking up all this liquidity here, trapping longs, tapping the 21, and then depending on where this closes, if it closes back under the 9, this will just have been a lower time frame bull trap, and then this could give us the fuel to actually break down. I'm more convinced that we'll test that $10.06 again, especially with how the daily is forming. What we don't want is this daily to turn red. Wouldn't be the best of signs. It means we're just very far from the closing basis of this. We're leaving a fat wick body, and this could turn into another reversal candle, something we saw right here. Where almost like we had a fat wick body, it flipped red, and then we got the downside expansion. And that's kind of all I have on this. It's kind of like you're playing in the middle. The only bull hopium is you're hoping this $10 zone holds. If it doesn't hold, though, we know the reaction last time was pretty aggressive. And so I would assume the same thing would happen. But the only difference is, when we're viewing Rivian on a very high time frame, like a quarterly, this is a big zone here. We see, the last time it's basically gone around the zone, we've had reactions. If it doesn't, to me on this quarterly, looks like we could easily backfill some of this wick. And then we run the risk of actually forming another lower low, especially on the 6-month chart. The 6-month chart's pretty bearish, steady downtrend. And technically, this is looking like a lower high on a wick basis. If not, if you don't already count this one. So then if you do count this one as the next lower high, this would be your lower low, which would come in right at basically breaking this last low at basically $8.26. And that's why I keep bringing the 6-month chart up, because yes, we can be at a major zone. Yes, we can have bullish momentum and maybe bounce up to $12.30. But the 6 months looking pretty bad. And there's only been one green 6-month candle. And even if we take it to a 3-month, it still is looking pretty bad. And so the hopium here is that we start basing here. We actually just start holding here. Consolidation's welcomed. This is the spot where we really just want to see kind of bulls chill out. Let it consolidate. Let bears keep making these, predatory moves, or we will come back down to this $10 zone, but it keeps getting bought up. What that does is if we just keep rejecting this 9, keeps coming down, but keeps getting bought up, what this does is it keeps fueling, shorts keep stacking in at support. Usually is a recipe to at least test this zone at $12.30. Then you have to argue and watch, well, where's this daily EMA 100? Luckily for us, it's all right next to the SMA 200. So any rallies to this zone here at, currently sitting at $12.98 will be the first major rejection zone, assuming we get a back above this $12.30. Until then, though, this $12.30 is a major, major, major resistant level, as shown here on this weekly 9. And since we do have this fresh cross of the weekly 9 going under the 21, you do have to be more cautious about this. Any kind of retest is just a bearish rejection. We see here we were holding this range. We were kind of front running this support. We then broke under it. We did test it, and then we broke down. So now this basically rejection here is telling me that this is resistance. So any rallies to this $12.30, we do have to look at that as a major rejection point first. And then if we do end up getting back above it, cool. Now we have this $13.70 zone to look at. But until then, we are at daily resistance. We do start squeezing above. Be mindful of the 2-day silver cross to the downside. And then again, lots of confluence on this $12.30. If we end up breaking above there, cool. Now I'm focused on this daily EMA 100 and daily SMA 200. And that's why I'm saying that any reclaim of $13.70 on a daily closure would look pretty good to me. Why? We're now reclaiming the massive area we deviated and lost from. Big moves again happened from this SMA 200. Also, it would mean the weekly is just freshly reclaimed the 9. A big spot, while also reclaiming all the moving averages, including the 34 here. That'd be a major point for this chart. For weeks, we've been down. This 34 has been holding us down for weeks. So getting back above there would be a very welcoming sign. But then also, it then can play into possibly the monthly closing well. If this can end up closing, engulfing this last monthly red candle, getting back above the 9, then to me, I'd look at this as possibly maybe some structure forming on the monthly, where we're not breaking this low, and then we'd have to start looking at these levels here for the end goal of maybe breaking this wick high. We break this wick high, it's bull mode party on. It's very simple. We break this, it's a bull party. It's going to be fun. We're going to get a nice move to probably $27. But until then, we have major levels. This is just all hopium. And unfortunately for bulls, this is closing in 22 days while the daily is still looking more corrective. So all hopium aside, that's why I'm saying it'll be it'll be very good if we can actually hold above this level. Because it'll just mean on all higher time frames, we're basically flipping up, we're reclaiming the levels. That way we don't have to play in the middle. Until then, watch that $10 support zone. We want consolidation. We do end up just squeezing. It'll look to me like a short squeeze, unsustainable, probably rejects that $12.30 level. And if we end up breaking and losing that $10 zone, it actually opens up. Probably we're going to go and test that $8.30 zone. As shown on the quarterly, we're probably going to back test that wick. And then you run the risk of making a lower low there. And then the chart's it's death. So
there's a significant development, right, Alex? Show us your new indicators.
Oh, yeah, I guess there is. Yeah.
Let's
I'll
see.
share my screen again. I'm gonna study these, but I know Crown hooked it up. So he gave us he gave us the indicators that he uses. But most importantly, right here's the skeleton key one. This is going to be important for me because when you can have like a robot slave putting trades in for you based on a system, or even catching that 2-week Bitcoin move that we just talked about without me having to watch my phone 24/7, but it just inputs it once BBWP is above 15%. Boom. That's kind of OP because now it just totally eliminates the emotion side of trading. And trading could just be on more autopilot. So Crown is very cool with that. I know we have some kind of referral link as well with him if you want to test out the skeleton key. But yeah, very cool. I'm very happy to see he gifted me those. And I think all of you, I think he did it to you as well, Farhan.
Yeah, because I've been paying for the skeleton key for the past it's October now. Like I want to say 8 or 9 months I've been paying for it.
Yeah.
Now we got it.
Yeah, I looked up. I didn't buy anything, so I have them now. So thank you.
Good
sir.
for you. Good for you. And good for us. And Crown, I should put we'll do on the next stream, we'll set up his link so that people can get his stuff too. Alrighty. Let us get into the Rivian chart. Alex, you got Nvidia next.
Oh, perfect. Awesome.
Yeah. People were just asking. Nvidia.
I
Vale.
didn't do it last stream either, so this will be a good one.
Yeah. Tenemos Rivian acá y vamos a rápidamente una clasecilla análisis técnico, que es lo que estamos viendo. Una tendencia bajista lleva desde el principio de que comenzó Rivian, pero podemos ver que oficialmente acá, agosto del 2022, fue donde nos demostró que ese es el tope de todo esto. No está bastante apretada esta línea, porque me gusta, porque todo esto son desviaciones. Estas son desviaciones que hacen pensar a la gente que ya va a subir todo, pero hay a gente que le gusta tener esto a tope de todo para evitar las desviaciones. Y ahí lo puedes ver, puede quedar ahí un poco más apretadito, también lo puedes dejar por acá. Y eso tiene más significancia una vez que se acerca a romperlo, pero puedes caer en estos, ahora sí que en estos fake outs, ¿no? A mí me gusta tenerlo así, cada quien haga del subido un papalote y vuélalo donde quiera. ¿Qué es lo que hemos estado viendo? Tendencia bajista, intenta recuperar, baja, intenta recuperar nuevo bajo, intenta recuperar baja. Y es más o menos lo que hemos estado viendo sin parar en Rivian. Tenemos esta tabla que es de 2 semanas, donde podemos ver que estamos literalmente abajo de todos los promedios. No nos funciona tanto, no nos sirve nada. Estamos creando mínimos más bajos, altos más bajos, lo que nos dice que estamos en una tendencia bajista. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más en la semanal acá para que puedan ver cómo el 9 y el 21 cruzan. Esto nos quiere decir que hay debilidad en el precio y lo pueden ver aquí abajo. Tuvimos esta desviación del 55, lo tuvimos acá todavía más grande, pero hemos perdido el 55, 34 y seguimos abajo de todos los promedios en este momento con Rivian acá. Me voy a acercar un poco más en la de 3 días para que también puedan ver eso. En la de 3 días también tenemos el mismo fenómeno. Tenemos el 21 el 9 yéndose abajo del 21, lo que nos da una señal de debilidad, y el 21 abajo del 34, lo que nos indica aún más debilidad. Y podemos ver lo que hizo Rivian. Vino a testear estos mínimos en los 10.8, aunque sí llegó a tocar los 9.83. Pero acá podríamos decir que estamos empezando a formar una estructura donde el mínimo es más alto y sobre todo en cierres que el pasado. Entonces, por acá tiene tantita esperanza toda la gente que es alcista. Pero cuando nos acercamos en la diaria, yo creo que es más obvio para todo el mundo poder ver esto. Estás abajo de todos los promedios, veniste después de haber hecho un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Dónde lo hiciste? Acá justamente, donde el promedio de los 21 se va por abajo del promedio de los 55, revierte. Cada vez que vas a tocar el 9, que es la línea azul, tienes una oportunidad de entrada para cortos y acá hubieras funcionado perfecto, hubieras entrado en 10.81, precio está en 10.56 en este momento. ¿Qué es lo que esperamos si somos alcistas en Rivian? Si somos bajistas, lo único que tenemos que esperar es romper la línea de los 10.04. Si rompes esta línea a la baja, vas a probablemente a buscar consolidación por acá o hasta un nuevo mínimo. Eso es el punto donde, si estás viendo a la baja, hay bastante downside por acá. Yo, sin lugar a dudas, creo que sin lugar a dudas. Yo creo que sí lo vamos a ver, pero si eres alcista, ¿qué es lo que estás buscando? Si eres alcista, lo que quieres es consolidar acá sin perder el rango, creando nuevos, ahora sí que altos más altos relativos en esta zona. ¿Por qué? Porque esta consolidación te dejaría hacer que todos tus promedios puedan bajar y reajustarse y de verdad poder empezar una corrida hacia la alza. Pero por ahora este no es el caso, no se está dando. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos esperando? Muy probablemente podamos ver a Rivian rebotar porque es algo que le encanta. Cada que cae, tiene rebotes rápidos. Cuando ves que tiene rebotes rápidos, va a volver a caer. Lo puedes ver una y otra vez, una y otra vez, una y otra vez, y no importa el tamaño de todo esto. Es bastante volátil Rivian, que es algo que a mí me gusta, pero también es algo que tenemos que entender. Y en este momento estamos jugándole a ver nuevos bajos. Estamos siendo rechazados por el promedio de las 9 en los 10.80. De nuevo, Rivian está cotizando en 10.57. Y lo que queremos ver para volvernos alcistas es mínimo recuperar el nivel por acá de los 12.25 a 12.45. Una vez que recuperemos este nivel, podamos ir a buscar treparnos encima del promedio de las 200, que está en 13.24, va a bajar con esto, pero parece que todo está coincidiendo con esta línea. Así que si podemos recuperar esta zona de los $13 por acá, empezaría a verse bastante bien la cosa. Pero hasta entonces tenemos que tener paciencia, esperar que vaya a haber rebotes a la alza, pero definitivamente no son indicadores de que ya sea un movimiento completo a la alza, un nuevo alto, un nuevo bajo más alto, que es lo que estaríamos viendo de acá a acá, y esperar a no romper esto. Si rompes los 9.83, vas a ver otra vez los 8.28 y de ahí muy probablemente un nuevo mínimo. Así que pendientes al precio de acción de Rivian, damas y caballeros. Y ahora vamos a QV. What the fuck is Cuevo, Farhan? Because you're doing this one.
I have never heard of this shit in my life.
Let me look it up too. QV. QV Inc. will report in 2024 fiscal results on October 24th with analysis predicting EPS of 0.28, down 9.7% from last year. The full year EPS is expected to be at 1.08, 16.3% decline from 2023. But it seems to be making higher highs than in 2023. Oh, I see. I'm on a daily chart.
Well, let me share my screen.
Relatively new chart.
Revenue. So it's like a combination of Kevin and revenue.
Kevin and Brett is absolutely retarded.
I'm sorry, I'm a child.
I'll take it.
You ever watched Trailer Park Boys?
No. It's the one that you keep sending clips from, right?
Yeah, so fucking hilarious. One of my favorite lines is when they're in 10th grade. They call it the grade 10 in Canada. And this dude Ricky is just trying to like put his head under his desk and light his cigarette. He thinks he's being all like low key about it. And the teacher goes, "Who's smoking? Richard." And he turns around.
I saw it.
He's like, "I'm sorry, I'm addicted."
I saw it. You sent that on the chat. I'm not that lost.
All right, so the weekly right now on Kevin New is right just about to silver cross. We're getting the 21, just about to cross above the 55. As long as we're closing above $21.20, which is the 55 EMA, these are inevitably going to cross, and we're going to get our silver cross. Based off of this setup right now, though, it's not looking the most bullish because we're about to lose this 38.2%. As long as we're closing above 21.20, though, they're going to cross on this next month weekly open. We're based off the setup, we're going to come back down, very likely test the silver cross, and here's where I would expect for us to find our next support area before we can and make a higher low before we can end up moving towards the upside. And at that point, I would also expect for these ranges to move up. Right now, on our previous move up, we hit the 95 and 100% range, so we can't expect. We would have to expect some type of consolidation and pullback there. By the time this finds support, these ranges will very likely move up. And then our next 95% range is going to be all the way up here, which is right around $26. Probably going to be a little bit higher, probably closer to $30. And right now, our H-trader momentum is just about to fully reset, while volatility is fully resetting as well. that also gives us more confluence to the idea that we're probably going to find some support right around this silver cross while momentum and volatility reset, and then we can get our fresh move back towards the upside once everything is back to zero. Let's check the 5-day. 5 days, the same thing, where we're very close to getting a silver cross, and our momentum and volatility indicators are just about to fully reset. 3-day. 3-day right now is a little bit more bearish because we're breaking below the bottom 38.2% zone, but we are testing this 21 EMA for the silver cross right here. So this is a rough anywhere between this 21 EMA and this 100 EMA at around $21 and $21.60 and $21.30 is where I would expect to find some support. This cat is causing so many issues. Let me get him off the table. Bad Fibonacci. Right around this 21 to this 100 is where I would expect to find support, which lines up with that retest of that silver cross on the weekly before we end up moving back towards the upside. But right now on the 3-day, we're getting momentum breaking down into the bearish control zone, and we're getting volatility flipping up to support it. So that would not be the most bearish sign, but the only thing that would make me like confirm it as a bearish setup is if we lose this 100 EMA. At that point, we're probably going to break through this 55, and we're probably going to come somewhere around these previous rejective lows or previous supportive lows right here, which was at just basically $20, which is a very psychological level as well. I'm not sure if we will break below $20 because $20 is a very nice round psychological number. So over there, I would be leaning more towards finding another higher low there instead of breaking down. But if we get any type of 3-day close below $20, though, that idea goes out the window, and we're very likely going to come back down towards these lows right here, right around $18. 2-day. 2-day right now momentum is starting to slightly flip back up, where volatility is going sideways, but we are getting a break below our bottom 38.2% zone, and then we're getting a rejection on a retest. So based off of how this 2-day looks, it looks more likely we're going to come back down to retest this 55, which is right around that $21 number. But if we get to $21, we're probably going to go a little bit lower down to $20, and that's the area where I would look for our next higher low. And what is that on the weekly? That is basically just a retest of the median on the weekly. So it's not too bad. It's like pretty decent setup. Even if we were to go down to $20, it would be a nice long play with an invalidation of a close below $20. 2 days, daily is resting right at this 55 EMA right now, and it's not looking the best because our momentum is pointed towards the downside. We are in extreme areas while volatility is still pointed up. So if we lose this 55 EMA, which is right now it's $21.75, very, very likely we're coming down to this 100, which is right around that $21 number again. Our jewel is breaking down well into the bearish control zone. We're about to break into the bearish critical zone. Let's draw a line of 35 on the jewel. We don't even need it. We already have a line of the bearish control zone right here. This gray line is the bearish control zone. So as long as we're below that area, it's going to be that much harder for the bears to keep momentum towards the downside. It's going to be much easier for bulls to flip it up around from here. And once we get a flip up within the bearish control zone, that gives you another setup towards the upside. Where if we mark it off of the vertical line, what happened last time when we flipped up in the bearish control zone. Yeah, that should be enough for Kevin.
So those are every time we've come out of the bearish control zone.
Yeah, so we have that set up right now. We haven't exactly flipped up yet, but it's giving us the setup to watch out.
Got it.
So last time when we ended up flipping up from the bearish control zone, we got 6.9% move, and then we ended up getting how much of a percent move after that? Because we just went straight vertical from there.
Yeah, the price doesn't range that much in this shit.
We went up 32.5%,
which is crazy.
Overall. Yeah, but it took from June of 2024 all the way until September, so it took around 3 months for it to play out. And this is a daily chart, so 3 months is around 90 of these candles. This time around, We got a move up of around almost 12%. And we got to keep in mind, this is a traditional stock. 12% is pretty fucking insane.
Yeah.
15.96%, 16% on that one. So basically, to cut it long story short, we get pretty nice moves towards the upside of double digits whenever we break out of the bearish control zone on the jewel, and we flip back up from there.
When's the confirmation of that? What's the price?
It doesn't tell you.
Oh.
What we have to see on this next close, if we maintain these areas we are right now at like 21, high 21s, very likely this is going to start flipping around into a neutral signal, this white signal like this. And then after that, if we maintain bullish closures, then it'll flip into that cyan light blue. And that's what we're looking for, to get the cyan light blue to break out of the bearish control zone. And that will give us our statistical move to break in double digits towards the upside. Let's check the RSI. Kevin Yu.
It's not Kevin Yu. It's KVU.
Oh, I'm retarded. I thought it was Kevin Yu. I can't read. Here I am saying Kevin this whole time. You're just letting me say it.
Oh yeah, because I thought you came up with it. I come up with retarded shit all the time, dude. Like that would fit into everything that I do too. So why would I correct you?
I'm just stupid.
Welcome to the club.
So right now we're getting volatility hitting very extreme levels for 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of 100% volatility. And we're getting a mean reversion from that point right now. When we were hitting extreme volatility is when we were moving towards the upside. We got a move of almost 30% towards the upside when we were getting extreme volatility. So now we're getting our move towards the downside. Volatility is contracting. So that's telling us we're getting a mean reversion bounce, opposite of what our trending move is, and we should be looking for a higher low before we can continue trend towards the upside. Last time we hit these extreme levels on volatility was right around summer of 2023, when we got a very, very sharp move towards the downside, and then our mean reversion move was towards the upside. And then we ended up making a higher low, made a move towards the upside, made a slightly higher low from this low over here, and then volatility started expanding back towards the upside. And that's when we got our trending move towards the upside. Right now, we should be looking, based off of our HPR setup as well, for a corrective move somewhere around $21, retest the silver cross while this volatility resets. At that point, we will probably have our next higher low, maybe consolidate a little bit while volatility resets a little bit more. And then from there, we can get our next trending move towards the upside. But I would not expect for that to happen anytime soon. I would expect it to take around 2 or 3 months for it to play out. 5-day, nothing. 3-day, 2-day. Daily, we have some confirmed bearish 3 drives of bearish divergence from this high, and this high right here. We're already hit the easy targets because we hit the 55 EMA. We're within the bearish control zone. We're starting to flip back up a little bit. If we lose this 55 EMA, though, we're going to break significantly lower, and we're going to go towards the the 100 EMA right now, which is right around low $21. Yeah. Low 21s, high 28s. Our next level below that would be that 200, which is the $20 area. We can't get any more targets from the RSI because we've already hit the bearish critical zone. And right now, the bearish critical zone number sits at $21.48. So we've basically just came around to tap that. So maybe we can go a little bit lower, go down to 21.48, which would line up with a retest of that silver cross on the weekly. But that would be the easiest target I could get. Anything after that would just be speculation because the RSI doesn't tell me what number we would have below that. So the only numbers I can see towards the downside right now are 21.48 for the bearish critical zone, $21 for the 100 EMA, and then $20 for the 200 SMA. Right now, based off of this move that we're coming off of, the expansive move for the upside, I think what's more likely is that we get some a bit of a continuation of the pullback, retest that silver cross, reset our momentum and volatility indicators, make a higher low, and then I would expect for the trend to continue back towards the upside.
Well said, sir. Thank you so much. What a boring range for this shares, but I hope whoever is holding it is enjoying it.
Yeah, Sabino? Kevin, turn your shit up, Kevin.
And that's right. Alex is doing Nvidia now. Nike.
Nice.
All righty.
You know, we call it Nike. How come we don't call it Bikey?
I don't know. It's in Mexico we all call it Nike. We don't pronounce the E.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know if you've seen that yet.
I was in Monterey a few years ago, and I went to the shopping mall, and I was asking them where the Nike store was, and they were looking at me like I was retarded. And they're like, "You mean
No
Nike?"
idea. Yeah, Nike. Like Mike, because if it's Mike, why would you pronounce Nike that writes itself in the same way any other way? But hey, America, right?
It's so fucking hilarious how the employees at the store there call it Nike too.
Yeah, they don't, dude. I'm when I moved to the US, it took me like a long time to understand that it was Nike. Like that's how fucked we are. Like no one in Mexico knows it's Nike. No one.
I've always
No
been
one.
wondering, like, whenever the corporate people go up to the Nike stores in Mexico, what did they say? Do they just say Nike too?
I think so. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. All righty. Estamos viendo Kevin News. No sé qué chingado sea esto, pero household personal care. Vaya, parece que maquillaje o algo que te pones en el culo. No,
I'm
no es
sorry.
cierto.
I'm sorry. I got to respond to this comment.
Go ahead.
Mr. Feck, you says unfollow.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Feck. This is not an airport. You don't got to announce the departures.
Mr. What's his name?
Mr. Feck, you.
Mr. Fuck You. Boop. Last call for Mr. Fuck You. Last call for Mr. Fuck You. Please leave right now. Thank you. There you go. I know, but it should be like at the airport. American Airlines. Delta.
That's how they say it.
Yeah, they got to make sure you don't understand anything that's going on.
This
Okay.
is your captain speaking.
Yeah. And we're about to cruise at an altitude of 35,000 feet above the mountain range. Okay, don't fucking get me started. I'm fucking completely mentally retarded. I won't stop. Okay, tenemos aquí a Keview, ¿no? Kenview, no sé qué chingado sea esto, ya lo dije 1000 veces, pero básicamente es una acción que no ranguea tanto. Y aparte es una acción relativamente nueva. Esta es una tabla diaria y pueden ver que empezó en mayo del 2023. Eso quiere decir que lleva 1 año y medio existiendo básicamente. Entonces no hay tanto que ver. Ha logrado un máximo histórico por ahí de los $27.50 y en este momento está cotizando en 21.72. De nuevo, estos no son movimientos locos ni nada. Lo que estamos viendo de acuerdo a los indicadores de Parham de volatilidad e momentum es resumidamente esto. Lo que puedes ver en la diaria aquí. Estás literalmente, te trepaste en el 21, en el 9 te trepaste en todos, tuviste un cruce plateado a la alza y vienes para acá arriba. Ahora vienes a retestear tu ¿cómo se llama? Tu cruce plateado por acá en los 21.72. Lo máximo que puede bajar, bueno, lo que esperábamos de acuerdo a la volatilidad que se está dando y la expansión de la volatilidad que ha estado en súper altos, pero también en lo que el precio está arriba, ahora viene a desinflarse y viene con un movimiento correctivo a la baja. Este movimiento correctivo probablemente nos lleve por acá al promedio de las 21, que también coincide con esta línea meme en los 21. De aquí, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Si eres nuevo en análisis técnico, lo que estamos viendo por acá es que estás formando un nuevo alto, por lo que vas a estar buscando un nuevo alto, un bajo más alto. Y lo que esperamos es poder ver ese bajo más alto ocurrir en esta zona por acá, entre los 20 y los $21. Si pierdes esos niveles, muy probablemente vengas a buscar a cerrar este gap, que también puede ser considerado simplemente un bajo más alto y volver a expandir a la alza. Pero por ahora parece que estamos dando un movimiento correctivo en todas las temporalidades a la baja. Y la razón también lo puedes ver aquí en la semanal, cómo estás perdiendo la 9 y vas a venir justamente a esta línea donde tiene la convergencia el 55, el 21, a retestear ese cruce plateado y el 34 que viene para arriba también. No importa en qué temporalidad lo veas, el 21 también está aquí abajo y es lo que vas a venir a muy probablemente a retestear. Estás rebotando en el promedio de las 34 en la de 2 semanas, pero eres alcista en esto o bajista, parece que tiene un movimiento correctivo. Lo único que tienes que asegurarte es no romper estos bajos en 17.69, no tener un cierre abajo de 17.97 y con eso muy probablemente va a ser un bajo más alto, esperar a ver cómo se acomoda toda la tabla y de ahí poder tomar tu entrada para el siguiente movimiento expansivo de la volatilidad una vez que tenga un reset, pero por ahora estás literalmente en limbo esperando la corrección que se viene de precio. Alrighty, vamos a darle a Nvidia.
Nice. So Nvidia is fun because it's basically playing out exactly what we mentioned we wanted it to do. So like, we'll backtrack here. So this diagonal resistance, we've kind of just been in this channel, you know, and overall there really hasn't been much except chop. We know that we got a reclaim of it. The issue was during this time we had earnings. So I was cautiously bullish, but earnings fell through. So, you know, it made the price very weak. And then we dumped. We bounced off our bottom channel here, you know, kind of grinded against it, broke out. And then this is when I was mentioning on stream that, you know, we should be really expecting some kind of actually like throwback or retest. And that's basically what we got here. You know, often with these meme lines, things won't be as always clean. You know, so like it did basically tap it, never closed under it. And then we got the expansion up. You know, what's interesting to now see is, you know, we do have a silver cross to the upside. You know, we see the 21s flip to 55, and it's being supported by the 9. So for me now, you know, it'd make a lot of sense for price to actually come back around this, you know, maybe this wick high rejection, right, at $127.50, if not even just tapping the 9, sitting right under there. But, you know, the plan still is the same for me. You know, right at this low, I was talking about if this is just a retest of the breakout zone, while BBWP was, you know, steadily resetting, now expanding, you know, for me, this could be an opportunity to take us to $40. And I still believe that. I think over time, Nvidia has a target of $40. And then I think that'll be a big decision maker if we actually go and press new highs or if it rejects there, leading to a bigger drop. But for now, it's looking pretty bullish, especially on the daily. I'm interested since the daily is silver cross, like how the 2-day is looking as well. You know, so what we see here is the 9 has flipped the 2-day 21, a good sign. You know, so overall now the 2-day EMA 9 has just been acting as solid support since it's basically gotten reclaimed. So ideally, that's kind of what we want to see if there's any kind of pullback. Even the 2 days giving us that nice move right around $124 to $126. Again, I think it's more clean if we just go and take like a meme line, take this wick high, draw it there. You know, any kind of maybe dumps into this zone could just form another higher low, giving us that higher high move to that 140 move target that we've kind of patiently been waiting on. You know, with Nvidia, there's been a lot of chop with this chart, but it's nice now to see it finally breaking out. We now know that this also was a valid channel because, you know, it was basically towards that end time where it actually needs to make a decision. So it is welcoming to see that. I do think now, you know, is it the time to start longing Nvidia at this point? Even if we do go and test the daily 9, it is aggressive. You know, from the time we were talking about it to now, you know, it's been an impressive already from wick high 15% bounce. And so now, you know, we easily could keep going up. I do have the 140 target, but nothing goes in a straight line. And so maybe heading a pullback, maybe this is what we're getting now today. Maybe this leads a little deeper and we actually go and test this 127 to 126 zone. Maybe even wicks to that 2-day EMA 9 at 124. But overall, very strong chart. Your indication would have been when we started reclaiming that weekly 9. You know, that's been a huge point for Nvidia through and through on this entire rally, actually. You know, each time it's basically lost it and then reclaimed it, it's led to pretty nice bounces. And that's kind of what we've gotten. You know, we've reclaimed it, even got a bounce into the next week, lost it on earnings. Here we deviated it. Once we reclaimed it at this point, this is when we should have been more paying attention. And luckily we were. And so now, you know, we've had the nice expansion. You know, BBWP on the weekly easily can keep coming up to this 50% zone, which is giving me a lot of confidence that we'll probably hit this 140 within 2 weeks, in my opinion. You know, especially which is how the monthly is closing. It was a beautiful reaction off the meme line. Now we're just getting that expansion. You know, last month we did basically close above it. So it just made sense to me to go and retest it at least and actually get proven to us that it's flipped into support. But I don't think that Nvidia, once it hits 140, that's it's going to be an area where we really have to watch closely, because we are not dealing with a lot of data, but the data we do have, the monthly is starting to contract. But then when we start looking at the quarterly, it's still at extremes and it still is contracting. And that's why I mentioned, going into maybe this next quarter, some downside wouldn't surprise me. But that doesn't mean we still can't day trade, the lower time frames like the weekly and daily 2-day. But it's still, I believe, Nvidia's move will be capped. I think we should be watching closely at this 140 zone. At that point, if we do start breaking above it, we're back in price discovery mode, but it still doesn't change the fact that, we're basically hitting extremes on the monthly and above. And so that is something to be mindful of. You'd want consolidation after probably forming a high, if not full on rejecting that 140 zone, an area we've kind of been rejecting each and every time. And so it'd be very much just like Bitcoin, breaking down, staying in this kind of channel, coming up, trapping longs, rejecting right around this 138 to 140 zone, and then actually retesting this $82 zone. An area I still believe that Nvidia can easily tap, especially when we view it on the quarterly. To me, it would make a lot of sense, and then that could just give us, another wick high rejection, leading to an actual move back to the quarterly 9, which luckily for us is right around that $84. I do think that we easily could go and retest that, and that would be a massive level for Nvidia. And possibly an opportunity, as history has shown. Each time it's basically tapped its 9, it's led to big springs, and anyone who's bid at that has basically gotten an opportunity. I'm liking that it's lining up with the mean line support, so it just makes sense to me. But right now, it's doing exactly what we'd want. Pullback would make sense, but overall, I'm expecting still that 140 zone to get hit before we even get at least a bigger move down. I'm expecting just small dumps, if we get any at all, possibly just retesting the daily 9, if not the 2-day 9. But ultimately, I'm just waiting for this 140 now to get hit. And it is welcoming to see that, this is why patience is, necessary in trading, because at this point, we usually, with these kind of channels, break above it. And then we always want to see a back test, always. That to me is just clear sign of strength. Then we want to see the reaction. It's just more letting the chart and trade come to you rather than, oh, I just closed above it, let me scale into longs. Okay, cool, I'm up. Oh no, now it's going down. It's just better like a sniper to have a plan. And that's kind of where experience comes in. And so I know people caught the retest here, and it's a clean trade. Now at that point, your risk is none. And even if we come back and retest the zone, you're still in profit. So if we start losing this 2-day 9, to me, that would signal caution. For me, then it would give us a high probability of testing this 21. And if we start losing that, then to me, this will start, really negating the silver cross that we were talking about on the daily. And then getting back down under 116 will totally negate the 140 move, and I'll be pretty bearish again. But as it stands, it's looking good. I don't see why we wouldn't hit 140, and especially with this silver cross still active, we have to just keep looking at the daily 9 as an opportunity. And then if we lose that, look to the 21. So that's kind of all I have with this. It's just more a waiting game now until it hits our levels. One more point, it makes sense to get a pullback here. We broke the highs here successfully. We're now basing off of them actually currently. But, after breaking this high, it kind of changed the structure of things. And so now what we should be looking at is for a higher low. Usually comes right around this 9. So that's why I'm saying even any pullback to me from the wick high would still be nice, 6% down. But I'd just be looking at that as another opportunity to potentially go long. It's very aggressive for that target to 140. But ultimately, if we get a pullback or not, that's just hopium. The plan's the same, and I do believe that 140 target will come into play. We were talking about this when it was like at 116, 117. So now when it's only, $8 away from 140, to me, it seems very likely that that'll hit. But then once we get to that point, we're now at a very extreme point on Nvidia. We're in price discovery mode. That's where like the HBDR range should come into play. But overall, that's where I'm very cautious. And if you're not positioned now, that retest was when they get positioned. If you're not, now that 127 long is very aggressive, very you know, you're kind of playing like the 15% moves happened. You're kind of playing with fate there, but to the book with the silver cross on the daily, that is what you should be looking at. So that's all I have. One coming up, so we'll see the reaction there.
Looking good. Thank you so much, dude. And I have ORGN for you. ORGN.
Okay, cool. Origin.
Yeah. All righty. Aquí les va. Tenemos Nvidia justamente acá en la diaria y pueden ver que hemos roto, aparte de esta desviación que tuvimos y esta pequeña desviación que tuvimos, tuviste una confirmación por acá y una subida, una expansión en el precio. Puedes ver que estás creando nuevos bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos y el precio ahora está empujando arriba de estos altos, lo que te dice que estás formando nueva estructura. Este alto ya superó este alto no era más alto que esto, lo que nos tenía en pregunta, pero esto ya definitivamente superó toda esta estructura y ahorita vamos a ir por los siguientes en los 135.60, pero pensamos que sin lugar a dudas podemos venir por estos en los $140. Cuando volteamos a ver Nvidia en la tabla diaria, podemos darnos cuenta también que estamos por encima de todos los promedios. Tenemos un cruce platado que ocurrió acá, que es cuando el promedio del 21 se va por encima del 55 y normalmente cada oportunidad aparece cuando vienes a retestear la zona del 9, que también coincide justamente con este alto que alto pasado con el cierre, lo que probablemente nos da la idea de que el precio, antes de simplemente romper acá, pueda ranguear tantito en esta zona. Entonces puede que venga a buscar esto y seguir su camino y su trayectoria a la alza. En la tabla de 2 días, quiero que vean algo más de cerca. En la tabla de 2 días, lo que queremos asegurarnos es no perder del 124. Si quieres adelantarte un poco al movimiento. ¿Por qué? Del 124, tu segunda oportunidad sería el 120. Pero si llegas a fallar y el precio continúa cayendo, los 116 son muy posibles y hasta los 106, lo que nos permitiría seguir haciendo altos más altos, pero tiene bastante fuerza el precio en este momento y no vemos que eso pueda ser algo realista. Lo que sí queremos es que vengas a retestear el promedio de las 9 por ahí de la zona de los 121 o hasta aquí arriba porque se va a mover también en los 124. Nvidia se ve bastante alcista. Tiene cara que quiere tener continuación, de que lo quiere seguir haciendo. Podemos ver que en temporalidades altas como en la trimestral estamos bastante por encima de nuestro promedio de las 9, que se encuentra en los 84, pero lo vamos a usar como referencia para una oportunidad. Si se llega a dar un rechazo en los 140 y el precio se vierte a la baja, aquí pondríamos nuestras oportunidades de entradas alrededor de los 82, entre los 82 y los $90 es donde las tendríamos nosotros. Sigue viéndose bastante alcista, honestamente, no hay mucho que analizarle, sigue trepando. Vas a entrar en descubrimiento de precio una vez que esto se dé. Voy a quitar todos los promedios. Y vas a entrar en descubrimiento de precio una vez que esto se ve. Un segundito. Y lo que puedes ver, darte un objetivo, ¿no? Igual y ni siquiera te lo da bien, pero vamos a tomarlo y vamos a hacer cierre a cierre. Acá, que también coincide divinamente con mis líneas meme y de ahí sería, si rompemos, por ahí de los $170 sería el siguiente objetivo, de acuerdo a Fibonacci, y no es el gato de Farhan y Alex. ¿Ok? Ahí lo tienes, Nvidia. Honestamente, muy alcista. Nadie se pelea con esto. Se ve bien. Atención a la zona de los 140. Atención a poder mantener esta zona de los 127 al principio. Y si no, no preocuparte siempre y cuando crees un mínimo más alto. Todo sigue en la tendencia y trayectoria en la que creemos que está y que estamos viendo en la que está. Ok, Nike, ladies and gentlemen.
Mikey.
I have Nike here. All right, it's coming back to to test this out and then just gonna fucking go down like a motherfucker. Let's see.
All right, so we're gonna start with the quarterly on Nike. It's not looking the best. We're still below the 5 EMA. As long as we're below the 5 EMA, we have to assume pressure is still to the downside. Because if we see this entire upwards move, since around 2009, when we finally reclaimed the 5 EMA. It was at around $16. We held this 5 EMA all the way until we went up to somewhere around $180, $178. Now we've lost the 5 EMA and we're rejecting the 5 EMA. So we should be expecting this similar type of move where we held the 5 EMA the whole way towards the upside to be the same thing on the downside, where we reject it every single time and we continue to make lower lows as long as we're still rejecting the 5 EMA. Right now, our quarterly HPDR momentum tried to flip back up and got smacked right back down and is flipping back well within the bearish critical zone. And the volatility is still supporting it towards the upside. So as of right now, we still have a bearish setup towards the downside. And if we lose this 55 EMA, which is currently at $79.21, we're very likely going to come back down towards 100, which is right around this area of consolidation. And this price is currently sitting at $58.25. I'd expect for us to find some type of local bottom there, some type of reaction, bounce back up, retest this meme line here, and possibly go all the way up to test this bottom wick right here at $70. Somewhere between $65 and $70, I would be looking for our next lower high. And then I would look for it to break down again from there and probably come back to retest this area of consolidation somewhere around $35 to $40. Let's check the monthly. Monthly is giving us a similar thing where we deviated above the 5 EMA and then rejected the 9, and now we're below the 5 once again. Our monthly momentum, though, HPDR momentum is starting to flip back up a little bit while volatility is flipping down, and the jewel is curving back around within the bearish control zone. So with this type of setup, as long as we do hold this 5 EMA right here, which is currently at $84.66, we should have a statistical target of hitting the median. And right now the median is sitting at just on this 55 EMA, which is currently at around $103.54 to somewhere around $104.64. We would have a statistical likelihood of hitting that as long as we close above this 5 EMA. If we lose the 5 EMA, though, all bets are off, and we're probably going to come back down toward this meme line first. I think this meme line ultimately at around $65. It all comes down to this monthly closure. The weekly momentum, HPDR momentum, is shifting down towards the downside while volatility is ticking back up, and the jewel is about to lose this light blue cyan buy posturing, and it's flipping into white. And after this, is very likely going to flip into this dark blue. Right now, the pink is above the yellow. On this next weekly open, we would expect these both to rise up, and we would expect it to find support somewhere around this bearish control zone. So, but even then, the jewel can come down significantly before it even touches the bearish control zone. So that would be a pretty significant move on price action towards the downside before we find any type of support around that bearish control zone and that pink. But that since we just freshly got out of the bearish control zone for the second time, I would expect this area to be support. So the difference is this time the pink is above the yellow. Last time the pink was not above the yellow. So now we have a more stronger setup to find some type of support right around this edge of this bearish control zone. Will that be while price is from here? Will it be while price is down here? Will it be at $65? Not sure, to be honest. But on the weekly, on the HPDR, we are still holding this bottom 38.2%. We tested down to this 50%. Now we get an expansive candle back up. If we get a close like this in 2 days and 4 hours, we have two statistical targets. First one is the median, which is right here at $86.50. And the second one is the 38.2%, which is right now at $90.84. If we get a close over this top 38.2% and $90.84, we've broken this lower high, and we're very likely going to reverse this downtrend, at least on the weekly. And we should be looking for a higher high on the weekly, which right now is going to be somewhere around this 95%, which is at right about $107.30 to somewhere around $107.50. But once again, that's only if we get a confirmed close above $90.84. As of right now, our setup only tells us that we can possibly touch 86.50 and 90.84, but it doesn't tell us if we're going to close above it or not. And I would guess that we wouldn't close above it based off of how our jewel is looking and how our HPDR momentum indicator is looking. 5 days shifted down, same signal on the jewel. 3 days is a little bit different though. 3 days shifting back up from a full reset, while volatility is shifting up from a full reset. And the jewel is solidly on its light blue cyan posturing within the bullish control zone. So on the 3 day, what we'd want to see, we're also testing down to the median and finding support around there, and we're about to close over this 38.2%. We have 3 hours and 50 minutes to go. If we do close over this 38.2% on the 3-day, that's going to shift our probabilities to come back up to fill this gap right here, probably a little bit higher and go to the 88.3 at 90.34, 90.32, which would then put into play that move towards the top of the 38.2% on the previous chart on the HPDR and $90.84. And based off how our 3-day HPDR momentum is looking, and volatility is still very low. So it does seem like we could get that move. We break above that $90.84 area, and we get our expansive move towards the lower $100 area, somewhere around $108 to $109. From there, I don't know what will happen. Very likely the higher time frame trend continues towards the downside, even mark our next lower high. But it's possible we can get a reversal from there. We just gotta get all of the stars to align, everything to come in order, and then we can get a reversal. Until then, I would not be looking for a reversal. On the 2-day, we're getting our momentum freshly breaking into the bearish critical zone. We're getting volatility flipping up to support it. What we would want to see for the bearish hopium is that this 21 EMA and this 5 EMA still continues to reject. As long as they do, this is just another lower high before we end up breaking this low down to the 95% around 73, and then eventually $65. The daily is giving us a little bit of an opposite, where momentum is flipping back up from very, very extreme areas, while volatility is flipping down. And we're above the 55 EMA right now. So statistically, that gives us a target. If we close above this 55 EMA at, now we're a little bit below it. No, we're above it. It's $82.55. That would give us a statistical target of hitting the median. Right now, the median sits at $88.83. That would be very close to hitting. Sorry?
That closes the gap.
Yeah. It completely closes this gap right here, and it would get us very close to our HPDR target of $90.84. That's the number that we need to close over to get our confirmed expansive move towards the upside, to put the long-term downtrend into question. Because if we close over around $110 and the long-term downtrend is really severely in question, and that's when we get into the territory of possible reversals towards the upside. But until then, those reversals towards the upside are just pipe dreams and just hopium. It's like the RSI on Bikey.
Because the higher time frames are the ones that are bearish, right? You're just getting kind of like the short term ones to be a little bullish, but that's mostly because it seems to be a corrective move.
Yeah. As of right now, we still have several drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of divergence on the quarterly. So far, we have already hit the easy target, though, which is the 55 EMA, which is why if we lose this 55 EMA, right now, it's on the quarterly, it's sitting at about $76 roughly. We're going to very likely come down back down towards this 100 EMA. And right now, the 100 on the quarterly is sitting just below $60 at $59.50. Let's see if that lines up with one of our RSI targets. Nope. The bearish critical zone is so low, it does not even tell you what number that would be. So maybe in the next quarterly or two open, we would be able to get a fresh target for the bearish critical zone. But that assumes that this downtrend stays in place, which very likely it will, because the trend is your friend until the end. Here's on the opposite hand, though, which supports our little bit of bounce before we break down, is on the monthly, we do have a drive of confirmed bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. We are at resistance right now. We are at the moving average, and we're at the edge of the bearish control zone, which right now that number is at $80.62 and also $84.21. When we get a close above that, then we would have an easy target from there, which is the middle zone on the RSI. And right now the middle zone sits at $101.70. That would be somewhere around, I believe it's 21 EMA. No, it's just above the 21 EMA. That still would not invalidate the silver cross to the downside of the monthly. We would need a close over around $104 to invalidate the silver cross to the downside of the monthly. And then very likely we come back to test these previous highs right over here, right around $130. But keep in mind, this shit is in such a huge downtrend that even this will just be another lower high. Even if we were to go up to the upper 120s, 130s, it would just be another lower high before we continue the trend towards the downside. We need a close over $131.31 to confirm to break this lower high and reverse this downtrend. We close over 131.31. then very likely our odds become likely that we're coming up towards 165, probably maybe $180. But we need to close over 130, 131 before that happens. And right now, 131 is how much away from price action?
56%.
About 50, close to 59%. If only it was 10 more. But we need about 58, 59% of a move up to invalidate this lower high before we can reverse our trend. So the trend is reverting until the end. It doesn't seem very likely that's going to happen. What seems more likely is that we'll get this short-term bounce. We're at resistance right now. Maybe we can move up towards the next level of resistance, which is around the 101 to 107 area, which is what our HPDR chart was telling us. Mark our next local lower high right there. It would be a rejection of this 21 EMA. And then we would continue towards the downside based off not only the RSI, but the silver cross and the HPDR. Weekly now has several confirmed drives of hidden bearish divergence. We have 1, 2, 3 confirmed on this lower high right here. We have not even hit the easy target. We have actually we hit the 9 EMA, but that's not really the easy target. Our easy target would be the middle zone of the RSI. And right now that number sits at $75.43. I believe $70 was the number on our HPDR monthly chart towards the first level, towards the downside. So that level lines up with the HPDR and the RSI. And right now we're getting volatility contraction while we're getting this move up. So it's telling you that this move towards the upside is very likely a corrective move, and we should be looking for another lower high before we end up continuing towards the downside. 5-day has multiple drives of bullish divergence though. It has 1, 2, 3, 4 drives confirmed, and the last one was right at the edge of the bearish control zone. And now we're using the bearish control zone as support to move towards the upside. Our logical target would be the bullish control zone, which right now is at $88.18. And then our next target from there is $130.77. This would be very close to breaking the long-term downtrend if we can hit this number. I don't think we're going to. I think maybe we'll go a little bit past the bullish control zone, maybe towards that 101 to 108 area. And I very strongly feel like we're going to find our next local high there, and then we're going to end up breaking down and make some new local lows below these $70 lows that we had before. 3-day also has confirmed hidden bearish divergence. We've hit the easy area, which is the bullish control zone and the moving average. Our next level is the middle zone, and right now that middle zone sits at $74. Same $74 number once again. 2-day has some possible hidden bullish divergence, but it's not confirmed yet. You need 1 day and 4 hours to go, and you got to close above $82.14, and you'll confirm that hidden bullish divergence right at the middle zone. So our next target from there would be the bullish control zone. Bullish control zone right now is at $92. So I was giving us another piece of confluence of getting a short-term bounce towards that $100 area, rejecting from there, and then continuing trend towards the downside and making new local lows. Daily, not much. We're resting at the middle zone right now, which right now that number is at $80, basically $81. If we were to lose that, our next target would be the bearish control zone, and that number is once again $74. So right now, my bias is us getting a short-term bounce on Nike, going up towards the $100, maybe $110 area, possibly getting a rejection there, sharp rejection, marking our next lower high, and then continuing towards the downside, breaking below $74, probably towards around $60 to $65 before any type of local low and mean reversion bounce.
Thank you, sir. Perfecto. And for you, right after I got the peso USD, and that shit is
MXN USD?
USD MXN.
Sounds good.
USD MXN. All right. Let me do it.
How that's performing.
Say it again.
That'll be interesting to see how that's performing.
Oh, yeah. It's been just ranging. It's just getting ready for that.
Recently, it's been going down a little bit.
A little bit. But today woke up fucking spicy. Alrighty. Nike, damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Nike. Lo que podemos decir basado en todos los indicadores de volatilidad y momentum que nos enseña el tío Farhan es lo siguiente. Corto plazo, tenemos cara que queremos corregir. Vamos a tener un movimiento correctivo a la alza. Ese movimiento correctivo quiere decir que no es un cambio de tendencia, simplemente es un movimiento que que el precio va a buscar antes de volver a continuar la tendencia que lleva. ¿Por qué? Porque en las temporalidades altas, como en la de 3 meses, que es la trimestral, en ella podemos ver divergencias alcistas, digo, divergencias bajistas escondidas, ocultas. Eso quiere decir que va a haber continuación al movimiento a la baja. Hemos visto, esto es Nike, una tabla trimestral, y voy a prender mis indicadores para que puedan ver absolutamente todo. Puedes ver cómo hay debilidad en el precio en este momento en temporalidades tan altas como el 9 y el 21. El 9 yendo abajo, el 21 nos demuestra esa debilidad. Luego, perdiendo el promedio del 5 y siendo rechazados esta es la segunda vez y en este momento estamos acá. Faltan 2 meses y 23 días para cerrar esta vela. El hopium es que cerremos arriba de los 79.20, que es justamente donde está el promedio de las 55, que logramos cerrar una vez abajo, una vez arriba, y tiene cara que lo queremos ir a retestear justo donde está esta línea meme morada en los 78.98. Cuando nos vamos acercando un poco más en Nike, nos vamos a la mensual, nos damos cuenta de que estamos siendo rechazados por el promedio de las 5, que es en los 84.61. También el 9 nos mandó a comer espárragos y acá tuvimos un cruce plateado a la baja, lo que quiere decir cada que veas el 9 quieres hacer un short de la misma. La 9 está justamente en este momento en 87.96. Nike está cotizando en 82.43. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más a la semanal y nos vamos a dar cuenta de algo potente. Estamos creando piso, un alto, un bajo más alto, un alto más bajo, un alto más alto y un bajo más alto en este momento. Pero estamos abajo de todos nuestros promedios. Es importante que el promedio del 9 cayó abajo del promedio de las 5 y abajo del 21, lo que nos sigue diciendo que va a haber debilidad. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que Nike, sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver la diaria para ver ese movimiento correctivo, va a ir a buscar cerrar este gap hasta acá, por ahí de los 87, 78. Esto puede que se dé, o puede que lo más simple que podría pasar en este tipo de cosa es, puedes ver cómo venimos acá, creaste este alto, luego creas un alto más alto después de este es tu bajo y este es un bajo más alto. Lo que sería pésimo para Nike instantáneamente es que llegue a esta línea de memes, se encuentre con los 83.25, que coincide con el 21 y el 9, dándose ese flip también. Si llegas a estar ahí y ser rechazado, Nike vas a ir a buscar los 98 inmediatamente, pero muy probablemente te va a llevar el precio abajo 70s o hasta los 60s. Es lo que nosotros creemos. Por ahora, temporalidades cortas, creemos que esta corrección se puede dar y puede venir a cerrar este gap hasta los 87, 69, pero estaríamos nosotros en busca de más downside. Antes de entrar, no creo, si vas a hacer un short, lo harías exactamente acá, porque estás abajo del 9, el 21, etcétera, en los 83, 21. Pero, de nuevo, tienes el riesgo de que se venga a cerrar este gap por acá, donde hay bastante confluencia en temporalidades más altas, sobre todo tu promedio de las 34, que está justamente ahí en los 87.55. Entonces, corto plazo, Nike tiene cara de que quiere corregir a la alza, pero lo que tenemos que estar viendo es, lo voy a poner en la diaria para que sea más claro para todos, voy a quitar estas cosas. Lo que sea para ser bastante claro con ustedes, vas a ir a buscar romper este alto. Si puedes romper este alto en los 90.65, siguiente objetivo van a ser los 104. Para poder tener una tendencia alcista en Nike, tienes que romper los 133 y tener cierres por encima de los $133 por acción para ir a buscar nuevos altos en los 180 y cacho. Así que atención por acá. Interesante jugada de Nike, pero nosotros creemos que todavía hay más downside a mediano plazo. Entonces, ojo por la gráfica trimestral. Ahí lo tienen. All right. This is Original Materials.
Nice. Yeah, I've never seen this chart or heard of this company, but it's actually looking not the worst. We're going to start off with the 3-day. Well, what's interesting to me on this 3-day is the fact that, we haven't majorly rejected this 3-day EMA 100. There's not a lot of data tied to this, considering this stock is fairly new. But, what we do see is anytime we've essentially rallied up to it, it's led to major rejections. Price has actually kind of just been grinding alongside it. Granted, it hasn't really reclaimed it yet, other than this fake out, but it also really hasn't broken down. It's a welcoming sign for bulls, especially considering this is closing in 3 hours. To me, if we can actually close back above this on a 3-day closure, right at $1.60 is currently where it's at, that would be a really promising sign. The next step would be actually seeing BBWP either fully reset, hit extremes, something we've actually never seen happen on this chart before. But if not, at least start flipping up and cross back above 15%. To me, then we could have fuel to actually break out of this zone. And, you know, when you get these major dumps, you often have inefficiencies, gaps on the lower time frames and whatever. I'm getting a lot of confluence around $2.15 to $2.40 being a major area of resistance. Simply, if we go to the weekly is actually telling us an interesting story, because we see this is the first time in this chart's history that the weekly 9 has crossed above the 21. You know, I was going through this, and you know, it's basically just pinned down. There wasn't enough data for when this 21 actually populated. But when it did, we see it's just solely the 9's been flipped under it. So that's an interesting point. But we're also seeing we're seeing all the major moving averages like the 9, the 21, the 34 actually get reclaimed and hold. You know, through this chart's history, that's kind of been an area, especially this 34 here, where price kind of stops on the weekly. You know, there's only been a few times where we've reclaimed it. But then usually in 1 or 2 weeks, it usually rejects and deviates. So it's welcoming actually to see price holding above it for more than over, you know, 5 weeks here, while also basing off the 9. The only concerning part about this is the fact that, you know, BBWP isn't at extremes, but it is starting to reset here, telling me that, you know, even though we're getting a 3-day potential setup and a daily setup, you know, the move probably isn't going to be extremely big. Like, I don't think we're going to go back to this $4 zone. But I do think that, you know, bulls could have a nice move back to this $2.43 zone, an area we actually haven't really ever retested, which will be a major point, you know, to see if we reject or actually break above it. Not only that, right around here, right? This would kind of be my confirmation as the 3-day actually reclaiming this EMA 100. Considering we're getting this full reset on BBWP, once this actually starts curving up and assuming that bulls do start reclaiming this, to me, that would give us basically the move to $2.40, which from this point here to there would still be an impressive, you know, over 40%. You know, for now, that's kind of what I'm seeing. And then, you know, on the lower time frames, it actually becomes better looking. What we see here is, let me see the 55. I do believe it's not on. Here it is. Yeah. So what's actually interesting about this daily here is the fact that, you know, we're actually getting a silver cross, I do believe, to the upside on the daily. You know, we see that the 21 basically fell below it and then immediately quickly crossed above the 55 while also getting support by the 9. This is actually the first time this has ever happened on this chart. From the start, we've actually never had a daily silver cross to the upside. So that's just another point, because I was looking at this, well, maybe, you know, during this rally here, but what we see here on the dailies, it just never crossed. Let me actually see. Let me look at this closer. Yeah, so actually, my apologies, we actually did get one. So this would actually be then the second one we've actually ever had on this chart. You know, the interesting part about this silver cross, though, is it still led to an impressive bounce. The difference between here and now is actually bulls have more momentum, because if we actually take a look at where BBWP was, we basically were already like above 50%. So we just stayed at extremes for a while, which is fine. This kind of can show you that, yes, we can stay at extremes for a while. But from this first silver cross, you know, it still led first until we have majorly rejected, you know, at least a 6%, if not all the way from when we lost the silver cross, which would be at this point here, almost 11%. But the difference between here and from this point to where we're at now is if you actually gauge where BBWP is, we have a silver cross, but it's actually fully resetting. So this time we're not above 50%, and we silver cross, making us hit extremes fairly fast. We actually, once this starts flipping above 15%, are getting quite a nice daily setup here, supported by a silver cross, which is nice. What we just want to see now is actually bulls get a bounce from this point. Reclaiming and throwing this 9 back above the 21 would actually be nice, because for now it's fairly weak. But it very well could easily do that. And that's why we want to see this candle go green within the next, by the end of this week. And ideally, again, the daily will give me possibly a buy trigger. Once we start reclaiming this, actually $1, call it $1.60 level. We can see from the small amount of data we have, that's been a pretty big rejection point. And what makes it nice is it's lining up nicely right around that 3-day EMA 100. Which is also potentially getting supported by BUWP resetting. And that's kind of why I'm seeing this chart is slightly shifting. There really hasn't been a lot. This hasn't happened in this chart's history a lot. So it's welcoming to see, especially the weekly cross that we're seeing with the 9 above the 21. We're also seeing it kind of base off of it. Throughout this whole chart's history, we really haven't seen that, at all, other than this point here. Where the 9 fully supported it. But since we lost it and fell under it, for basically since this happened, which was, in 2021, for multiple years, we haven't had this kind of price structure happen where we're just consolidating above the 9 for a while, not fully rejecting it. So for me, while viewing this, I do think we're going to get a pullback potentially. Ideally, though, it's hard for me to say because the monthly to me looks like potentially bulls are front running the 9 retest, which could give into what I'm saying on the daily, where we would definitely kind of want to see a bounce here to kind of get the 9 back above the 21 fairly fast. It doesn't have to be today, but probably by within the end of the week. But with how the monthly is looking as well, you do have to be more on the stance of bullish on this chart. Just because of how the structure is on the daily, how close we are on the 3-day to reclaiming that EMA 100. But also, anytime this 9 on the monthly has been reclaimed, here, it usually just gets immediately deviated. We see it got reclaimed here at this point, deviated. And then if we just keep going back, that's kind of where it stops. So the fact also that this chart now reclaimed the 9 and it's still basing off of it. Last month was kind of a doji. More indecision in my opinion. This month is going to be important. We want to see this 9 keep holding. If it does, then to me, again, it gives us that measured move to right around this monthly 21, which we're getting a lot of confluence of that $2.18 to $2.40 being right around there, which to me on the lower time frames could potentially fill. All we could be doing on that is potentially just filling a gap. We can see, that
huge gap.
Yeah, that basically was left with price. Do we think we'll have the potential to go to the $4.25? No. But I do think that, if let's say this 3-day actually does fire off, we'll start reclaiming this EMA 100, this daily SMA 200 starts coming down more to maybe $2.80, $2.70. Then we're getting multiple points of confluence on why $2.40 to $2.15 should reject. And granted, from this point to the monthly 9, which is technically a buy, as long as this is holding to the 21, it's still a 68% move. So even though we're not, I don't think, going to hit $4.25 or even go above $2.50, that is still over 68%. Would have been nice if that was full, like 69%, but whatever. So that's kind of what I see on this chart. You're working with this chart with not a lot, so you kind of have to analyze closely. But for what I'm seeing now, it's definitely giving me more a bullish tone. I'm just more cautious on the idea that we're not going to get a full 200-300% move, simply because of the higher time frames you go from a 3-day, from a 5-day and above. That's when things start kind of getting more sticky, where we're kind of just consolidating and we're just kind of not at extremes, but approaching it. And this chart could definitely reset more, right? The weekly is still there, the monthly even, right? And then the quarterly as well. So it's really hard for me to, and this is an interesting point too. More confluence, this $2.45, which I forgot to mention, is, the fact that the quarterly 9 sits right there. And so far, we actually haven't hit it ever in the history of this chart. So that also will be another point on why I do think that the rally will probably get stopped right around that $2 range. So overall, if you do start seeing the expansion, which for me, honestly, will be either a weekly closure above, for me, $1.60, or if you want to be more aggressive, you could take it on a 3-day, and any 3-day closure back above this EMA 100. Not only is it a reclaim of that, also it's basically a back test of the 9, but also, I didn't even notice this, but it would also just basically be a retest. You'd basically, if we go down and retest the monthly 9, it would be a retest of the 3-day EMA 21, which technically the 3-day is silver crossed as well. I didn't even notice that, surprisingly, which maybe that's what I was referring to and how it's never done that in its history. Yeah, so that's actually what I was referring to. That's funny. So we know the daily has silver crossed once in its history, but the 3-day actually has never silver crossed until now. So it's freshly silver crossed here. That's why we're seeing this 9 hold nicely. And that's why, to me, I'd feel pretty confident taking kind of at least a low leverage, small long, if we actually start basing on this EMA 100. Why? Because if we start losing it like this and going back under, cool, I can just cut the trade. But if we start reclaiming that and we see BBWP flip up, to me, this could give it a nice move back to what we're saying, which is right around that $2 or $2.40 range, which would still be a nice move, 60%. So to me, that would be the trigger. If not, if you want to wait for a weekly back above 160. But yeah, any 3-day closing back above this EMA 100 to me would be pretty good. We've never actually reclaimed this either, while also having a silver cross to the upside, while getting BBWP full on resetting on the 3-day, the 2-day, and the daily. 2-day not so much, but daily definitely. Could have even hit extremes here. And if you want to be even more aggressive, any daily closure above 160, you just want that to hold, which would then bleed into the 3-day, and then ideally the weekly. So nice chart overall. Not a lot of data, but for what I could gather, it's more bullish than bearish. But I do think that if we get a major squeeze, let's say, which obviously things don't go down only, I do think that rally is going to be suppressed. I do think that we easily could go back to $2. But from that point is when you should be viewing a major rejection. We're just quarterly, monthly, weekly, 5-day, 3-day, all right around in that $2, $2.40 range. So that's telling me it's major resistance, but it is welcoming to see kind of the monthly reclaim the 9, the 3-day silver cross for the first time ever, while also being supported by the daily. It is interesting to see. So I don't know what they do. I don't know why it's looking so good, but that's all I could gather from ORGN.
I think because they fired like 30% of the people that used to work there. So now they're going to make more money.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's what it says here. It says 18%, but once you click on the news article, it's like they fired 28%, 18%, 28%. So not
firing a third of your workforce is bullish as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, you know who taught us that?
Elon.
Amazon, Meta, Elon, all of those guys. As soon as they started doing the layoffs and their shares were already in the fucking floor, that's when they skyrocketed on 2022. Wish I would have bought Meta.
TradingView has a 1-year price target of $4. I do think, because I have $4.25. If we do reclaim 160, but I think that's just going to be a trap.
Can you do me a favor, sir? Can you lower your price target by 5 cents?
Oh,
$4.
I got
420.
Yeah, 420. But I do think that it'll be a trap, in my opinion. I don't think it'll go up to there. I do think $2.40 will be a major rejection point for this.
Yeah. I feel like everyone's gonna fall for it's gonna close the gap type of thing, and that's at 425, which again 420, and that's not gonna happen. I think so too.
Newbies are going to look at the trading view analysis. They're even saying $4, my chart, their chart. And then I think we're just going to dump at like $2.45. Still a nice 68% pump, but whatever.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take the 69% pump. I got Shopify for you.
Oh, cool.
Thank you. Vale, estamos viendo Origin Materials. Esta empresa dice que son productos químicos o que hacen químicos. No sé qué exactamente hagan, pero aquí la tenemos enfrente de todos ustedes. Vamos a empezar por la trimestral. Bastante fácil de leer esta tabla, honestamente. Es una tabla con no muchísima historia, pero interesante. Nada de menos. No me quiero ir. Gracias por preguntarme. Todo bien. Esta tabla ha logrado altos históricos en los 13.99. En este momento está cotizado en $1.49, ¿ok? Para que todo el mundo lo tenga presente. Voy a prender mis indicadores. Te voy a poner lo primero que tienes que notar es el 9, que empieza a popular apenas en esta tabla trimestral. Y puedes ver que hay confluencia acá. Está en los 2.45 el promedio de los 9. 2.40 tenemos una línea bastante importante, meme por ahí, que quiero que se queden en la cabeza. Ahora, en la mensual también podemos ver que por ahí de los 2.18 está cruzando el promedio de los 21, pero por primera vez, creo que es por primera vez en toda la historia desde que apareció el promedio de las 9, estamos por encima de él. Esto es muy importante para el precio porque esta es la primera vez que en realidad no estaría en una tendencia bajista. Empezaría a tener la probabilidad de tener una tendencia alcista esto. ¿Ok? Y esto es en la mensual. Cuando nos acercamos un poco más en la semanal, podemos darnos cuenta que también el promedio de la 100 está pasando por ahí de los 2.44, lo que nos da confluencia en esta zona de los 2.40 para un objetivo de precio. Acabamos de cruzar el 9 por encima del 21 en lo que se refiere a la semanal y esto nos da bastante esperanza alcista porque esto es fuerza. Puedes ver que estamos justamente encima del promedio de las 55 que está en los 1.48. El que siga subiendo el precio y consolidando por acá va a crear un cruce plateado en la semanal que me parece que nunca hemos visto en esta tabla. Pero cuando lo llevo a la tabla de 3 días, pueden ver también el promedio de la 100 está por ahí de los 1.60, que es bastante interesante y es justamente lo que vamos a querer romper. ¿Ok? Ahorita les voy a enseñar, pero aquí tienes tu primer cruce plateado por acá. Este es el mero, el primero que hay de su tipo. Nunca habíamos visto un cruce plateado en esta tabla, en la de 3 días. Pueden echarlo para atrás y podemos ver cómo no lo hay. Y acá literalmente lo único que hizo fue perderlo. Así que eso es tal cual. En la diaria sí hemos tenido un cruce plateado. Ese cruce plateado se dio aquí atrás. Vamos a acercarnos tantito para poder ver y disecar un poco qué fue lo que pasó cuando se dio el cruce plateado. Podemos verlo acá, que ocurrió en diciembre del 2020 y de ahí llevó el precio de todo esto 42% para arriba hasta los $14. ¿Ok? Y ahora, desde entonces, no habíamos tenido otro hasta acá, que fue hace cuánto, bastante tiempo. En la diaria sí hemos tenido uno que otro, pero déjenme, me regreso hasta la parte. Un segundito. ¿Dónde vergas está el precio de esta madre? ¿Por qué no me deja hacer esto? Ok, ahí lo voy a poner ya. Me lo estoy haciendo del rogar. Ok, ahora, ya acercándonos más, estamos en la diaria, estás viendo cómo 1.45, 1.50 son puntos importantes, donde el 9 se había ido abajo del 21 y ahorita tenemos la posibilidad de poder cruzar esto hacia la alza. Lo que quieres hacer y estás creando estructura es, tienes estos bajos que llegaron a tocar el 1.32, ahora tienes estos nuevos bajos en el 1.40, formaste un alto más alto acá en los 1.90 y lo que nosotros creemos que debería o va a ocurrir es un poco de consolidación por acá y esa consolidación va a poder hacer que todos los promedios bajen o suban de acuerdo a lo que les vaya a ayudar más y eso nos ponga en la situación de venir a retestear el promedio de la 100 y aquí sería tu entrada. Una vez que recuperes el promedio de la 100 y no nada más te caigas como en esta desviación que ocurrió, sería un gran momento para poder hacer un buen long que te lleve a los 2.40. Ahora, estamos platicando justamente de esto. De aquí a los 2.40 estás hablando de un 50%. Muy pocas acciones te lo van a pagar, pero acá hay mucha gente que va a estar volteando a ver esto, ¿ok? Estoy en la gráfica diaria y puedes ver cómo se acaba la acción de precio por este enorme gap que existe acá. La mayor cantidad de gente va a creer que el precio va a venir para acá a buscar eso. Lo que nosotros creemos es que por ahí de los 2.40 o por ahí de los $3 se vaya a frenar. Así que simplemente si eres alcista en Origin, lo único que tienes que hacer es retomar el promedio de la 100 en tu tabla de 3 días, que esté en el 1.60, tener un cierre arriba de eso y asegurarte no perder el 9, que esté en el 1.48. Con eso y poder romper el 1.89, muy probablemente tu siguiente objetivo, bueno, no muy probablemente, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 2.40 y de ahí empezaría a pensar qué va a pasar. ¿Por qué no creemos que esto vaya a romper a la alza y llegar a cerrar ese gap? Porque en temporalidades altas la volatilidad está ya sobreextendida y creemos que este es un movimiento simplemente correctivo para después continuar lo que esté haciendo, pero mínimo vamos a ir paso a paso. Y esto sería lo primero. Tienes el cruce plateado, está recargada en la 9, quieres romper el 100 y de ahí creo que sería la primera vez que rompes también el 100. No, aquí tuviste un cierre. Te da un buen chance de que esto aguante por ahí. Y si puedes colgarte encima del 100, se va a ver bastante bien esto. Así que atención con Origin, damas y caballeros. All right. Peso dollars son
USDMXN.
USDMXN. Yes, sir. This motherfucking chart.
All right, fellas, I got a request that you guys don't for the next 30 or 40 minutes, don't make me look bad, please. My como se dice, sweetie is watching.
Oh, she is. Perfect.
Don't make me look bad. I'll make myself look bad.
Say, amorcito, this is my job. All right, let me do USD. Where the motherfucking shit is this? Oh, here you go.
All right, let me share my screen. Oh, I already did. All right, so we're going to start. I'll do the quarterly because this is a lot of data being a Forex. So right now on the quarterly, our quarterly HPR momentum is breaking out freshly in towards the bullish control zone. While momentum volatility is supporting it as well towards the upside, volatility is now crossed over the moving average. We don't have enough data to populate the jewel yet, so we'll look at that on the monthly. Or as of right now, we are strongly above this blue 38.2% zone. On the last close, we didn't quite close above it, but then the ranges moved down. You would think it's bullish to see the ranges move down, but whenever you're moving up and the ranges are moving down, that's not bullish. It's usually kind of bearish because whenever the ranges move down, you have a statistical probability of hitting the top 38.2% zone, which right now is sitting at right around 18.8 pesos per dollar. And I'm sure we'll get some confluence based on the monthly as well. Yeah, this monthly is putting in a major topping candle right here. Where let me blow my nose. Right now, we're finding some support at this 100 EMA. This 100 EMA is the last stand for bulls on this chart right now. Because if this 100 EMA is lost, this doji top candle is going to play out, and we're very likely going to come back down towards right around this 55 EMA, which is perfectly at 18.8. You guys remember the 18.8 number? Right here, right around that top 38.2%. That would be a retest of this 55 EMA. I'd expect for it to find at least some type of support here, retest this 5, and then on a retest of the 5 is where I would look for it to be if this is going to be a lower high and we roll over, or if we make our next higher low here and we end up going back towards the upside. But at that point, I would want to see these ranges move up. Because right now we are in such extreme areas on the HPDR, it makes a lot of sense for us to reject here and make a top candle. We tested the 95% range twice, and right now we're rejecting off the 95% range. So it would be extremely bullish, to be honest, if we were to come back down only towards this 55 EMA and consolidate right here while these ranges move up. What's more likely is that we probably come back down somewhere towards the 78.6 while these ranges move up. If not, this is going to be the most bearish scenario while keeping bullish hopium alive, is that we come down towards the 61.8, which is right around 17.5. You lose 17.5, this uptrend is gone, and we're probably coming down towards this bottom 38.2%, which is right around 16 pesos. Our monthly HPR momentum is still pointed very sharply towards the upside. Our volatility is supporting it. And the jewel right now, we don't have a yellow because we don't have enough time for it or enough data. But the jewel is breaking out of the bearish control zone, and the pink is breaking out of the bearish control zone as well. Where the cyan is above the pink, and now they're both breaking out. And right now, the jewel is about to hit the bullish control zone. So that would support the idea that we come back down for somewhere around this area, mark our next higher low, and then move towards these previous highs right here, right around 21 to 21.50 per pesos per dollar. Go to the weekly. Weekly is looking pretty decent. But right here, we got to move down towards this 9 EMA while our range is moved up. And right now, we're getting another bounce off the 9 EMA, and we're getting expansion towards the upside. We're about to close over the 5 EMA. The 5 is currently at $19.40. And we're above the blue 38.2% zone. So if we close above this blue 38.2% zone, right now our HPR momentum is breaking out of the bullish control zone. We'd want to see, if we close above it, very likely this starts to tick back up like it did right here. Volatility will probably start ticking back up as well. And then at that point, we would have a target of the 78.6, which is just above these highs right here. And that number is at right around $20, 20.21 pesos per dollar. And from there, our uptrend is going to be strongly towards the upside. See if we can get it on a monthly view, what number that would be.
22.
Yeah, right around here would be the level that it would take us to. And if we get a close above this, these previous rejective highs have been taken out. And statistically, we would come back down towards this breakdown area, which right now is at 22.9, possibly right around from anywhere from 22 to 22.9. I would expect for us to test that area before reevaluating. But because we have broken this previous downtrend, in my opinion, at that point, we would probably make a new higher high, and that would be over 25.7 pesos per dollar. Let's see if we can get a fib target from that, if it lines up. Oops. Just like I said, I embarrassed myself.
Well, that didn't take that long.
Yeah, so our first target is somewhere around that 23.35 area, which lines right up with these rejective highs when we initially broke down in July of 2020. Our next target is significantly higher, and it's right around 34 pesos, 34.2 pesos per dollar. I don't think it's going to hit that number anytime soon. I think if we do continue on this uptrend, it's probably going to take, this is a monthly chart, it's probably going to take around 2.5 years to hit that number. But eventually that would be the target that we would be looking for, is the 161.8 extension. The 5-day. 5 days is giving us the same posturing where momentum is breaking down from the bullish control zone. The volatility is also breaking down, but volatility is contracting. But we're holding the 9 EMA, and we're about to get close above the 38.2% for a confirmed breakout towards the 78.6. Check the 2-day. 2-day right now is kind of rejecting, getting out of the bullish, the neutral zone, and it's flipping back down towards the neutral zone, while volatility is flipping down as well. But on the opposite hand, we are basing off the median, and we're getting an expansion towards the upside. The only thing holding us back right now is the 2-day 9 EMA, which is at 19.6 pesos per dollar. You get above the 19.6 area on the 9 EMA, very likely we're not going to just test the 38.2% because we've already done that several times before. We're probably going to be coming up to the 61.8%, which right now is at 19.7. But the reason why I think we're going to go a little bit higher is because I think we're probably going to come to test this breakdown area right here, which lines up perfectly with the 78.6, and that one's at 20.08 pesos per dollar. If we were to even tick above these highs right here, which is at 20.13 and 20.14, I think we're probably going to go significantly higher, and we're probably going to at least 21. So daily right now, momentum is starting to flip back up from extreme areas, while volatility is contracting a little bit, and we're getting a support off of this 55 EMA. Right now, what we want to see it close over this bottom 38.2%, which is right now at 19.48 pesos per dollar. We get a close above that. Very likely we're coming up to this top 38.2%, which right now is at 19.82. And at that area, if we get a tick above 19.826, like even a little tick above it, very likely we're coming up to retest this breakdown area, somewhere around that low 20 pesos per dollar area. And if we were to tick at 20 pesos per dollar once again, in my opinion, it would activate our next leg of this uptrend towards the upside. Plus, we have a lot of juice to do it based off of this, how low our HPR momentum is at and how low the volatility is at. We could easily move up to 21 from here. Let's check the RSI.
There's
All right, Nothing on the quarterly. Monthly, we do have confirmed bullish divergence within the bearish control zone, but we have hit our easy targets where we've broken into the bullish control zone. Right now, we're getting this little pullback. Our next target, if we do hold this consolidation area, pullback maybe to the 55, is the bullish critical zone. And right now, the bullish critical zone sits at 22.82 pesos per dollar. Very likely, this number is going to move down after the next monthly open. This is going to take a good amount of time to play out. Very likely, it moves somewhere around that 21 number that we were looking at before. If not, if it moves, there's a possibility it can move up. The only way it moves up is if the price action closes extremely bullish. I would say that we would probably have to close the month above 19.67 to have that happen. And if it moves up, very likely it moves up to that $34 peso number we were looking at from our Fib extension. So we have two possibilities. If we close in the pullback consolidation scenario, our number will likely drop to 21s. If we close very strongly, then our number will move up to 34s. And then 34s is our ultimate target based off the Fib extension, but it would take very likely 1.5 to 2 years to play out.
34?
I think so. The weekly has confirmed hidden bullish divergence in play. First, we got a rejection from the bullish control zone, but now we're getting another move back into the bullish control zone. We have two targets from here. The first one is very easy. It's bullish control zone that sits at $19.50. Our next target is the bullish critical zone, which right now currently sits at 24.78 pesos per dollar. And as of this moment, we're having volatility contraction whenever we're getting our consolidation and down move right now, which is exactly what the bulls want to see. You want to see volatility contraction, what price consolidates and moves down. So then volatility has reset for our next move towards the upside. 5-day also has confirmed hidden bullish divergence. 3-day has some confirmed bearish divergence on this low right here, but we have hit the easy target of this 21 EMA and this middle zone of the RSI. So if we do continue holding this low of 19.1, this is going to mark our next local low, and we're going to end up moving towards those 2021 peso targets. But if we do lose this area, then our next target is the bearish control zone. Right now, the bearish control zone sits at 17.83 pesos per dollar. 2-day also has that confirmed bearish divergence. We've hit the easy target of the bearish control zone. If we lose this area, same number, 19.1, then our target is the bearish critical zone. And right now, the bearish critical zone sits at 17.01 pesos. And if we hold this, though, our next target is the middle zone, which currently is at 19.79, and then the bullish control zone, which is just under 21 pesos per dollar. Daily right now has nothing. So the way I'm looking at it right now is that on a long term, the trend is very strongly towards the upside, but we are putting in a little bit of local top. So I'm thinking we consolidate, make a higher low over the next few weeks maybe, and then maybe consolidate after we make our local low while volatility contracts. And then from there, I would expect to hit our higher targets of somewhere around 21. And if we're extremely bullish, then maybe 34.
In 1.5 years or so.
Yeah.
Which, that would be horrendous.
Yeah,
but yeah. Yeah, well, damn.
Yeah, I live in Mexico, so.
No, that would be really good for you. Because you earning dollars, my friend, unless you got a trabajo down in Mexico that you haven't told me about. Which
I don't know what that
work.
means.
Means a job.
I got a job, bud. I'm slinging weight across the border.
So you're getting paid in dollars cash. Either way, you're good. All righty. Thank you so much. And for you, Shopify. TIGR. Tiger. TIGR.
I'm getting Tiger.
I guess so.
Nice.
All righty.
I wonder what Tiger does.
Oh, me too. Vamos a ver, tenemos la tabla del peso, damas y caballeros, y estamos viéndolo en temporalidad alta. Estos son 3 meses. Podemos ver que esto empieza literalmente en el 89, ha estado en una tendencia alcista desde entonces. Eso quiere decir que el dólar le ha ganado al peso desde entonces por bastante. Vimos que nuestro máximo histórico llegó en abril del 2020. Eso fue 25.7 pesos por dólar. Y desde entonces hemos visto esta gran caída que regresó a esta zona, a esta línea meme vertical que va a esta línea inclinada que va para arriba. Ahora, Hemos retestado una vez acá en abril del 2013, la segunda fue el abril del 2024, cuando tuvimos el mínimo del peso contra el dólar en 16.2, y ahora estamos intentando regresar para arriba. Lo que pueden ver es que en tendencias altas, en temporalidades altas, estás creando mínimos más altos, ¿no? Como este, y habías creado altos más altos hasta acá. Ahora, esta tabla, de acuerdo a lo que estás viendo, deberías de ir a buscar romper los 22.16 y un cierre arriba de los 22.16 en una vela trimestral te va a llevar a buscar los nuevos máximos, ¿no? Te está dando más o menos la seguridad de que vas a ir a buscar nuevos máximos. Es trimestral. Cuando volteamos a ver trimestral, estamos hablando de movimientos que se van a dar en año y medio, 2 años. Y ahí, y esto solamente tómenlo por lo que es, son simplemente objetivos de volatilidad y momentum, pero ahí nos debería llevar el precio hasta 34 pesos por dólar, que sería obviamente una masacre, pero todo puede pasar. Año y medio a 2 años es lo que tomaría de acuerdo a esto. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más y sobre todo vamos a poner atención a nuestros promedios, porque en la trimestral podemos ver que después de un rato, o sea, literalmente, después de que lo perdimos en octubre del 2020, no habíamos estado por encima de la 9 y justamente la recuperamos por ahí de julio y ahora estamos no solamente encima del 9, pero del 21. Y si el precio continúa consolidando de lado, que es lo que esperamos nosotros, va a poder levantar el 9 por encima del 21, aún dándole más fuerza e impulso al precio. Vamos a ponerle en la de un mes. En la de un mes puedes darte cuenta cómo el 9 acaba de masacrar y el promedio de las 21, lo que nos indica que va a haber fuerza, y ahora el promedio de las 55 está acá. La última vez que el 9 y el 21 intercambiaron lugares fue acá. Déjame ver si lo lograron o no. No, no fue esa. En la mensual, 9 y 21. Fue acá atrás. Y la última vez que vimos eso, literalmente se dio el movimiento desde acá hasta este movimiento de 70%. Eso quiere decir que prepárense porque a cierto punto vas a perder 70% de tu poder de compra o el 50% más allá de lo que ya se ha perdido ahorita, que hablando este año 2024, el fondo hasta donde está el precio hoy es un 20%, tienes una quinta parte menos de poder adquisitivo comparado contra el dólar si estás en pesos en este momento. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más a la semanal y ver cómo nos estamos recargando, apoyando totalmente en la 9 después de haber sido rechazados. Perfecto. Viene el 21 bastante por abajo y tenemos este cruce plateado delicioso que ocurrió cuando el amarillo se fue por encima del naranja y seguimos consolidando. Lo que sigue ahora, porque en temporalidades cortas nos está diciendo que va a haber una corrección, sobre todo en la de 3 días, ¿no? Lo que nos está diciendo es que muy probablemente vengamos a retestear este 19.01, 19.1 y lo más probable que vayamos a ver con este movimiento es esto. Por un rato, hasta que se le ocurra dar su siguiente movimiento al peso mexicano. ¿Qué es lo que queremos ver si somos alcistas en más pesos por dólar? Queremos que no rompas este bajo de los 19.04, pero eso es a temporalidad muy corta. El verdadero no quieres tumbar está acá en los 18.59 y el que definitivamente no quieres romper son estos, en los 10, no, espérame, sí, en los 17.7. Si quieres que esto siga la fiesta para arriba. Tu siguiente objetivo a romper a la alza van a ser los 20.21. De ahí puedes empezar a ponerte objetivos por ahí arriba de los 21, 22. Pero por ahora el peso se ve bastante débil contra el dólar se ve bastante fuerte contra el peso, pero lo que creemos es que va a haber una consolidación temporal, va a durar algo de tiempo antes de ver los siguientes movimientos del peso a la alza. And all right, Alex, we're ready for Shopify.
Nice. Yeah, Shopify is actually looking pretty good. When I was analyzing it, let's go to the daily first. So what we're seeing here is a nice reclaim of this $80 zone, basically. It's a pretty big zone. And we're also seeing that we're basically now, after losing the 9, quickly got reclaimed and just holding above it. as it stands, we're kind of in a big range now. We're back in the range that Shopify kind of likes to be in, and so it's welcoming to see. The daily, something to point out in this daily was, once we basically reclaimed this daily SMA 200, that was basically when price kind of got its footings and started to go up. That's something to just mentally note, while also the daily EMA 100 kind of caught price here. Not the cleanest. That's why this SMA 200, once we reclaimed it, we even back tested it here, and then we got the expansion. Something to note here, it was, let me see the 2-day. The 2-day, it's nice. We have a silver cross in the 2-day. We see this clean back test of the EMA 100, use this as a spring, and then shot up. Now what we're seeing is with the silver cross, we now look at the 9, and currently that's sitting at right with the meme line, right at $79.95. And so any retest of this basically would be a retest of the 9, but also the meme line. And we want this, if you're bullish, you want this $80 region to kind of hold on Shopify. Ideally, I don't think it's going to just go up like that. Ideally, maybe it comes like this, actually comes down, tests the 9. And then as long as it consolidates here, to me, that would look pretty healthy. What we don't want to see is a quick deviation down and then a rejection. That wouldn't be good. But as long as it can consolidate above $80 or even just hold $80, to me, that would just be holding the 2-day 9, keep the silver cross intact, while also holding and backtesting this major level that we just reclaimed. And then, the more higher timeframes you go, the nicer it actually is looking. I do believe if we go and check the weekly, there is a weekly actually silver cross. It's hard to notice it, but we can see a very short period of time. We had this 21 fall under the 55, quickly got shot back up with the 9 supporting it. And so we do have a weekly silver cross, which is interesting to see. But we also on the weekly have the weekly SMA 200 reclaimed. There's not much data with this. And there's really not a lot of times where Shopify actually has been above it. We see the last 2 times we got above it, it quickly got sold down here, and then also here. Got above it and quickly got sold down. It's very actually interesting to see that we've now had 3 closings above it, and actually BBWP looks quite healthy here. And so this is telling me that this is a big shift for Shopify. I'm unsure why it's looking so bullish. Shopify is a great company. I've used them a lot. But this is a big thing for this chart, especially on the weekly, something that's never happened before. And so now what we'd want to see, and this is giving me confluence to what I was mentioning with the 2-day silver cross, is ideally we just want to see this $79 to $80 range hold. If price on the weekly can just keep holding this weekly SMA 200, bulls have full control. And all this consolidation or even rising up will do is give the weekly 9 more room to actually grind up with price, basing more right around that $80 zone, solidifying it into a major support zone. And so as it stands now, Shopify is looking great. We even see here on this expansion from the SMA 200, we broke well above this resistance. We even on this week then came all the way down, tested it, and got a spring up. And so currently as it stands, as long as it's above its SMA 200, while even holding the $80 meme line, I have the next target being $91. To me, we're just playing within this range. We know in this zone, Shopify likes to make big moves. And so for me, there's not lots of data in this zone, but that's the next thing I'm looking at. And it makes sense, actually, especially when we know we have a weekly silver cross as well, but we're also basing on this massive moving average that we actually have never done before. And so getting above here and holding, to me, is a very, very, very big bullish point. And it's quite interesting to see how the chart really hasn't tested, lost it, and then gotten back above it, or even tapped it, really. Each tap was just basically led to major deviation. So welcoming sign on the weekly chart. And then lastly, the monthly is looking great. I mean, we're now getting basically this 9 getting support. This 9 solidly been supporting price along with the 21 and the 34. We know that the 34 and the 21 has kind of been a big rejection point for Shopify. It was holding it down. So getting back above there was nice. Now seeing the back test here is very welcomed. And then even closing the monthly back above $80 was, just another tick for bulls kind of flexing. And so opening up now, still 22 days to go. But I mean, just like I said, the more higher time frames you go on this chart, the honestly better it gets. And this chart's pretty bullish as it stands. Solid uptrend now. We just want to ideally on this monthly see actually 90, basically this wick high get broken. It's currently sitting at $91.57. Nice confluence with this meme line. If we actually can break above here, to me, then yeah, it solidifies the uptrend on the monthly, but then also breaking back above here and holding gives us a whole new range that we potentially could actually test this $100 again. But until then, I'm looking at this $91 zone to be a pretty big rejection zone. We know from the monthly here, it was pretty strong support. And so we've only gotten really one test of it, which got massively rejected. And so we have to look at this zone, this $91 zone, as being a massive area of resistance. But for me, over time, that's kind of where I see Shopify going, especially when you start analyzing this. You know, we came all the way down, tested the monthly 100, shot all the way back up, reclaimed the 9 even. This has trapped a lot of shorts. I'm sure a lot of bulls even scaled out because, you know, this was a pretty ugly dump going from $91 all the way back down to $48. But this EMA 100, not a lot of data, but with the data we have, acted as a major opportunity. Once we reclaimed this monthly 9, it was kind of, you know, bulls had full control. And they're taking advantage of that. So with the weekly silver cross, the monthly looking this good, but then even the quarterly as well, with this 9 moving more up and supporting price with a massive hammerhead and a reclaim of it. To me, yeah, all the momentum is with bulls. Major pump if we can actually break this wick high right at $91.57. If we do, then I do think then we're back into this range, which puts support at $91 and 670 cents, and next resistance at $115. But until then, over time, I do think Shopify can easily come back above here at $91. There, the reaction will be very key. And as long as the weekly is reclaiming this SMA 200 and there's a weekly silver cross fresh, then we have to look at this 9. Ideally, if you're bullish, you want this 9 to keep coming up, maybe match with this SMA 200 while also this meme support line. And then now, you know, any rallies or any dumps into this zone will be supported by major moving averages on a higher time frame on a weekly, but then also, you know, on the 2-day as well, where we'll most likely, you know, have basically this 21 flip up more. An area we haven't tested. We have not tested this 21. Since basically getting the bounce from it, we see this 9 has been pretty strong on the 2-day, which is something you'd want to see in a really bullish asset like this. So very strong, nice flip here. You know, ideally though, I just really want this to start coming down and actually consolidating, because then what that'll do is start going into more of my thesis on the weekly 9 actually coming up more. And as long as we're above this SMA 200 on the weekly, yeah, bulls have full control. So that's all I can really say on this. I mean, BBWP on the weekly is steadily just going up. This can easily go back up to the 90 and even 100% zone. And it just solidifies that kind of bulls have control. If we start going more higher time frames, it actually starts looking pretty good. This is the monthly. You can see on Shopify's whole history, we've actually never had BBWP lower than 19%. So this is telling me two things. This could even contract even more than what we've seen ever before, or it could start expanding from this zone, just like here and here. So if it starts expanding currently with how this monthly is looking, yeah, then easily this month, we could easily go back to $91. If it starts, tracting more and resetting, okay, cool. Now we're all eyes back on the monthly 9. But ideally, we wouldn't want to get any weekly closures around there, because then it would kind of run the risk of us deviating this SMA 200. So maybe if, BBWP resets and we get a pullback, I'll be looking for like a scenario like this, where we're on the SMA 200, we come down, quickly tap $76, $77, get bought up, and then go up. And then maybe that forms that in like a wick. But that's kind of what I'll be looking for. And then, seeing this BBWP reset and hit, extreme lows would be a welcoming sign, because we've actually never had that in the history of this chart. So lots of points for bulls on this. If you're bearish on this, there's really not a lot to be bearish on, as long as the weekly is above this SMA 200. You can start becoming bearish if we start deviating this on the weekly. We can just see, even with this 9 holding, but losing this SMA 200 was bad news for bulls. So ideally, that's kind of what I'm going to gauge this chart and this bullish sentiment on is on the weekly. And as long as we're above this, which we really, haven't really tapped it or even tested it before, other than these last 2 times, which quickly led to deviations, then, as long as we're above it, I'm bullish and I'm looking for $91. We can even see on this last weekly here, as Planet's price reclaimed it and held this $80 zone, it basically slingshotted us straight up to this zone. And that's why this is more a range now. It's back in a new range. We were in this range here from $61 to $80, but now this $80 has flipped resistance into support, and now I'm eyeing this $91. We can see it can happen quite quickly. This was an almost 10% candle on Shopify in 1 week. So major spot on the weekly. If you're bearish, you just want to wait for a deviation here. Then you run the risk of either us bouncing from the 9 and rejecting this estimate 200 or reclaiming it. But that's kind of where I would start getting cautious if we start deviating this again. As long as we're above it and we even have a silver cross on the weekly, bulls have full momentum, and Shopify is actually looking pretty good right now, in a way that it hasn't really looked in a long time. So
good
to see that. And with BWP at the low, like right around, like it's only gone at 20%. So if it goes lower, then that means momentum is now gone to historical lows. And that tells me that a major move is brewing for Shopify. And as it stands, it should be up. So it is interesting to see that, because that could just get more confluence as tapping 91 and maybe breaking above it. And then that gives us fuel to hit 115. But, levels on this. So my next level is 91. And we'll kind of see how it reacts with that, like last rejection high.
Maybe small businesses are going to get some steamies, which is the only thing that makes sense, because why the fuck would Shopify be going up while no one's selling anything?
That's an interesting point. Something's happening, because Shopify is looking quite good, especially on the weekly and like the higher time frames for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Fucking incredible. That would be fucking great. Throw me some steamies.
It's probably telling us that a certain somebody might win the election, because from the current administration, all you can hope for is $750.
Yeah, I know. Well, now they're sending you 750 pesos because they realize that the dollar is quite expensive. So now you get 750 pesos, which if you divide by 2, you get like about $35 each family, which is enough. Enough.
Eventually, it'll be Pakistani rupees.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 billion Pakistani rupees.
Little Fibonacci over here took a massive shit like a couple of feet away from me and does not smell the best.
All right, well, good. He wasn't on top of you. That's excellent. Good for you. JP Morgan Chase, Alex, for you to finish.
Okay, cool. What an interesting one.
Should be good.
I got Tiger.
Yeah, you got Tiger, and let us go, sirs. Vale, estamos viendo Shopify. Como todos ustedes saben, Shopify es una plataforma en línea para que puedas comprar y vender, para que la gente que quiere vender cosas pueda vender cosas en línea de la manera más sencilla. El tío Salo tiene muchas tiendas en Shopify que me encantan. Pero interesante, porque ahorita la gente no está comprando muchas cosas, pero Shopify está en este movimiento alcista. En temporalidades grandes, mientras más lo vemos, mejor se pone la cosa, que es bastante interesante. Sobre todo empezando con una gráfica de 3 meses. Podemos ver que Shopify hizo un máximo histórico de $176 por acción. Ahorita está cotizando en $83. Estamos viendo la gráfica trimestral y podemos ver que formamos un piso justamente por acá, por ahí de los $27, $24 en octubre del 2022. Y desde entonces hemos estado subiendo, creando nuevos altos en todo esto. Cosas que vale la pena notar es, 1, solamente Shopify ha perdido el 9 en una ocasión, que fue esta, y lo recuperó hasta apenas, que es lo que lo ha puesto en esa tendencia bajista, pero estamos ahora por encima del 9 y el 21. El promedio del 9 está en $72.22. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más, vamos a poner rápidamente la mensual, y en la mensual nos podemos dar cuenta. Cruce plateada a la alza, que es bastante bueno. Nos venimos a recargar el promedio de la 100, excelente. Estamos arriba del 9, el 21 y el 55. Algo que me llama muchísimo la atención a mí es esto. Este movimiento de esta línea de tendencia bajista que puede superar. Esto para mí es el breakout. Sobre todo cuando haces la temporalidad un poco más corta, ahora estamos en la semanal y pueden verlo claramente acá. Venimos a intentar romper por acá, no pudimos, lo logramos por acá, no nada más lo logramos, nos recargamos, apoyamos en esto y continuamos el movimiento. Importantísimo. En la semanal pueden ver el promedio de las 200, es esta línea morada que empieza aquí abajo. Nunca hemos estado por arriba. Cuando nos acercamos acá, nos rechazó absolutamente brutal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 veces. Y esta vez también nos rechazó 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 veces. Esto quiere decir que ahora que lo retomamos, muy probablemente vamos a estar por encima del promedio de las 200, que es bastante bueno para el precio de Shopify si eres alcista. Lo que queremos, si eres alcista, lo que quieres es simplemente no perder esto que está, ese promedio que está en los 78, 81. Obviamente va a ir subiendo con los cierres de acuerdo a lo que estemos viendo. Y teniendo un cruce plateado a la alza en casi todas las temporalidades, sobre todo en esta semanal, con el 9 por encima del 21, arriba del 55, arriba del 100, perfectamente alineados. Una vez que crucen estos promedios, el 200, vas a ver una fiesta absolutamente loca. Tus objetivos en realidad son más sencillos de lo que haría parecer o ver cualquier persona. Una vez más, el hecho que estés arriba del 78, 81, que es el promedio de los 200, imperativo, pero más que nada, ¿qué estás formando? Estar formando tienes este bajo, tienes este bajo más alto, este bajo más alto, este bajo más alto, este bajo más alto y este bajo más alto. Y estás formando del otro lado alto, alto más alto, alto más alto y llegas a este punto de los 91.66 donde tienes el alto más alto. ¿Qué es lo que quieres si eres alcista? Quieres poder ir a absolutamente romper este alto en los 91.50. Una vez que rompas los 91.50 y tengas un cierre por encima o dos para dar confirmación, tu siguiente movimiento va a ser a los $120. Está bastante bien posicionado Shopify para seguir empujando. No sé por qué, de nuevo, sé que suena chiste a que les digo que nadie está vendiendo nada, pero es en serio. Yo creo que el gobierno de Estados Unidos, lo que nos dice el oro y todo lo demás es que van a devaluar la moneda mandando stimmy checks a la gente, no sé por qué o cómo, pero tiene cara de, porque si no, ¿cómo es que Shopify, que es la tienda de todos, está subiendo? Vamos a ver si el movimiento se continúa la trayectoria en la que está, pero tiene cara. Pueden ver aquí en la diaria de nuevo cómo rompe esta tendencia bajista y empieza a formar nueva estructura y por encima de todo además. Así que muy bien por Shopify. All righty, Farhan, we're ready for Tiger. Tiger King.
Tiger.
Is this the new HBO show we're looking at?
I miss that era so much. That shit was so fun. When
I know.
COVID first started,
dude, I had a blast.
And we were trapped inside the house. We were just watching that Tiger King on repeat.
Oh, yeah.
Smoking bowls of the ganja while watching Tiger King, unmatched.
Nothing ever will come close to that unless our beautiful government wants us again locked up for some reason, which I'm down. Send me checks, guys. I'm down.
Send the stimmies. I will never financially recover from this.
Oh, no doubt. All right.
Right on the quarterly, it's looking very, very strong. We're significantly above our previous lower high. We want to get any type of close above this area right here, which is at, what number is this? 5.80. If we get any type of close above that, we've confirmed this trend shift towards the upside. We've broken our previous lower high. We have a higher high. Then statistically, we're going to very likely test our breakdown zone right over here, which is currently at 28.74. That's going to be how much of a move from here? Pretty significant. 235% up from where we are right now. So I wouldn't expect us to go straight there. What I would more expect to happen is something like this. We get this type of close. We would want to see come back down, retest this area, maybe this 21 EMA, hold that as support, and then from there I would actually not even that's not even very likely. What's more likely is chop, and then we move up towards this target over here at 28.74. And what supports this is, fuck, how do I turn off this drawing shit? All right, so what supports this, if you look at our HPR momentum on the quarterly, we are breaking fresh into the bullish control zone. we're getting volatility supported as well, but volatility is only at 75%. We can go significantly higher before volatility tops out. Last time we topped out in the 100% area, but that was towards the downside. We ended up getting how much of a move down when volatility was expanding? It started from right around here. And we got a move down of about 67% when volatility hit 100%. Right now, we still have about 20, 24, 25% to go on volatility before it tops out. So we could easily come back down, consolidate here, bring volatility down a little bit, maybe come back down to 50. And then from 50%, we could very easily on the quarterly hit that 2874 target. On the monthly right now, we are getting a very strong close. On previous monthly close, we closed over the blue 38.2%. Now we're finding some resistance at the 88.3, which is natural because you only have an 11.7% chance of continuation from there. What we're waiting to see is if we close over, if we get the deeper pullback or not, is if we close over the 78.6. Right now, the 78.6 is at $8.20. If we close below that, very likely we're going to come back, get the deeper pullback somewhere around like this previous 55 EMA, like around the low to mid $6 area. And then I would expect our move up from there. If we close over the 78.6% though, I would expect these ranges to move up. I would expect a retest of that $8, low $8 area, maybe a little bit under $8, then I would expect consolidation and our move up from there. But it all depends on where this month closes. If it closes over the 78.6% or if it closes below, whether we get our deeper pullback scenario or not. What gives me an idea or confluence that we might not get that deeper pullback is currently we are breaking out of the bearish control zone on the jewel. We're getting a retest from making a higher low, and the jewel is flipping back around and towards its upward posturing, towards its cyan light blue buy signal. So as long as we're having that, and we have a monthly confirmed on it, because we had our first month was right here on the last month. So this month we continue to tick towards the upside. So right now this blue cyan color is basically confirmed. That gives us more of a probability that we probably will close over the 78.6%, consolidate, and then get our move towards the upside that we're looking for. On the weekly is looking pretty toppy. Weekly is looking very, very toppy, where we ended up taking this liquidity above this previous candle, and we got a very sharp rejection where you can literally see no green on this candle at all, and we're moving back below the 95%. But it makes sense because we closed above the 95%, so there's such a small chance of continuation from here, only 5%. Like you have a much higher probability of getting a move to the downside. And right now, based off this weekly, we have 2 days and 3 hours to go. The hope PM for the bulls is that these ranges move up significantly from the next weekly open, and this blue 38.2% moves to where this meme line is. That would line perfectly with if we test this meme line, we test this blue 38.2% zone, consolidation, and then get our next expansive move towards that $28 area. But it's going to come down to this weekly close to see where we pull back from here. Whether and also the monthly close to see if we close above the 78.6 or not. 5 day right now is giving us a little bit of a toppy candle, actually very toppy candle. We have 2 hours and 33 minutes to go. Makes a lot of sense because we're at the 95% range. And we close below the 95% range, which is currently at $8.33. That gives us our pullback scenario into play, where we come back down towards this meme line right around $6 before we continue. We close above the 95% range. It's going to put that into a little bit of doubt that we'll get that deep of a pullback, and very likely these ranges will step up, and then from there we will get our consolidation and before we move up. So we want to see these 5-day, weekly, and monthly closes to see if we close over the ranges that we're above right now or not, because we still have a good amount of time to go. So we could, 2 hours and 33 minutes is not that much time, but it's enough time to move down by 10 cents. So if we reject that area right around 95%, then we get our deep pullback. This is going to be a shooting star candle. See our momentum. Momentum is starting to curve around a little bit. It's at the extremes, but it's going flat, and volatility is doing the same thing. Whereas the jewel is freshly breaking out of the bearish control zone. It's on this light blue cyan, and it's about to touch the pink. The pink is where we should expect some resistance. The first tap around likely doesn't pass, but if it does get through the pink on the first tap around, that's telling us that we're not going to get that deeper pullback scenario, and that we're probably just in up-only mode. 2 days giving us the same signal as the weekly, where we're getting a sharp rejection. It's not a bearish engulfing because we didn't trade below this, but it's not the most bullish candle. And right now we're at the 5 EMA. To avoid our deeper pullback, we would have to keep above this 5 EMA while these ranges move up. But right now it doesn't seem very likely because we're at the 99% range. what seems more likely is that we're going to break this area and come back down towards this 21 EMA. And what does the 21 EMA line up exactly with? Our little meme line right here, right around $6. What is our momentum doing? HPDR momentum is at very, very extreme levels towards the upside, but volatility is at extreme levels as well. While the jewel is just rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's starting to flip back over into its white neutral coloring, and then eventually into its dark blue cell. And that lines up with us moving back down towards this 21 EMA and this meme line over here, while these ranges step up, and then our higher time frames can step in, and then we can get our next expansive move towards the upside. Daily is looking like a major top. It's starting to put in that Christmas tree pattern where we move up and then move straight down, or you can also call it the Burj Khalifa pattern. Right now, we're testing off. We're testing off of this 9 EMA. Doesn't seem like it's going to hold because of our HPDR momentum, which is starting to contract downwards from extreme levels, and volatility is starting to contract as well. So usually, whenever that happens, we have a statistical target of the median. I don't think it's going to hit the median. Well, it probably will, but I don't think it's going to be where the median is right now. On this next daily open, this median is going to go up. Right now, the median is sitting right here, right at like $5.39. I'm expecting it to go up somewhere next to this meme line, right around $6. And that will be a very perfect area for us to find our next higher low, and we can continue to the upside while these HPDR ranges move up. Because as you see, we hit the 100% range 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. It's only natural to get a pullback from there. It's not just natural, it's statistically probable to get a pullback from there. If you don't, this is one of those things where it's so probable that you should probably just go and buy a Powerball ticket blindly. That's how probable it is that you're going to get a pullback from there. Or we can just short the 100% range at 100x leverage, and you'll probably make money because statistics are on your side.
Yeah.
Let's check the RSI. Quarterly, we don't really have much. Quarterly, we have volatility contracting from extreme levels. We're currently at 52%. So this is a very nice area for volatility to restart, flip back up towards the upside, because we've already basically reset volatility. Plus, we're above our previous meme line that we drew on the other chart. Let's try it again. This is the line that we want to close over to switch the quarterly trend. Right at $5.80. So we're strongly above that. So if we get that close while volatility is contracting, at the next open, volatility is going to be even lower. It's probably going to be somewhere around like 40s to maybe high 30s. From there, as long as we're above this area, we can consolidate a little bit while volatility goes even lower to like the 15% area, somewhere around there. And then from there, we would have enough of juice on volatility to push this bitch all the way up to $28.
We better be buying this.
I don't buy stocks. Boomer shit. Daily has invalidated its hidden bearish divergence by putting in a local low right here, so that's not really much of a concern. The VMP is giving us a flipped around, giving us this light blue cyan buy, while volatility is starting to expand with it. It's pretty bullish posture. Check the weekly. Weekly is at extreme volatilities while we're getting this projection, which is exactly what you want to see. You're getting a volatility reset while price consolidates and resets as well, and you're going to get a mean reversion move from what we had beforehand. And since beforehand we had like a 200-300% move towards the upside, I mean, we got to have a mean reversion move towards the downside, right? Yeah. How much have we moved down so far?
I think it's pretty good.
About 43% down so far. That's not too shabby.
Yeah.
This thing is volatile as fuck.
It's like a crypto.
No divergences. There is some hidden bullish divergence, but it's not the best because we've already hit the easy target right here. We've already hit the bullish critical zone. So right now we're at the edge of the bullish control zone. Bullish control zone edge sits at $8.20. If we were to lose the bullish control zone, then we're very likely coming down towards this middle zone and this moving average. And right now, these numbers are going to move up after the next weekly open. But right now, it's at $4.58 and $4.14. Don't think it's going to come down that low. I think these numbers are going to move up, and I believe it's going to be even in our deep pullback scenario, it's going to be somewhere around high 5s to low 6s. Check 5-day. 5-day has some confirmed hidden bullish divergence within the bearish control zone, which is pretty rare to see because you only see hidden bullish divergence on uptrends. So if the price was able to make it down into the bearish control zone and price action is still in an uptrend, I mean, if RSI was able to make it into the bearish control zone, price is still in an uptrend, tells you that you're going to get a very significant move off that next higher low, which we are getting right now. We're getting that 200-something% bounce that we saw from this hidden bullish divergence, and we're at the easiest of easy targets, which is the bullish critical zone. That one's at $8.14. So if we do close like this, the shooting star, we would expect us to retest the bullish control zone. Right now, that number sits at what number we've been talking about? $6.21. Perfect. We would expect a bounce right off of there, while our other volatility indicators reset. This one's also at 95%, so we need this one to reset as well. All of these volatility indicators reset, and then we have enough juice to move yet another one of those 266% moves to the upside. And that, I believe, that is what takes us to around that $28 number. 3-day volatility is at very extreme levels. We're just waiting for the moving average to catch up. Then we can get volatility contraction, which would line up with consolidation / pullback to maybe around that $6 number before we can reset volatility and get another one of these massive moves of 200-something%. 2-day, same exact story as a 3-day for the 2-day. We're waiting for volatility contraction so we can get our mean reversion. And the daily is the same exact thing. Daily has been at extreme volatilities for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days of 100% max volatility. Right now, we're finally starting to contract, where you see the volatility is dropping below this white moving average, while we're getting this move towards the downside. So this is exactly what we want to see. Volatility is contracting. We're getting a mean reversion move towards the downside. All of our volatility indicators are resetting. It seems more bullish to me than bearish. What I'd be looking for is to watch that monthly close to see if we close over that important previous objective high, reverse the trend, consolidate, reset our volatility, and then I would expect another massive move towards the upside, towards somewhere around $28.
Yeah, kind of patience. Seems like it's going to be a longer term move and just a lot of consolidation right now, and kind of like hoping or feel that it's all going to go to shit and then eventually it'll pick up, right?
Yeah,
that's what I got. All righty. Well, you're done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All righty. Estamos viendo Tiger. Esto es un ¿cómo se dice? Puta madre, un fintech. Perdón, después de 4 horas con el cerebro prendido, se me empiezan a ir las cosas. Puedes ver, esta es la tabla en general, ¿no? Y te estoy poniendo la semanal, te voy a poner la trimestral para que lo puedas ver algo mejor. Esto es lo que es. Empezó literalmente el 2019 y en este momento está por acá. Ha tenido un máximo histórico de 38.49 y un mínimo en los 2.59, $2. Ha tenido bastante volatilidad el precio de esta acción, sin lugar a dudas. Y podemos ver que en temporalidades grandes estamos por encima del 9, arriba del promedio del 21, pero para no hacerles el cuento largo en esto, estamos notando por este gran pompazo que están viendo acá, la volatilidad está en extremos, sobre todo de temporalidades bajas a largas, mientras más corta la temporalidad como diaria, 2 días, 5 días, semanal, es mucho más, tiene mucha más volatilidad. La volatilidad está sobreextendida que en temporalidades grandes. Lo que nos está indicando esto es que muy probablemente vayamos a ver una tabla semanal para que tengan una idea de cómo se ve esto. Véanos, el zampompazo que dio literalmente de los 3.87 llegó a $14. Estás hablando de un 4X tranquilo, casi un 4X tranquilo, ¿no? Desde aquí abajo, estás hablando en cuestión de septiembre 24 a básicamente cuando esto va a cerrar en 2 días y 3 horas hasta ahorita. Ha sido un movimiento bastante agresivo. Lo primero que podemos ver es que estamos por encima del promedio de los 200, que está justamente acá en los 7.25, y tienes un cruce plateado y tienes todas las cosas, las fórmulas, etcétera, correctas para que esto vaya bien. Y contigo tienes estos mínimos más altos y obviamente este alto más alto. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que queremos o qué es lo que esperamos? Para no, una vez más, no hacerles el cuento tan largo, lo que esperamos es que esto vaya a consolidar en esta zona y probablemente hasta acá abajo. Esta zona no nos daría miedo. La razón por qué no nos daría miedo es porque estarías aún así formando bajos más altos que estos. Entonces, eso sería bastante alcista y es lo que probablemente vaya a pasar con el precio, porque como puedes ver, no puedes tener algo tan sobreextendido y de acuerdo a todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad que tiene Farhan, probablemente vayamos a estar rangueando entre los 5.80 y los $8 próximamente. Lo único que quieres es no romper los 5.80 y crear un nuevo mínimo acá en los 3.41. Pero de acuerdo a todo lo que estamos viendo, tiene cara de que en año y medio, 2 años, esta madre pueda llegar hasta los 28 una vez más. Mínimo es lo que tiene cara y momentum ahorita y sobre todo en temporalidades grandes. Así que tómalo por lo que es una acción bastante relativamente nueva, pero buena primera señal. And Alex, we're ready to put an end to this bullshit with JP Morgan Chase, sir.
All right, perfect. Yeah, we're going to look at a very boomer stock.
Absolutely. Doesn't get any more boomer than this.
So when I was looking at this, it was hard for me to find something actually. I mean, we're just kind of basically ranging and chopping. And so usually when we're chopping and I'm viewing volatility hit extremes, we usually form some kind of channel. And that's kind of what we have now. So if this channel is valid, we should see either a breakup now or very soon within this month. But what I'm seeing now is essentially on this daily closure, we're essentially now we've essentially been holding the EMA 34. We dropped down below the 9 today, but it quickly got bought up and now we're breaking above. What I'm liking about the daily as well is the fact that we hit extremes. BBWP momentum essentially was at basically 0. But now we're seeing it actually flip above 15%, which is telling me that this breakout actually could have legs. And we should be looking at this more as a valid move rather than this one, which tried to break out but failed. The difference between this one and here is where momentum is. We actually haven't hit extremes in quite a while. Last time was basically in February. Let me mark that off because I'm actually curious to see what occurred here. And so last time we hit extremes was at this point. We see it was right when we basically reclaimed the support line. As soon as we reclaimed that daily 9, we basically surged up. And so we're basically getting the same setup on momentum in this channel, and we're breaking above it. For me, the next logical move is to $218.50. Break above that, then we're now testing the highs. It's sitting right around $225. Overall, it's a welcoming closure. I think we have the 2-day? No, it's a 3-day closing as well today. And the 3-day to me is looking good. We see that this 9 on the 3-day has basically been supporting price. So just like with Nvidia, if we do end up breaking above this today, I don't think that the play would be to long the breakout. I think the easy play would be to do what? It'd be to actually wait for yeah, exactly. Wait for a back test. Let's hit that 9 again, and then that'll be the easy long. The issue is when we're getting volatility expanding already, this move down would have to be quick, just like a quick spring, taps it and goes, because the move's already happening and we're already getting the breakout. And it is confirmed because we see BBWP was at 0. Now it's above 15%. And so overall, that's kind of what I'm watching. I mean, JP Morgan is bullish, it looks good. And it's nice that it's still holding the weekly 9. We see here overall that the 20, like the 9, the 21, and the 34 acts as a nice support range for this chart. And overall, I mean, it's just in a nice uptrend. We're now possibly forming another weekly higher low. And the higher high would actually come once we break above this $218 zone. Monthly closure was pretty nice though. It still is, nicely bounced off the 9. And that's kind of where we went to on this monthly. We fell a little below the moving averages on the weekly, but nice, almost a perfect retest of the monthly 9. And so as long as we're above there, I mean, yeah, bulls have full momentum. We can view a daily setup like this, but overall, this is just kind of, it just looks like a continuation to me. While we're getting momentum now actually expanding, I would just be patiently waiting for a retest. Any dump into this 210, 211 will be an opportunity to me. We also are seeing, and this could actually give more fuel into a retest, is the fact that the 2-day is still trekking along. We're still contracting, so we easily can hit extremes, but we'll see where this comes within a day. If it closes above like this, not leaving a wick, then maybe we get the expansion once we actually back test this. We'll know this is expanding again when it's above 15%. And so overall, we're just in this channel. It's breaking above. It's looking quite good, even on like a 4-hour. We freshly broke above it. So even coming back on a lower time frame and testing, it wouldn't surprise me. But we kind of see the cluster there with the 9 on the 4-hour matching up nicely. So it wouldn't surprise me. Less chop though. I would just watch the daily, the 2-day, and the 3-day. As it stands though, it's nice. The daily on this closing is going to cross the 21. The 9's going to cross the 21, which signals potentially a silver cross. But we also know here that the 2-day as well did that freshly already. And so momentum's with bulls. This chart on all time frames is looking quite good. Even the 5-day, this 5-day 21 has basically been an opportunity since we majorly broke out and reclaimed it. We see any kind of dump into this 21 here on the 5-day has been basically an opportunity. We did wick below it, hitting the 34, which tells me, okay, that also could have been an opportunity, but through and through, you could have just been playing this 5-day setup, and any 5-day closing above below this EMA 21 would just invalidate the trade, because we see it's basically been catching price. So it's welcoming to see it catch it again, get the expansion, especially with this actually lining with the bottom of the channel. And just like how the daily, the 2-day, the 5-day is giving us a setup. So once this 2-day and 5-day actually start expanding, like what we're seeing with the daily, to me, this is going to give us a big move. And that's where we could actually go and test these highs. But until then, I have a target to $218, $219. And yeah, essentially that's kind of what we're seeing even on a weekly too. JP Morgan's giving us a setup. It's not fully there and it's not confirmed. It's only confirmed on the daily, but the weekly, the 5-day, and the 3-day still aren't confirmed. And so ideally, maybe we get that confirmation when we do close above here, breaking above this wedge again. Something unlike this scenario couldn't do. We actually hold and consolidate. And then once we get the expansion up, so maybe something like this, and we go and then actually hold like there, then we get to move up, and it actually starts expanding our more higher time frame momentum oscillators. But yeah, as it stands, it looks pretty good. It looks like this breakout's valid, especially on the daily. And if you're bullish and you're trying to play this move, I would just watch for this scenario, because longing up here is kind of it's in a no man's zone. And we would really want to get a retest. And what we know from Nvidia, from all the charts we've looked at, it's very to the book to wait for a retest, right? You want price to come to you, prove to you that it's actually support. Longing up here, it runs the risk of a deviation, falling through, and then you're holding along. That's just not logical. When we do retest an area like that, where you're wrong and you're getting a good entry, just like how it was when we did this with Nvidia. So overall, that's what I'm viewing, and I do think that JP Morgan can easily go to $218 again. And then if it breaks that and holds it, then it puts a higher high, or at least testing that $225 zone, if not actually putting in a higher high, based on what we're seeing with that 5-day setup. So once that 5-day, the weekly, the 3-day starts expanding above 15%, I do think a bigger move will come on JP Morgan, if it doesn't already, because the daily could start bleeding it. So the daily is confirming it though, which is making me more confident that this range breakout's actually valid. So that's all I could really get with JPM.
Excellent work, dude.
Yeah, generally these banking stocks are pretty strong. And so it's kind of like, just finding these opportunities with momentum can give us setups, but overall, yeah, they're pretty strong. It's just in an uptrend. So it's not stupid to assume it's going to form a higher high eventually.
Of course, especially once there's a loose monetary policy. That means that these guys will create more money than God. They'll receive large commissions. They'll be able to fund all of the fun stuff and make a lot of money from it. So they should be about to, like you said, get into another breakout to go into the next area. So let's see. Let's see
what you're saying too, with maybe more stimulus, maybe something in that term. I'm unsure, but as it stands, yeah, chart's looking good, and it looks like it's ready to pop. So we'll see. Ideally, we don't get a breakdown, and then all those momentum pivots, or the BBW starts expanding to the downside, like what we got with Rivian. As it stands, though, and how everything's getting reclaimed, especially the monthly, seems unlikely. It seems more likely for a breakout, and that's possibly what we're getting today. So,
yeah, thank you so much, dude. I'll take care of this. You enjoy your day. Stay safe with this terrible hurricane. Well, no, at least it's not on your side. Thank God. Yeah, that was enough. One was enough. And whatever you need, whatever you need, just I'll be around.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll see you in the group chat. See you boys.
Thank you. See you. Vale, pues, estamos viendo JP Morgan Chase, el banco del tío Jamie Dimon. ¿Cómo de que no, damas y caballeros? Y vamos a acercarnos un poco, darnos perspectiva de lo que ha sido el movimiento de JP Morgan Chase desde los 90, básicamente acá, el 95 hasta ahora, ¿no? Que hemos tenido un movimiento absolutamente potente al precio de hoy de solamente 1800%. ¡Qué asco me doy por no haber invertido en esto cuando tenía 5 años! Pero bueno, lo que podemos ver y lo que podemos apreciar es que estamos por encima de todos los promedios importantes. Estamos arriba del 5, que es el de hasta arriba en los 197, del 9, etcétera. Estamos literalmente en zona de nuevos máximos. El trimestre pasado hicimos un nuevo máximo en 225. Estamos cotizando en este momento en 213. Eso nos pone que ni siquiera 10% serían 20. No, 5% abajo del máximo histórico, para que lo vean en estos momentos. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más para poder entender bien la estructura que estamos viendo por acá y saber dónde se encuentra todo. El promedio de las 9, una vez más, está, de las 5 está en 210, 9 en 202, lo que te da un buen rango de movimiento y todo lo demás abajo. Ahora, en la mensual, a JP Morgan le encanta estar por encima del promedio de las 9. Sobre todo de las 5. Una vez que lo pierdes, puedes empezar a darte cuenta de los buenos caidones que se da y no son gigantescos, pero yo diría que son relevantes. Del 9, 37%, digo del 5. Una vez que te pierdes el 5, sí, o sea, estás hablando de 30 y tantos %, ya, en promedio, y no lo estamos haciendo en este momento. JP Morgan está en este instante oscilando por acá, que es bastante entretenido ver. Tienes esta zona de presión, obviamente tienes tu breakout a la alza, lo puedes ver acá. Tu siguiente objetivo va a ser poder romper este alto que está en los 218. Eso si eres alcista, por supuesto. Si eres bajista, no quieres perder esta zona por acá de los 210 a 206. Y de ahí, una vez que pierdas esta zona, siguiente cosa a ver son 204, que es tu siguiente mínimo, 200, que es el siguiente mínimo, y de ahí 191. Pero hasta ahorita esto tiene bastantes ganas de seguir empujando a la alza. Si nos acercamos un poco más en el gráfico de 5, no, vamos a hacer el de 3 días. Pueden ver acá mejor la estructura de todo esto y cómo el 9, el 21 y todo esto se encuentra justamente aquí donde pasa esta línea, donde podemos ver que tuvo el breakout, el precio. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que están buscando si eres alcista? Bajista, ya te di los objetivos, están literalmente aquí abajo del 210. Del 210 busca que no rompes el 204, de ahí no quieres romper el 200 y de ahí no quieres definitivamente romper el 191. Pero si eres alcista y quieres entrarle a JP Morgan por alguna razón, ¿no? Cada quien. No creas que esto simplemente va a ser esto y se va a ir a buscar un nuevo alto. Lo que nosotros esperamos es, cada que tienes una ruptura de una zona como esta que estás viendo acá, el precio normalmente hace esto y viene a rebotar y de ahí se va para arriba. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estaríamos esperando? El rebote a esta línea, que pueden conectarlo de este tope al tope de esta vela y pueden ver perfectamente cómo está surfeando por encima de. De ahí tu siguiente objetivo sería romper y cerrar arriba de los 218.80, no, 218.54, básicamente arriba de esta vela de 3 días. Y de ahí a buscar un nuevo máximo en 225. Nos vamos a acercar más en la diaria para que se vea todavía aún mejor también. Y en la diaria podemos ver toda la acción que está ocurriendo por acá. Y pues sí, es justamente romper donde esta vela roja empezó en los 218, me parece. Sí, 218 a la alza. Pero, de nuevo, una vez más, vienes en la diaria. No te preocupes si esto llega por acá, ¿ok? Siempre y cuando se mantenga por aquí arriba, esto te va a dar la preferencia a tener esa tendencia alcista que estás viendo. Y ahí lo tienes, eso es JP Morgan. 4 horas y media. Estoy hecho cagada. Estoy hecho cagada, damas y caballeros. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por estarnos viendo, por apoyarnos. Espero que estén aprendiendo con nosotros. Únanse al Discord, es absolutamente gratis. Ahí ponemos todas nuestras señales de compra, de venta, etcétera, todo lo que es Bitcoin y también analizamos todas para ustedes. Lo que necesiten, ahí lo pueden encontrar. También está en la descripción de este video. Muchísimas gracias a todos por su tiempo. Pórtense bien y nos vemos el viernes para otro de estos. Oye, es que mañana me invitaron a lo de Tesla, brother. Güey, pero de todas maneras, no había show mañana, no tienes por qué presumir esto. Sí, brother, pero pues es importante que la gente lo sepa.